Uh, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Browser on. Gonna have the browser top here. Vosh. And let's go. Let's go, go, go. Big day.
etc., and opposing it to its other, such
There
as
you
nature,
go.
the animal kingdom, outsiders, etc., as well as the process of translation, where the actual effect of applying this pure form to actual reality leads to hybrids between the two, proving modernity's inability to fully conquer its own premises. Political modernity, understood in this same vein of purification, establishing the universal rights of man, privileging the abstract and generalized concept of man as the supreme political subject.
There you go.
Any essential regard for the particular details of personality,
be
background,
reacting to
estate,
this.
religion, or even race, gender, and wealth. Likewise, political modernity has given rise to various hybrids of its own. Strange.
Okay, let's go back.
Who are like, damn, I'm going to hear fifth.
We don't have to watch it
Okay,
live.
Hold on.
Call like a.
We can be behind. It's okay.
no.
Right?
All right.
Let's go. Starting our commentary.
Nope, not that. Man, I fucking hate OBS. There we go.
I don't hate OBS.
How are you doing today, Prez?
Oh, I am deathly ill, and the power has gone out like 3 times today. So,
Why are you ill? What the fuck? Why are you dying?
We're all dying, Bosh.
Are you dying
no,
faster?
I just call like a cold or something.
Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm a little bit sorry.
It is a nice shirt, though. Urban Outfitters.
Yeah, it actually has a pair of
No,
matching,
you're
like,
not.
short shorts.
He did the no, you're not.
If you wear them both.
He did the no, you're not that he did to Pesco. And Bush is like, I do care a little bit. Come on, President Sunday. I do care. I do care about you. I have care for you. That's sweet.
Looks like a romper, and you look like a total douchebag. I love it.
Yeah.
I could see that working with a certain kind of silhouette. My stream's very delayed. Why is my stream very delayed?
HAZ!
All streams are delayed on YouTube.
HAZ infrared. Infra, open quotes, HAZ, close quotes. Red.
True. That is true.
Are we
That
getting
is...
on with it or what?
Oh my
Well, we
god.
couldn't hear you up until now, HAZ.
Okay, well, I just got done setting everything up. Moderator.
All right, let me close all these tabs.
Jeez.
I'm
Moderator.
transitioning into this from a 2-hour conversation that was very data-driven. Let me just close all... Okay. Now, I expect an equal level of big brain engagement from this one right here.
My god.
Can one of you two gentlemen please remind me what the fuck it is we're talking about today?
We're talking about political theory.
Okay.
His political theory in particular. So
Oh,
we're
okay.
important
All
guests.
right. We have a home team advantage then. Okay. Here are the rules. The rules are that I'm going to try my best to not be partial. I am like the wind. I blow over the whole countryside, okay? I'm an undifferentiated force of nature. The only thing that I care about is that people respond to the arguments that the other side made, and
True.
that everyone gets a fair chance to talk.
True.
So,
I'm gonna talk over all of them.
while it may make me seem as though I'm being partial,
Oh
people
my
start speaking
gosh.
directly into the microphone to blow.
We're getting on with
eardrums.
this.
That
are.
would be an example of not letting other people talk. I believe in both of you. I have nothing but faith in you. This is obviously HAZ's topic to start. I'd say
Hey, let's go.
Let's go with 5-minute openers, starting with you, Haas.
I think we were kind of iffy on the time. Can we like say 10 minutes caps, and then if we go under, we go under.
10 minutes. All right. Let me get my giant
are you cool with that? Is that
chess clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. Chess clock. My gosh. I told you this is gonna be good. I've told you from the beginning.
Just preventing my OBS from self-destructing, as it has been wont to do lately. There you go,
What's your
Ryan.
favorite sword, Haas?
I like the swords.
I like the swords.
Oh, shit.
Need a place for
Oh, one of them looks like the...
There we go. Very nice.
One of them looks
All
like
right.
the Polar, like the...
Starting with the one.
saber from the Polish
Intro,
Lithuanian
open quotes,
Commonwealth.
Haas.
Very
close
similar.
quotes, Red. 10 minutes.
That
talk
makes
about
sense.
his political theory, followed, of course, by President Sunday. Then we will do our back and forths, give everyone a fair chance to talk. And the timer starts now.
Let's go.
Modern politics is beset by the same fundamental contradiction, the same asymmetry defining modernity as a whole. Thinkers like Bruno Latour once framed this paradoxical contradiction as between a process of purification, establishing some ontological zone, such as man, reason, cogito, civilized people, etc., and opposing it to its other, such as nature, the animal kingdom, outsiders, etc., as well as the process of translation, where the actual effect of applying this pure form to actual reality leads to hybrids between the two, proving modernity's inability to fully conquer its own premises. Political modernity, understood in this same vein of purification, establishing the universal rights of man, privileging the abstract and generalized concept of man as the
I guess we're not as far behind. We're not super far behind.
subject, without any essential regard for the particular details of personality, background,
No.
estate, religion,
It's opening
or even
statement.
race, gender, and wealth. Likewise, political modernity has given rise to various hybrids of its own, strange combinations of this universal subject with its opposed particularity, in the form of different classes, separatist ethnic and religious identities, interest groups, racial animosities,
And many
and
other
the form
things.
of identity politics itself today. I merely propose, drawing from the ideas of Slavoj Žižek's ontology, that an even more fundamental political contradiction pre-exists that between universality and
Yeah.
particularity, state and civil society, human and nature, etc., which is internal to the abstract form of political modernity itself. Both the
I don't know why, but I'm really expecting a good showing from President Sunday in this debate. I think this is the debate when President Sunday is gonna spread his debate wings. I'm gonna do a poll here, okay? Will President Sunday shine in this debate? Not many people are gathered, but let's go. I'm asking you. HAZ is casting a summon, of course.
political left and right take what
Of course.
Latour calls the rupture in time of political modernity for granted. The political left is revolutionary wing of modernity, representing the abstract form of change. The right is its conservative wing.
Oh, HAZ doesn't matter. HAZ doesn't. It doesn't matter if HAZ is a waste of time or not. What I mean is if President Sunday's performance is gonna be good or not. And I believe it will. I believe it will.
Attempting to derive a definite political logic out of this modern process of purification, situating people in their rightful place with respect
True.
to objects in the case of private
It's true,
property,
Arkyle.
and with respect to other persons in the case of various hierarchies. So modernity implies a paradox or internal contradiction that pre-exists and arguably engenders the division into left and right. On the one hand, it implies a revolutionary change. On the other, it also implies a new order and form of preserving itself. In the aftermath of the French Revolution, various thinkers attempted to resolve that contradiction in some kind of end of history, such as Hegel, Kojève, and most famously Fukuyama. But none of them were able to anticipate our current multipolar world. My basic argument is that the contradiction has to do with the political subject of politics, which is an individual substance. In today's era, with the October Revolution, I
You've
argue
actually watched President Sunday walk through this whole thing, through this theory, right? From the whole contradiction, quote unquote.
playing a comparable role to the French, the subject of politics is neither individual nor substantive, but collective and virtual. The modern universal state and its hegemony, founded on human rights, has already synthesized both the left and the right, accomplishing the goal of the fascist third position. Progressive change is already the order of the day and is in no way revolutionary in the sense of actually challenging state power, but on the contrary, is
Oh, I can see Vosh is smiling. No, the progressive position is not the order of the day. If it was, then why are we seeing so much not progressive bills being pushed? For example, anti-trans bills. No. Like, you gotta be kidding me if you really unironically think that the progressive thing is the order of the day.
is situated within a hegemonic order that preserves it. Here enters a new kind of political
Oh
subject.
yeah, the hegemonic order preserving progressivism. Sure. Okay.
Which I call the partisan, partially drawing from Carl Schmitt. Rather than being some neutral subject or atomistically individual substance, the partisan is already virtually disposed and partial towards some kind of collective political identity. The partisan embodies the internal contradiction of modernity itself into one political subject, rather than solely giving expression to one of its forms. It doesn't represent one of the asymmetrical forms comprising the difference. The partisan essentially is political difference itself. Partisanship implies a way of differing into a specific collective political reality. Because of this embodiedness, the deeper order of rural life is fertile ground for the partisan subjectivity. But because the partisan gives specific content to politics, such as in the form of class struggle, they are revolutionary with regard to the modern state, positioned in such a way that already regards it as illegitimate, for example, serving the interests of a particular group. The partisan is not strictly defined by a specific ideology or set of values, but a position with regard to what Antonio Gramsci calls that hegemony, or what Popper calls the open society. Their revolutionary stance makes them fundamentally left-wing, but coupled with a profound social conservatism, reflecting an embeddedness in the deeper premises of civilization. Many mistaken this for third position syncretism.
Civilization.
The difference is that the partisan conservatism isn't based on ideology, but popular sensibility. If the goal of political partisan were created by individual thought, such as by a theory or ideology, the goal would only coincidentally be effective. Its realization coinciding with some deeper, objectively established and material premise that makes the partisans' movement across the social fabric effective in the first place. Without their position being rooted in an objective reality, a partisan is no longer a partisan, but just some guy with an opinion. I argue that the partisan is the subject of a polarity, an objectively existing orientation toward the reproduction of an existing civilization. The source of a political polarity.
I despise the word civilization now. It's been so tainted with brain rot, the word civilization, that I cannot listen. I can't hear the word anymore without thinking of doofuses like What If Out Hissed. And HAZ seems to be on the same train of people using the word civilization in the same way. So I guess the word is just ruined forever.
The force of partiality in the partisan is a specific resolution of the contradiction between the universal state and its real civil society. A resolution whose development is already propelled into motion and arguably even implied by the nature of the contradiction itself. A logic reflected in the Marxist Communist Manifesto. This resolution is the universal partisan empire, the authentic unity of a people given expression by a people sovereign, whose power takes the form of, rather than pretending to be elevated above, the contradiction between state and civil
The Marxist-Leninist Manifesto. Oh boy.
society, such as in the case of a proletarian dictatorship, the class struggle.
Oh boy.
Thus, my political philosophy implies an entirely new notion of subject and object itself, drawing from the concept of hyperobjects of speculative realism. The universal empire is a hyperobject, an object participating in its own phenomenal disclosure by
unironically anti-civilization arc.
engendering the very conditions of its own development, and whose scale in both time and space exceeds what can be reduced to individual experience. That is the objective, common sociality that pre-exists individual subjectivity itself. The stakes of this theory are clear. In a historical situation defined by the crisis of Western liberal democracy, many leftists have joined in with the State Department's characterization of the current multipolar world as a struggle between democracies and autocracies, labeling all sovereign counter-hegemonic states challenging the so-called rules-based political order.
Yeah, HAZ is pro-Russia in the Ukraine war, right? HAZ is pro-Russia in the war thing, right? Let us not forget about this. Because this whole framing of democracies anti-autocracies is directly talking about the war in Ukraine, basically.
Fascist. I argue this is reactionary from the current historical perspective.
Oh yeah.
As an ideology, Western leftism is the vanguard of the current ancien regime's hegemony, which has become outmoded by history itself. It is for that reason that it is also a vanity. It will be condemned to the dustbin of history as a multipolar order rises from the ashes of the globalist empire.
As a proud member of Eastern Europe, this is pure BS, okay? Because I know for a fact this is talking about the war in Ukraine. So yeah, no. As a proud member of the Eastern world, I'm telling you now, this is bullshit, okay? And Russia is an autocracy. Thank you.
Anybody else smelling burnt toast?
Yes.
I can see why 10 minutes was necessary. All right. Burn toast aside. President, it's your call.
Thank you, HAZ. Thank you, Vosh, for moderating. So we are apparently debating my opponent HAZ's groundbreaking theory of the political spectrum. At least that's how I understood it from our messages prior. I'm not entirely certain now. The principal source for this being an essay on the infrared Substack entitled The Rise of Mega-Communism, the purpose of which, given in the heading, being to establish, quote, how can mega and communism be united? For one is clearly far right and the other far left, unquote. Putting it lightly, this...
MAGA communism. Make America great again communism. I see. Well, we've heard President Sunday cover that, so, you know. MAGA communism. This sounds like a parody of something, right?
Essay is bizarre. At over 13,400 words, it is meandering and overlong, filled with esoteric terminology which, while in more rigorous hands might be sufficiently explained so as to mean something specific, is here ultimately included only to be put to the service of motivating statements like, quote, leftism is a type of mental retardation according to which the latest, quote-unquote, open agenda constitutes real historical change, unquote. But the essence of my opponent's thesis can actually be given rather quickly. In a move of breathtaking erudition to which one can only react with awe, HAZ proposes the revolutionary thesis that the left, the right, liberal elites, and quote-unquote globalists are in fact all the same people, and that these refer to the political opponents of globalization, trans rights, BLM, free immigration, other left-wing causes, and so forth as quote-unquote Nazis to obscure the fact that they themselves have in fact inherited Nazism. Thus,
Very
it was in
nice.
fact the right, who are actually the left, who beat the Nazis in World War II in order to establish a global leftist hegemony that
Not exactly live. We are a bit behind, but we are covering it as it's happening, okay?
is in fact a rightist hegemony to disguise the fact that they actually were the right all along, and in a stroke of diabolical genius through quote
We are a bit behind.
like Ron
We are a bit behind and we are pausing. So we are... I'm not going to like try to watch it like live as a sports commentator that will never pause, never, you know, like whatever, right? We can do whatever you want, right? It's happening now, but we are behind and we don't need to care. Oh yeah, they think like the Ukraine war is to cover for LGBT propaganda or something. Oh yeah. Nothing like ignoring hundreds of years of history, right? To fit your groundbreaking theories.
DeSantis, unquote, They simultaneously persecute and pretend to be the genuine right, which they are, except they aren't because they are the left, with the result that, quote, a complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists, unquote. In this apocalyptic vision, my opponent sees the left being both the right and the left all at once, which is why when he writes that, quote, so-called rightist, quote-unquote, ideologists are thus today split between azavites and the accidentally based, unquote. Rightist is put in quotes because it actually refers to the left, and the accidentally based refers to cranks like Jordan Peterson, whose rhetoric just incidentally happens to run contrary.
I'm sorry, accidentally based. Peterson is based in HAZ's view. Jordan Peterson is quote-unquote based in HAZ's view. Really? I'm really looking forward to this debate.
To whatever species of establishment paranoia HAZ wants to capitalize on in the moment. No robust treatment of communism is given, and so no robust ideological goals get in the way of my opponent going all in on an argument for aligning communism with the MAGA movement. How MAGA escapes being right-wing for my opponent is by being partisan. What does this mean? HAZ introduces this term partisan by way of Carl Schmitt's essay, Theory of the Partisan. The partisan, for Schmitt, is a combatant fulfilling 4 essential conditions. The partisan is irregular, has increased mobility, has a heightened intensity of political commitment, and is thoroughly Tellurian, which is to say land-based. This is what distinguishes partisans from pirates and corsairs for Schmitt, and is, as far as I can tell, the only part of the definition HAZ really takes up. Because introducing the partisan through Schmitt, despite this rather, my opponent simply insists that Schmitt, despite taking his cues from the likes of Lenin and Mao, and readers of the same, is too limited by his Hobbesian formalism, quote-unquote, and argues instead that the partisan is, quote, the political agent at the end of history, for which change is a moment in the development of an order.
I told you President Sunday would shine in this glorious debate. I told you. You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me. I always believed in President Sunday.
More eternal than can
and
be
that's
given
just opening statements.
Statehood, unquote. And that the leftist is the great enemy of the partisan because, quote, leftism grounds politics not in partisanship, but in some supposedly universal morality, and the fundamental enduring fact of political antagonism vindicates the leftist's sense of smug, self-satisfied superiority, unquote. He then claims instead that, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction, representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Kajevian empire, polarity, or determinate globality, unquote. What this means is anyone's guess, but it doesn't matter, because by describing the idea of partisanship as something that sounds sort of like it can easily attach to nationalism or a determinate civilizational polarity.
Right.
He can now describe MAGA as partisan because it is quote-unquote telluric. Thus, he concludes after an almost unbearably long series of paragraphs too convoluted for me to even attempt to recapitulate here, that the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is just an endearing Americanism, that MAGA should form its own discrete party, and that, quote, there...
How can a movement that is called Make America Great Again be divorced from its quote-unquote Americanism? Like, think about it for a second. How can a movement created around America Americanism?
There is no other choice for MAGA communists, unquote. HAZ isn't stupid. The material he is handling in this essay runs very complicated very quickly. It takes a lot of work.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna cover that talk Vosh had, that debate Vosh just had. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
He could just produce run-of-the-mill right-wing content. It would be easier and more lucrative. Despite the overall incoherence of the essay, there is a degree of effort here that doesn't strike me as a pure product of cynicism. Unfortunately, by putting his theory of left and right solely to the service of justifying the absurd slogan of MAGA communism, a move which reduces communism to a street-facing bench with "Imagine your ad here" displayed on the back, all of this work is reduced to incoherence. Thank you.
Well, that was our opening statements. Let's go.
Wonderfully delivered and well under time from you both. Let's get into the back and forth. I'm sure you both have lots to talk about. It doesn't need to be like 1 minute block to 1 minute block. Obviously, you can engage normally, but give both people space to talk, please.
True.
All right, good luck.
True, Vosh.
First of all, I'm not sure why you referenced the MAGA communism essay if it was too difficult for you to comprehend, but I can already point out.
Nobody said it was too difficult. President Sunday simply pointed out that it was too convoluted. Convoluted does not mean difficult. I never thought I would need to explain this, but as the official commentator of this here debate, I am obliged to inform my viewers that convoluted does not in fact mean complicated.
Well,
That there were.
that was the source you referred me to. Was that or the video which you
Yeah, but I don't know why you brought it up here when the only thing you can say is that you found it incoherent. Well, you're going to find out that there is a coherence to it, whether or not you want to acknowledge that.
Also, incoherent also does not mean complicated. Okay? Incoherent is incoherent sooner means nonsensical than complicated. True. An entropy fan says incoherent does not mean intellectually dense. Actually, most of the time incoherent just means dense, but but not in the way that
noticed a few things you said, just a few that I decided to write down. I'm sure there was others that were completely mischaracterizations of the essay. You said that I was saying the right is the left and the left is the right, when the broader point I was trying to say is that today, oftentimes things that are considered right-wing and right-wing populism manage to outdo the left in many regards. For example, in the anti-war stance and the opposition to the
anti-war stance. Again, we go to the war in Ukraine. Don't make me laugh. Do not make me laugh. You're not anti-war when you want an invading army to win. I'm sorry, you're just not. Wanting an invading force to win does not make you quote-unquote anti-war. The right is outdoing the left. This is actually making me really mad. Really pissed off.
federal agencies like the FBI and so on and so forth. The overall anti-government stance. And what that meant to me was that right-wing populism today can more correctly be characterized in its essence as partisan. There's nothing essentially right-wing about it, but that only makes it potentially left-wing, not necessarily already left.
Well, I don't think being
Schrodinger's leftist. You're being a Schrodinger's leftist if you want Ukraine to defend itself against an invader. Sorry, those are the rules. Schrodinger's leftist.
opportunistically against the police
You and your Schrodinger's leftism.
when they are enforcing government policies you happen to disagree with, or defending, for example, invasive wars just because you happen to have some kind of ideological affinity with the aggressor. I don't think that makes you succeeding more at what the left generally wants to do than the left. I think it's kind of a silly proposition.
But I find your characterization idealist because you're focusing too much on
What do you mean by
Idealist. Oh no. Is this like the husband of Lunaoi? Is that what's happening? Idealism?
that? Can you elaborate?
Yes, well, I was going to, but before you cut me off, you're speaking strictly within the realm of the alignment of ideological values, as if this what it underpins the what I would call the counter-hegemonic position of MAGA. But the ideological alignment is downstream from the fact that there is an objectively real hegemony. There is a real hegemony which is characterized by a specific ideology. You can object to the characterization that it's called globalism. That's just a simplification. It can be called neoliberalism. It can be called liberalism generally. I'm not going to be too picky about what you want to call it ideologically, but there is a hegemony. There's clearly a monopoly capital and a ruling class that is in power in the West, which exercises hegemony through institutions.
And Russia wants to be it. through conquest. Great. Like, this is what happens when you treat actual countries like just like as if they were just like it's a chessboard, right? It's like it's ridiculous.
Both the
Peons on
legal
a chessboard.
institutions, the federal agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the increasingly politicized
Yeah,
formal
right.
government.
Countries don't have agency. Countries don't have autonomy. They're just, you know, pawns on a board for the big players to use as they see fit. Of course, this is HAZ's basic position on the.
So your thesis
subject
is that there's an
matter.
international cabal controlling the world, and that the right is more fervently opposed to it.
No, you can be more specific because it, first of all, doesn't control the world, and that's exactly why we are witnessing so-called challenges. Sorry, challenges to the so-called rules-based order.
Ah, yeah. The challenge to the world order is when weaker countries, in theory weak, are being invaded by, well, countries with imperial ambitions. Great.
Clearly doesn't control China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, even Cuba or Venezuela, for example, or Syria. I'm sure there's other examples. It clearly doesn't even completely control the so-called second world or non-aligned countries. Maybe Brazil is a good example of this, right? Because other countries are caught in between. That's Gramsci's entire point of the idea of hegemony. There are intermediate blocks that are not necessarily one way or the other, and hegemony attempts to exercise dominion over these intermediate classes or states taken in the realm of international relations. So,
And so, in order not to let that happen, they must be invaded and conquered, right? That's the takeaway. Those places that are not one way or the other, they should be invaded and subjugated. Is the only way, right?
there is clearly a hegemony based in what we call the unipolar American world order. Now, I think you're roughly trying to compare, make an allusion to anti-Semitism or something of that nature. Well, the idea of a unipolar American world order is not even controversial from the perspective of the American State Department itself. It calls this order the rules-based international order. The various scholars and thinkers.
That's great, but my personal, like, what I take, what I want to object to is treating countries like Ukraine as just, as I said before, pawns to be just conquered and used in a bigger game, right?
Of the West, I'm sure, regularly make reference to the significance of the Bretton Woods post-war world order. So you don't need actually to talk about some conspiracy theory.
I'm just not sure what your thesis is, because you're throwing names and references at the wall willy-nilly, and I'm not seeing a coherent thesis.
I'm just defending the idea that there is a hegemony.
But I don't think anybody contends that there's no hegemony. This is why anti-colonialism is endemic left-wing.
Okay,
stance.
well, what are the colonial era? For example, this is why I don't think you understand what hegemony is. The colonial era, maybe there's neo-colonialism with France's CFAC, right? But the colonial era belonged to the kind of Bretton Woods era. The period of the 20th century, the mid-20th century, was characterized by various formal decolonization. So the way in which American unipolar hegemony exercises its control over the world obviously is not through direct colonization. It's through the exercise of soft power. It's through the exercise of
I know, but
economic.
Anti-colonialism is not strictly concerned with direct colonization. It's also concerned with the residue of colonial hegemony in the present. Like I just
Well, sure. Well, the residue of a colonial hegemony has culminated into an act. It's not just a residue; it's an active system of unipolar American hegemony. It's not a residue of something from the past. It's a system that emerged after World War II, which clearly is a global hegemon. So why did you make an allusion to a global cabal of some kind?
This is you. You're the one who refers to liberal elites and globalists as being the originator.
Originator of what?
Of a deliberate attempt to manipulate through these ideological distinctions.
I don't know what exactly you're referring to.
I quoted you
confused.
pretty directly
you
here.
seem very confused.
I am indeed very confused.
There is
Oh my gosh.
So there's an objective system of unipolar imperialism. There are indeed liberal elites who benefit from this hegemony, the hegemonic elites, the cultural elites, and so on and so forth.
And so Russia is justified in invading and conquering its neighbor. Thank you very much for this, for coming to my TED talk. Yeah, Vosh is calm. Vosh will be calm in this sort of situations, no problem. Like, he might take notes and think in his own mind how he would answer to those arguments, but he will be calm. This is basically why Vosh is very valuable to our side. One of the reasons. Okay? I would like you to observe this debate very carefully and look at how Vosh is acting, because this is one of the reasons why Vosh is a very valuable asset.
And then there's also
who are the globalists then? Just help me out here.
So I'm referring to globalism as an ideology and a form of.
But you refer specifically to the globalists, so you mean something definite, right?
Yeah, I think for example, the globalists are the hegemonic institutions of society. The mainstream.
But you're not. No. Globalists aren't institutions, right? You're referring to people.
It's okay. Vosh is good.
These are ists. This is
he helped my
globalism
mother.
in this context.
So my thesis is that
you don't say globalist institutions. You say specifically globalists.
Are you trying to like allude to this idea that?
I'm not alluding to anything. I'm just asking you a question.
Are you saying that social forces are reducible to the individuals that comprise them? I don't know what you're asking.
You haven't.
Asking? It kind of sounds like you're asking.
But
you're asking who is
that doesn't work though, because you juxtapose liberal elites and.
Hello, Ryan Phoenix. I am Polish. I am Polish, Ryan Phoenix. Hello. Hello, Ryan. Welcome to this stream. Consider subscribing while you're here. But yeah, I'm Polish. And so it makes me a bit angry, to be honest. This whole trying to make it okay in your mind for Russia to continue doing what it has been doing for literal hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Okay? Like, we could take it all the way back to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. How Russia has been trying to do colonialism on the current territory of Ukraine. It's a long and complicated history, so trying to reduce it to, oh, Russia is okay because it's just trying to fight the unipolar system, it's ridiculous. And it just shows how ignorant you are about Russia, Ukraine, and the whole region of Eastern Europe. But of course, what do I expect from HAZ? Where is HAZ from? HAZ is from the US, right?
And globalists as if these are one and the same. But liberal elites aren't institutions. Liberal elites are people. Globalists are
people.
I mean, in this case, they do. When it comes to Ukrainian-Russian relations, those roads unironically really do lead to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. like, you do need to understand the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth to understand the Russian-Ukrainian relations.
And you
But
don't say
they are-
globalist institutions or whatever.
But
you
they
say
are the people
globalists.
that have benefited from the hegemony characterized by these institutions. They are the people who epitomize the rule of these institutions. They are the people whose interests coincide with the hegemony. That's all
Okay,
it means.
sure, but who are they?
All of them? Do you want me to name like millions of people? What are you asking specifically? What do you mean? Who are they? Do you need
Well,
like an example?
I thought we were here to debate your political theory, but it seems like you've just completely ignored my critique of it, and you're now insisting that the right wing or
You
something,
didn't have a critique. You said that it was incoherent. So now
MAGA communism transcends the right and the left on the grounds of being telluric.
that's not what I said at all. I said first of all the exact opposite, that I'm against the syncretic position of beyond left and right. Completely rejected that position. If you actually read my paper, it says that
I can see how someone high on motivated reasoning could have thought the USSR had non-imperialist aspirations, but Putin's Russia isn't even sugarcoating its Tsarian. Yeah, of course. Putin gave a whole long speech about returning to the borders from the Russian Empire. And need I remind you that the Russian Empire didn't just include Ukraine, it included Belarus, which is basically already just a puppet state of Russia at this point, Lithuania, and Poland. Of course, right? Like, the Russian Empire didn't just annex or rather partition Ukraine, it partitioned the whole Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and incorporated it, or parts of it, into its borders. Yeah. And Russia didn't even want to agree to partitions because Russia wanted to control the whole of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It is
first of all,
known.
MAGA communism is a slogan. The basic idea is that a communist movement can be derived out of the MAGA movement, which would indeed be left wing because it's revolutionary. But there's a difference between left wing and leftist. Leftism is an ideology, supposedly trying to be authentically left wing. It's not an actual position with regard to politics. Positions are not about what your beliefs are, what your ideas are, but where you are actually positioned in regards to the status quo. So I said leftism is an idea of change. It's an ideology of political change. It doesn't actually represent political change. So no, I didn't say it transcends left and right. You're completely fabricating that.
I'm not, but we can move on from there. The essay is extremely long, and I don't have the quote directly to hand.
Well, you didn't read it with enough.
I read it pretty
care, I
carefully,
guess.
actually.
Okay.
I don't know, HAZ. Where do you want to go from here?
An entropy fund. Yeah, Belarus is in the same position Ukraine was during the Russian puppet regime era. It has literally a couple of thousand troops, enough to quench a protest but not resist Russia. Yeah, like, well, yeah, like basically, and Poland was in the same position as well when it was the Polish People's Republic. And this is basically what Russia wants. From all of the terrains that comprise the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? For them to become Russia. In one way or the other.
Your thesis is that my position is incoherent. So let's get into the specificities of.
Well, why don't we make it coherent? Why don't you start from the top and let's go from there.
I gave a nearly, I think it was like an 8-minute intro. Were you not listening, or?
I was listening very carefully.
Okay.
I could not. I gotta be real with you, HAZ. I think I speak for everybody. I could not follow that at all.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't think you speak for everybody.
Oh my gosh. I told you President Sunday would do well in this debate. He's speaking for all of us. He knows how we feel. President Sunday knows how we feel. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. This deserves a poll. Does President Sunday understand our feelings? Go. Add your commentary. Add your commentary. 8 minutes of actual nonsense. True.
At all, but I could help you in particular and educate you about what I'm.
Please help me.
Yeah. Okay. So
I love it. Please help me. See, I told you. I told you this will be the showcase. Hello, good for Gabby. Hello, hello. I told you this would be President Sunday's moment to shine. Oh, good for Gabby. Have you ever caught me live or is this your first time watching me live? I think you've watched me before.
the idea of from the MAGA communism Substack and the political theory underlying it is basically
Today I've told you this will be President Sunday's moment to shine as a debater. Oh, who said no? Who disagrees with the premise?
that there is a political realignment we are facing right now because of a transition from one historical era to another. The previous historical era you could be characterized as classical modernity.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
A political realignment of what? What are you referring to?
Basically, in the West right now, speaking like very in the like as of the 2010s, what's developed as of the 2010s, for example, like this immediate. There has been a specific association of this is what the left is and this is what the right is, right? So
Okay.
I'm saying we are witnessing.
Is there? I think that's debated. I don't think there's much consensus on that at all. This is like the whole leftist infighting meme. Nobody can decide on who the hell the left is or who the right is.
True.
I think leftist infighting is transcended when it comes to people like me. So no, I don't think there's any problem as far as how to identify leftists is concerned.
How so?
But so there is a political
Gotta ignore
realignment
it.
going
No,
on.
but
right?
how so do you transcend that? And what does that mean?
No one's talking about transcending anything. There is a realignment. I'm
No, but
arguing.
you said that you transcend that distinction. Can you clarify? What do you mean by that?
No, I explicitly said I don't believe it's possible to transcend political difference.
But you just said you do. You said you transcend leftist infighting somehow. So.
Oh no, I said the leftist infighting is transcended. Sorry, you focused on the word transcended. It's put to the side when it comes to how they treat people like me. So all these leftists can fight each other, but when it comes to HAZ, they are suddenly aware of their common enemy and realize they're all leftists.
Wouldn't that just point to them recognizing you as right wing?
That's their view, yeah. Well, you can say that.
Oh my god. I ascend in fighting because they treat me as right wing. That makes no. Oh my gosh. That's nonsense, Haz.
They recognize me as if this is the case, but there is clearly a association of this is left and this is right? I mean, you yourself saying this, that's an acknowledgement of that. There is clearly an association of what is considered left and right.
Well, I think I've definitely encountered a lot of people who would characterize you as right wing on the grounds of your associations and your rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of like an actual theory, I'm not committed to the stance. Therefore,
can you speak louder? My association with what?
What? Sorry.
I didn't hear what you said when you said because
I'm not committed on the grounds of observing that people associate you with the right wing fairly unproblematically, or seem to treat it as unproblematic.
That's not the point, though. The point.
No. But what I was saying though is I'm not committed. Therefore,
all right. I didn't think this would be that. I didn't think it would be that controversial to say that there has been a vague association of these are the leftist values and these are the right-wing values that has developed in the 2010s, especially because of the culture war.
It's because words mean things in Fascists play with words, that's why. True.
And if you're on the internet, I guess
Gosh
Gamergate,
darn.
things like that. I mean, these clearly have defined different.
Well,
kind of-
that's largely, I think, tracking electoral politics in the United States. It's not quite that clear cut at a higher degree of resolution.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the actual reality of popular ideologies and political views in the United States. I think it's fair to say there
Yeah,
are
in the United States. That's what I just said.
okay, there are conventionally established associations of what it means to be a leftist or what it means to be a right winger, and I'm saying that is changing.
But,
and
but
there's
where,
a
like,
realignment.
for example, our moderator, for instance, is considered not left wing by a bunch of people who we would probably agree are leftists. It's considered liberal by a bunch of people who
I
we
think
probably
that's
agree are
part
leftists.
of the
Same with me.
confusion. Yeah, I think that's part of the confusion defining the political realignment that's
Yeah. Confusion is that you don't understand that the MAGA movement is actually communist. Okay. Alright then.
going on. The moderator, I guess we have to reference the moderator now.
No, we
Yeah.
don't. I'm just
Okay.
as in like an obvious example to hand.
Yeah. Well, the moderator is assuming positions that traditionally, from a broader historical perspective, were not associated with the left, and that's why. But it's still, many people still believe it's left wing because on the cultural front, it had been established in the past decade, I guess,
Oh.
or maybe depending on how long you want to go, the past few decades, that culturally it's left wing. So I'm just trying to say there's
Does HAZ know what left wing is?
a lot of confusion and obscurity about what
True.
it means to be left and right in this day and age. It's pretty simple. I don't know why it's controversial.
I'd
Well,
like
I think-
to
I
ask
think what-
one moment.
Oh, thank God, please.
I'd like to ask a brief question. Haz, when you use your definition of this distinction, acknowledging how confused it is to everyone, when you think of what it means to be a leftist, are you thinking of a position with regards to one or maybe several specific issues? Whether or not the economy should be decommodified, democratic ownership of the means of production, opposition to American geopolitical politics, that sort of thing? Or do you think it's an emergent property of a haze of positions that can't be so easily quantified? How concrete, distinct can it be made?
I tend to object to answer it simply. I don't think that political distinction is based on differences of opinion when it comes to. I think those are all just symptoms. I think the real political distinction is based on what position you have with regard to some kind of status quo. So historically, the left wing was defined by those who were in a revolutionary position with regard to the status quo. They wanted to kind of overthrow it, basically, and overturn it. And leftism, I have diagnosed, is a more recent phenomenon. Maybe it's coming from, I don't know how far back you can really go, but I would at least the new left, right? Which I think is an ideology of the hegemony, because the progressive changes that it is characterized by advocating for and trying to push correspond with the goals of monopoly capital. And as well as, yeah.
If I may, though, you...
That is an ideal that is very conveniently in line with the Russian imperialistic motive, right? Yeah, exactly, Jessica.
Your positionality has to do with an actual like position that's not simply reducible to ideas and opinions that you hold, but then your point of reference for what makes people these things is specifically to refer to their attitude towards revolution and things like that. You're not referencing anything more concrete than their ideas and opinions.
Because it's not about the ideas or opinions, but where those are coming from and whose interests those serve.
But we're still talking about ideas and opinions, right? You're talking about the attitudes of actors, not like specific acts.
We're talking about a hegemony which utilizes or disseminates ideas and opinions as a form of, for example, soft power.
So, to clarify then, and hopefully to put an end to this specific semantic bit, you would say then that leftism is a property of taking a revolutionary attitude towards a given hegemonic position, that one being, in this case, global capitalism, and that any position which is revolutionarily against that
See, Vosh is a good moderator, in my opinion.
one would necessarily be a leftist position.
I think there's semantic confusion because for me, leftism is not the same as a left-wing alignment. A left-wing alignment is not a position about attitude. It's where do you stand positionally, right? Let's say as an agent of information or as a candidate, electoral candidate, doesn't matter, political actor, even a Schmidt's actual partisan, people who were like on the ground waging guerrilla warfare. Where are you? What is your position with regard to the status quo? Are you considered a enemy of the status quo? Are you a fighter against the status quo of some kind? So, but leftism to me is an ideology.
Okay, what does that mean? Can you clarify that a little?
This is nonsense.
Yeah, leftism is an ideology that tries to reduce the historical tradition of left-wing, real historical left-wing traditions into an ideology. So there's not a continuity.
This is nonsense speak. Everything is an ideology. Just because right-wing fascists decided to make ideology a bad word, it does not change the fact that every political movement is an ideology. This is nonsense speak. There's this real platonic left-wing that is not an ideology, and then there's evil leftism. That thing's an ideology. This is nonsense. Pure nonsense.
So leftism is an agent then? Like it attempts things?
It's just nonsense.
Leftism is an ideology. People attempt things. I don't know what your leftism is an ideology.
Well, when you're saying it tries to, that to me
Okay,
signifies intent.
I'll clarify then.
Sure.
The ideology of leftism attempts to develop the idea to arrive at somehow the idea of the left. So it's an idea of the left, right? It's an
okay,
ideology.
sure, but it's okay, but it's a directed thing, right? It's a thing that has a goal and a purpose. So I guess my is that fair? Like
the goal, the purpose of the ideology is to distill the essence of change, modern revolutionary political change.
All right, so
wanting change is an ideology. You doofus. Like, for real? Wanting change is not an ideology in your mind. Okay. Serious political scientist HAZ. Like...
idea.
okay, so whose purpose then? Because we're not just talking about like an aggregate of ideas that are just kind of sitting inert. We're talking about something that has like it's purposed to interfere in some way with the world. It's doing something to these ideas and turning them into whatever.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think I get what you're trying to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that for the purpose of realizing the aims and exercising the hegemony of monopoly capital, for example.
Oh, okay, well, my question is then referred a little bit farther back.
So this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So the hegemony has weaponized the hegemony has goals that could be called progressive. That's the whole ideology of progressivism, right?
Why would what? No, that what do you mean by that? The hegemon has like progressive goals? That's nonsense. Why would it? No, it doesn't. Of course not. Like, yeah, the hegemon has such progressive goals, which is why countries like the
for example, Rockefeller, the oil guy, Rockefeller, he had a whole progressive vision of an international integrated society, and he championed progressive social causes and so on and so forth. We all know.
Which is why they build capital on the shoulders of people being abused. Is that progressivism? When you use people from other countries as cheap labor with minimum wage, minimum living conditions, is that progressivism? What? Progressivism is when corporations use children in the cobalt mines. Okay. Like, this is a very original definition of quote-unquote progressivism.
How corporations champion progressive causes and so on and so forth. So somehow revolutionary change, sorry, not, I don't know if I would call it revolutionary, but change, political change, cultural change has been assimilated by monopoly capital and by the hegemony. Okay. Mm-hmm. And leftism is the ideology corresponding to that hegemony, having assimilated change, modern political and cultural and social change.
Look at the glance at the camera. I wish Vosh debated this guy on all this nonsense.
Movementism and so on and so forth.
All right. Okay, so what is leftism just equivalent to wokeism then, or what are we doing exactly?
I mean, I guess you can call it many things, maybe wokeism.
My gosh, you can see that Vosh would like to tear him apart so bad. Vosh is in such a painful position here because he would like to tear into all of this nonsense so much. You can see it. You can see it on his face. Oh my gosh.
Can be a form of that, but I think leftism, contemporary leftism, which at least dating since the New Left, has served that purpose and can, I think, fairly be characterized as that. I don't think, for example, that the New Left, the legacy of the New Left is based on some kind of like grassroots thing going on with the working class. I think the New Left was propelled into significance because much of its legacy was appropriated by the culture industry, by Hollywood and mass media. These people went on to become yuppies.
That's in response to like fairly harsh criticisms of Hollywood and mass media from outside of it, though. That's not a thing that happened spontaneously from within. You could argue that it was definitely cynical on the part of certain.
This is basically just right-wing dog whistles, like rebranded as the real left wing. Like Hollywood elites,
for example, gender bend or like
right.
do
but then I would have to ask you
in a strangely motivated seeming way, but that doesn't strike me as an indication that there.
But I don't think it's fair to say that
the impetus to that is
I don't think it's fair to say that the New Left and the counterculture spread and emerged in a purely grassroots way. I think it's also fair to say that the influence of the Ford Foundation, the influence of
I don't think anything spreads in a grassroots way.
Okay, so it's not just that Hollywood.
But I mean, the definition of the left has never been that it's grassroots.
So the culture industry and the counterculture in the New Left worked hand in hand.
The culture industry, like, literally, this is just far-right rhetoric rebranded as being their true left wing.
It wasn't that one was criticized, so they became better because they were received too harsh criticism. I mean, I think the election of Nixon kind of proves that the so-called silent majority was a real thing. The hippies and the new counterculture and this new left were not really actually that popular among the people. So I don't see how popular pressure could be responsible for example, corporations and
Hang on.
That's
It's not exactly true though, or it's not exactly fair
Yes,
to refer to
he
that
is
as
accusing.
kind of
He is indeed accusing Henry Ford of being woke.
a naturally arising majority position when during this time leftists of many stripes are being directly persecuted, as well as many of the groups of people who they now advocate for. This was a
persecuted
time.
by
This
whom?
was a time. Sorry. Well,
Persecuted by whom?
this is the era of McCarthyism. This is when
No, it's
you
not.
could be what?
It's not the era of McCarthyism.
Communists and socialists and leftists weren't being persecuted in universities and out of office at the time. It wasn't illegal.
That
for
was
example,
something
to
that was
not be
happening in the
heterosexual.
50s. That was not what characterized the counterculture. If anything, the New Left was criticizing the established.
What do you think the basis?
So the New Left was a critique of the established communist parties, both in the United States and in Western Europe. It wasn't. Those were not the people being persecuted under McCarthy are not the same people being persecuted by local police departments, hippies, and so on. It's completely different kind of people.
Okay, Hooverism then. I don't know. I just don't know what this gets you exactly. This was still.
So I asked you who was persecuting these new leftists, and my best guess would be that
Yes.
It would be police.
yeah, local
politicians,
police
et cetera, et cetera.
departments. So there was a conflict happening at this time where, and I'm not defending local police departments, I considered them reactionary, but there was a conflict going on between local police departments and the growing hegemony that was associated with the federal government. I'm not giving like a, positive appraisal of police as resistance of anything. It's just They're
Sure,
reactionary-
but
yeah.
the point though is that it was only fairly recently that it wasn't the case that you could lose your job or you wouldn't be viciously excoriated or persecuted for being even vaguely left wing. That's why we have the whole notion of like a pinko, for example.
How recent do you imagine this to have been?
Probably
He seems pretty fanatical. He probably does. Yeah, he's basically just rebranding Nazi talking points into his own brand of left wing.
actually until present day, to be honest. We were
So you
doing
think
research
until-
doing research for a debate with Destiny on whether or not there was persecution of centrist or otherwise professors in university for not towing the woke line, and we found practically none of the examples provided to that effect.
So
actually
you-
held up
you're
to scrutiny.
trying to
but
tell
we
me-
found multiple people
Yeah.
who were persecuted out of university for criticizing, for example, local police departments, local politicians, oil magnates who were donating to the universities, etc.
Wait, so you're saying that until recently, and to be generous, that's the 2020s, you're saying that people who hold left-wing views were being, on a significant level, being persecuted in universities.
I would say they're still being so. Very much so, actually.
So I'm I don't wanna-
Universities aren't
be that
collapsing
guy.
their philosophy programs. and
Sure,
social
I don't want
programs,
to be
et cetera,
that
et cetera,
guy
because
but
they're being run by administrators
yeah.
who have strong
Again,
left-wing
I don't
outlooks.
want to be that guy who's going to ask for a source. It's just that my personal experience contradicts that, and the experience of everyone I know contradicts that. So, do you have a source for that? Universities fire people for having left-wing positions?
I actually can produce them, but I'd have to search through and get those documents again. It's been a hot minute. But I put the ball back into your court though, since you say it is your experience. So what are you referring to in particular?
I'd like to add something, if I may.
Please.
In my
Or
lifetime,
Haz, actually, hang on. Haz, are you okay with that?
I think that's fair. Haz?
What did I hear? What?
I want to know if you're
Voss
okay
wanted
with me
to
adding
interject.
something.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I can't speak much to the persecution of left-leaning professors in my lifetime, but the most significant, I guess, political excision that I've seen while I've been politically active was after the Iraq War. Obviously, there was a very gung-ho attitude towards the war back when it began in 2003, And I remember there being quite a lot of talk of contrary media pundits, professors, and the like who were openly anti-war. A lot of them did get the boot for that. I don't know how much that's necessarily a left-wing position, but there is a correlation, of course. That's more of a broad anti-state hegemony position that gets cracked down on.
I think that's true during the Iraq War, but I think the reason for that was that, as you said, it wasn't an essentially left-wing position. The Ron Paul libertarians and those kind of other, even kind of, the Alex Jones Infowars guys, that was a broadly counter-hegemonic position to be against the Iraq War at the time. Now it's this popular thing, but yeah, at the time, being against that war, and it wasn't even just because, conservative was in power. Another thing people I guess don't pay attention to, there was a lot of hegemonic left-wing apologia for that war that was drawing in many ways from the legacy of the counterculture. Like, for example, we have sexual freedom and we can do drugs and we are the free West and they're conservative and backward over there. So I think the Iraq War speaks to an even greater argument for how progressive change has become assimilated by the status quo.
I think that's probably oversimplifying it quite a little bit. A lot of people were praising, for example, people like Chris Kyle, who were absolutely not celebrating America's sexual liberation in contrast to the Middle East, except when it allowed them to dunk on how backwards people in Iraq and Afghanistan were. I don't think that was...
Right. But first of all, there's two problems. I never said that this neoliberal justification was the sole one for the Iraq War. Just that it was the one that was this most effective ideology of the hegemony that defended the Iraq War. And this is not even to say that it was just an open endorsement. Even the forms of anti-Arab racism and even in, I remember Saturday Night Live and all that kind of stuff, there were these implicit justifications for the war.
By the way, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I'm being a bit overzealous here by saying anti-Arab racism is actually pretty racism, because Islamophobia goes a bit deeper than, it's more than an anti-quote-unquote Arab sentiment. Everyone living in the Middle East is not an Arab, and people don't seem to know or care, A lot of people living in places like Iran are not quote-unquote Arabs, so it's not an anti-Arab racism. You know what I mean? Not everyone who is like a Muslim is an Arab, right? Okay, I've said my piece. I have said my piece about that part.
Based on how backward and medieval they are over there and compared to the civilized West.
Like,
all right, we're supposed to be
like the area that is called in the West the Middle East is actually quite diverse,
debating your political theory here, and we're
right. I think it's related though, because you're asking, for example.
I'm sure, but like the reason why we moved on to that point is because you're making particular assessments of current movements and trying to make arguments on those bases. But we're talking about like identity in theoretical terms, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of squinting here, because it's like I came prepared for a theory discussion, and we're going through the history of the United States. Maybe this can help.
I'd like it if we could move on from this point, and to that end, I think I'd like to suggest something that perhaps we can agree on. Build a foundation to move the discussion forward. I think that we can both agree that what has been termed left historically has often been categorized on vague and often contradictory standards. As HAZ pointed out, we have left opposition to the Iraq War, which I hope most people here would agree is a good thing. But we also have the cynical invocation of Western progressivism as a pretext for, spreading democracy to the Middle East. Now, both of those things have been called left at times. I don't know if we would call one like syncretic or fake or artificial, but HAZ, when you talk about, your theories, you're referring here the revolutionary opposition. This would not include the 1960s so-called countercultural hippie types, correct? We were talking about non-co-opted left sentiment.
Yeah, broadly speaking, no. I think there were exceptions, but broadly speaking, no.
Okay, and President Sunday, do you agree that whatever distinctions we're carving out here, there is something meaningful in the distinction between what HAZ is referring to here, that non-co-opted revolutionary opposition, and broadly what is termed left, which is used in so many ways?
Oh, categorically. In fact, one of the frustrating things about his essay is actually that it's not entirely incoherent. There is a tendency to, once again, brute force a specific interpretation on the grounds of what flows best in terms of what piece of terminology justifies the next step in his argument, and in that sense, it's overdetermined, and the schema corrupts the whole. But earlier on, like the distinction between leftism as sort of like a general ideological tendency that doesn't actually correspond towards like the robust attitude of individual actors or parties or whatever towards existing or hegemonic structures. Like that I on board categorically. In fact, I think generally we're actually in agreement on what distinguishes the left from the right, and that the left has not so much a set of policy distinctions that can be crystallized at one given point in time, but rather it's a critical or deconstructive or at the very least non-conservative attitude towards structures, so that like experiments and developments are allowed to take place, and we aren't sort of chained to the ghosts of things that have happened before. Yeah.
So I think this can be a point to develop the contention, because I would actually disagree with that characterization of what the left is.
Oh, I see.
I don't think the left refers to a unequivocal, or that's not the right word, unilateral opposition to existing structures. I want to be clear that my theory proposes that both the modern left and the right are forming in the aftermath of what we call political modernity. So it's a big misconception, for example, that the right actually truly was defending the ancien regime. By the time you saw something like a political right or reactionaries to the French Revolution, the ancien regime was already corrupted by modernity.
What does that mean? Can you clarify?
Yeah, it means
actually before you clarify that, just for absolute clarity, what do you mean by modernity? Because we're periodizing this.
Sure.
And what do you mean by it being corrupted by modernity?
So broadly speaking, I tried to invoke, just because I thought it wouldn't be that contentious, because Latour is not a right winger, but Bruno Latour's
Vosh cannot get him because Vosh is the moderator. Sorry to tell you.
idea of modernity being defined by this dual thing of a process of purification, where you're creating a supreme ontological zone that's chiefly negative in content, and the other, right? So, for example, man in general versus nature. That's Latour's favorite example, because he's like a ecology guy. But you can also have it in terms of the Cartesian cogito, or the reason of the rationalist era, and so on and so forth. But modernity, broadly speaking, refers to this abstract universalism that Latour refers to as a rupture in the continuity.
Also, President Sunday did not say that the left wing is like a categorical opposition to the status quo. It's the openness to criticizing and to change, right? Not opposing whatever is for opposing sake, right?
Of time. It's this blind universalism that knows no distinction in content. So in the sphere of science, for example, scientific modernity is we are not going to base our attitude toward the external world on any prior conventions or presumptions or superstitions. We begin totally from scratch blank slate, and then we establish some method in order to derive knowledge. So that's an example of the cut of modernity.
No, that's not what happened. That's actually not what happened at all. That is not how the scientific method was developed at all. There was no blank slate. I'm sorry to say. This is nonsense. There was no such thing as a blank slate. We start from scratch without any prior. Nope. Sorry. It's actually not how the scientific method was
That
developed
leveling.
at
So in
all.
political terms, that is the universal man. That's the universal subject of the state, of the republic. Now, at first, of course,
You
that
have me at a
was
disadvantage here because I don't know Latour. But my immediate question is, since we're distinguishing between modernity and pre-modernity, if we'll allow that term, by a rupture in time in which we have a fresh start and we start deploying these hyper-rational schemes to sort of redefine everything going forward. Is that a fair characterization, more or less?
okay. Yeah, for purposes of moving it along. Yeah.
Sure. So,
Very
what does
historical
that
one.
mean, though? Whose time is being ruptured? What like position are we taking to make that assessment?
Uh,
Like, are we taking a universal stance, for example, or are we just asserting that we can't? Everything else is invisible. There is simply the self-purported act of universalizing, or something like that.
if you're, are you asking what are the origins of modernity? I don't. Your question's not very clear to me.
All right. Well, if modernity is defined by an attitudinal shift, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, when we're talking about, for example, like a rupture in time, we're not talking about like, time as a metaphysical principle. We're talking about
I think so actually in many ways, because I think the emergence of capital does represent a kind of, yes, metaphysical shift in how time, what is time, how is it measured, the mode of production changes in such a way that leads to
No, I'm sorry, that is just pure nonsense. The time was measured the same way in countries that developed capitalism as well as countries that have actually not went towards capitalism. And they were countries, indirect neighboring countries, like the Polish and the Lithuanian Commonwealth, the thing that I like to babble on about so much, never actually did go towards capitalism, right?
generalized commodity production. We are talking about the rise of a structure, an institution. We're not just talking about attitudes. We're talking about a fundamental change in
well, sure, but institute
really
when
humanity.
when I refer to time, I'm not talking about time as it is experienced or treated by institutions or by societies or by like just humans even as a whole. What I'm talking about is like time or whatever that is.
I
when
think
you're saying
that's
that-
kind of too in the weeds. As far, I mean, I don't know how far you want to take this
well,
about time.
that's kind of important though, because if this is the defining
Okay,
moment that
well,
distinguishes the modern from the
I would
pre-modern,
I would say the notion of time, the metaphysical time, it's. I don't think I can just take that for granted. Like time.
Me
Okay,
neither.
well, for example, that's thrown into question by Einstein's revolution in
well,
physics.
like here's an example that comes to mind, and this
Oh
goes a
my
little bit earlier than maybe your
Who takes
example.
HAZ
One of the major
seriously?
moves that Machiavelli makes, well, between Machiavelli and Hobbes, is Machiavelli conceives of change as being something that's sort of like there isn't a developmental orientation either within a political community in the sense of like Aristotelian teleology, where a community develops in a particular direction. It can
takes
fail to,
HAZ
but it develops in a
seriously?
particular direction. Instead, you have just constant flux, and then the job of the prince, the administrator, or whatever, is to respond appropriately and in a savvy way to changes as they come about. And then you go on to Hobbes later on, and he sort of recreates a teleology in a sense, except it ends up being an inevitable development arising from the content of individual subjects. That's the whole state of nature. We're in like a state of war, and because of our internal drives,
Yeah,
states that it's there.
he begins with a premise in some deeper substance, which is the content of that substance. By the way, is something kind of abstract because Hobbes doesn't
is a deeper substance. I think Hobbes is Hobbes explicitly removes multiple substances from his theory. He's very
no. I think
flat.
his methodological individualism is substantialistic because he's saying that the individuals, basically the Leviathan, is an emergent thing out of these base substance of the individual self-interest.
Not really. You're a little bit confused there. So the explanation for the emergence of the Commonwealth, that's as a result of the internal drives of individual subjects. The Leviathan isn't simply the Commonwealth. The Leviathan is the person of the Commonwealth. So it's actually what
Okay,
that
it's
is emerging from is
the
from-
body politic. I don't know why that.
No, it's not the body politic though. It's very much not.
You said it's the person of the sovereign.
Yes. So
Okay.
the person is the face of the thing.
Isn't that what body politic means?
No, it's the appearance of the body. The body politic, for example, Aristotle could refer to a political body in the sense of the politeia being the aggregate of the citizens.
No, I think you're confused about the historical usage of the term body politic, which oftentimes does refer to the individual connection between the individual sovereign and the political community.
Sure, but not in Hobbes. The Leviathan is the residue of fading sense. That's why he introduces the term as a result of his psychology. So human beings enter into community with each other.
Okay, but don't you think even if you were correct on that point,
yeah.
I think President Sunday is better educated on this than HAZ, personally. Oh yeah, the French Revolution tried to introduce its all sort of new measurements for everything.
even if you were correct on that, and just for the sake of the
Sure.
debate, I don't know, I don't want to get into the weeds of it, but even if you were correct on that, what does that have to do with the point I was making? That Hobbes, there is a substantialism there because the political community that emerges, as you acknowledge, the Commonwealth, is emergent from individual, some baser, deeper substance.
Well, no, but he's not implying a substance though.
Okay,
If anything, there are fewer substances in Hobbes than in other thinkers. This is why when you go later on, he's talking. He recapitulates, or
Okay,
rather,
that's just
reinterprets.
that just
He
hinges on
reinterprets like biblical history in terms.
But that
in
just
purely mechanistic terms.
that just hinges on a frivolous semantic contention of whether or not you want to call the individual of Hobbes a substance.
The individual of Hobbes isn't a substance, though. It's an individual.
Well, it's a substance with regard to the Commonwealth.
I see.
It's the substance of the Commonwealth, is the individual.
I mean,
self.
if you want to speak loosely, sure. I guess it's like the thing of which the Commonwealth is a composite.
Okay, I mean, I just think it's really a frivolous point. I mean, isn't it? Don't you think?
Well, we're trying to get at like a rupture in time, and I've heard this language before, so it's not ridiculous. I just
Okay.
don't understand what you mean in particular by it, because it's something we can't really skirt over. This seems.
Well, I think the rupture in time is defined by, instead of more kind of cyclical or organic kind of experience of time, you have one that is defined by a strict break from that continuity, almost like the year zero of the French Revolution. But it's not only a break in time, it's a more fundamental kind of universal abstraction with regard to reality that reduces the supreme essence of all reality to some kind of negation, some kind of negativity that's devoid of any particular determinate content.
Right.
Who does that?
That is what modernity is historically.
Well, sure, but when you say historically, like you're isolating that to a determinate point. So where's the break?
Oh.
That I think that's a very theoretically contentious argument among theorists in general. Like, when does it all begin? As someone who is has an approach coming from the dialectical tradition, I don't think you can locate only a specific point, one specific point, just
There is a break, but I cannot specify it. There we go.
a transition from
Amazing.
quantity to quality. So there's this broad historical movement toward what we call the modern era. But modernity is never one place in time, it is a specific form of time. That's my argument. My argument isn't that this is when modernity begins, it's just that there is a specific form of reality or time or
Okay, but the problem though, yeah, so it's the problem.
like for example, modernity is the distinction between the pre-modernity and the modernity is a distinction always happening. It's not just something that happened once and then we're postmodern after that.
Sure. So the problem I'm running into though is that you described it as a rupture. A rupture signifies to me like an event. So there's before the event, there's the event, there's after the event. That is not simply a transition that is.
I get what you're saying,
places, right? Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but to say modernity is a form, for example, of civilization and time, implies the rupture doesn't just happen once. The rupture is characteristic of...
The moderator is playing a video game. Oh no.
Characters. So, for example, what is the rupture of the English Industrial Revolution? Where do you locate that? Well, for example, maybe you can locate that in the enclosure movement, right? Maybe you can locate that in the English Civil War. It depends strictly on the frame of reference of what you're referring to as modern. So the rupture,
sure, yeah, but this is the problem with periodization.
So political modernity, for example, the rupture of political modernity is 1789, the French Revolution. That marks, right? Is that all modernity is? No, but
why would that be the rupture though? Like for example, there is the radical restructuring of the state and like from the 14th century to the 15th century. You have
but because it doesn't establish. Yeah, but it doesn't establish the universal rights of man.
Okay. Well, they kind of do though. Like the main.
Wait, hold on. Keep in mind, the French Revolution established the universal rights of man. Just man, literally man. Not man as in human, man as in man. Women were not taken under the umbrella of the French Revolution. Women, under the French Revolution, were still considered not to be human. So, women were not considered citizens under the French Revolution. So, I don't know what response has to that, but it was not a universal rights for everyone under the French Revolution. Far from it, right?
Major move that Hobbes introduced, or not Hobbes, sorry, God. The major move that Hobbes introduced is that the sovereign is legitimized by reference to the consent of the governed, and he derives this by a radical reimagining of the human being as a machine. So he draws.
No, I'm not denying. Hold on.
From
you just referenced the 14th century or something. Aren't we talking? Why are you talking about Hobbes?
Hobbes. I'm talking about multiple things. So moving forward from there.
Okay, the fear I have acknowledged theories of modern political theory. Yes, you can go back to Hobbes. Obviously, that predates the French Revolution, but the French Revolution was the beginning of modern politics as an actuality, as a real form of politics.
Okay, sure, but it seems like the periodization is playing a really heavy structural role here.
Why?
Because you're defining it as a rupture and an event. This is how you're describing modernity in the first place, as the thing that corrects.
No, I'm describing it as a specific way in which a civilization relates to itself in regards to its real content. So, for example, that can be in terms of time. It is in terms of time. That can be in terms of space. It is in terms of space. The West kind of Westphalian sovereignty. It can be with regard to culture. It can be with regard to other...
I understand, but even in conceiving of a civilization, quote unquote, as an enclosed whole that is capable, for example, of being corrupted in this way, in like a categoric sense, that's not an old notion. That's very recent.
What are okay, I'm sorry, like I feel
Yeah.
like this has gone into territory where can you please get
Okay.
to the point? Like what are you what's the
Oh,
point? What's your point?
Well,
Let me let me
I don't.
interject really quickly, if I may.
Sure.
So, President Sunday, it seems to me that you are trying to point out a degree of arbitrarity in the definition of modernity. Obviously, we're not hard linguistic prescriptivists. If people want to use terms to describe specific time periods, that's fine. Why are you intent on undermining the certainty of the term? What are you attempting to demonstrate?
thank you.
I'm actually not. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because he is defining the switch to modernity in terms of an alteration to time.
I was paraphrasing Bruno Latour, who is the reason I invoked Latour is because I didn't want to get into I wanted to basically, okay, you understand this, the fact that it's acknowledged by people who you would consider to have authority and credentials that modernity can be characterized
Is that a jab at the whole not so erudite thing? Credentials? Suddenly?
as a rupture. These are qualities and attributes that are
Credentials.
commonly and conventionally attributed to what modernity is. So let's get to the point.
Well,
of
yeah,
what-
but that's from the present tense. We retrospectively categorize these things as being modern and pre-modern based on different criteria. But you in particular are referencing a rupture in time.
No, I'm
Time itself
no,
at a metaphysical
I'm
level.
not. I'm just paraphrasing. By the way, Latour's whole argument in his book is we have never been modern. That's the book. But all I'm saying is this is how he paraphrases it. Now, I didn't know it would be so contentious, but why? What do you think are the stakes of that contention?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. This isn't a book I've read, and I don't know
So,
how.
but aren't we supposed to debate about theory? Like what?
But
what are
your
you trying
theory.
to
So I'm
say?
asking you clarifying questions so I understand where it is you're coming. Like, what are the building blocks of your theory here? So when you introduce, for example, the idea of the ancien regime already being corrupted by modernity, I don't know what that
Yeah.
means.
Okay. So let's go back to left and right because that's what this is about, right? So
Right.
all I'm trying to say is that both the left and the right take as their premise some kind of abstract, universal form of politics. It is literally that simple, right? And I'm saying that it's commonly thought that the right represents the ancient regime. But the problem with that is that by the time the historical right emerges, the first form of which is the Thermidorian reaction, which was within the bourgeois revolutionaries,
Yeah.
the right, even if it appeals to defending the ancient regime, it has to do so according to the terms of political modernity. So, for example, the ancient regime has to be. I wrote this in my MAGA Communism Substack.
Well, that's
It
why
has to-
it's reaction. It's reacting to political.
But you're missing the point. It has to adopt the language of the thing it's reacting to. It has to defend the old order in the language of the new order. So that's what I was referring to of the modern political right. It's not some real organic past of the ancient regime. It itself takes as its premise political modernity. That's all I was saying.
Okay, sure, but what do you mean by political modernity then? Because you were laying in like all of this like hyper specific.
Okay,
like,
all I
content.
mean is the form of a modern universal state that knows no distinctions in terms of.
Well, what are you adding in when you say universal? A modern universal state. What do you mean?
Okay, I was.
Oh, sorry. Please
explaining
continue.
that. Yeah, it knows no. Its political. It knows no distinction as far as its ultimate political subject. Now, it may add things. For example, okay, so this is the rights of man, but only white landowning males, whatever. But these are all provisions that have to be added in arithmetically, and recognized later arbitrarily, right? Because modernity, political modernity, begins when the subject of politics and the state is just this abstract individual, abstract individuality.
Okay.
I didn't think that would be contentious. What is the contention there?
It's not that I have a specific contention. It's that in the course of giving a description of these things which form the building block of your theory, of your entire political universe, you introduce things that you do not really define.
Okay.
Or if you do define them, you define them in terms of things that beg like just a massive amount of specification.
Well, I mean,
still have no idea what you mean by
the thing
time.
was, so I have to explain this to you. The buck has to stop somewhere as far as where we can come to an agreed upon understanding. So most people who don't intentionally want to be pedantic would recognize, okay, I get what you mean.
Oh, of course. Of course. Of course, leaning into the memes. Specificity. I hate this world that we are inhabiting now, where specificity equals pedantry, quote unquote. When you're asking for specifics, oh, you're being pedantic now, because you actually want to be specific and concrete about things. That makes you pedantic now.
HAZ. Political modernity is this
HAZ.
universal modern state. So
Look, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. But I have to point out. But I have to point out, it is you who has written, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Kajevian empire, polarity, or determinate globality.
Okay,
unquote.
sure. And
okay,
so you want me to
why I'm a
explain
little bit
that?
lost here, please.
So you want me to explain that? Okay, you could.
Can you? That'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I say it's a sublation isn't because it eliminates. It's not a negation that destroys the distinction. It's a sublation.
A sublation destroys and preserves. Yeah.
Okay, good. So it doesn't destroy the old thing. It recontextualizes it is another way you can look at it, into a new form. So the partisan, I argue, for example, resolves the contradiction that gives rise to the right because of its telluric. It's rooted in the deeper order of rural life. The modern right attempts to contrive some order, some logic based on universal political modernity to justify hierarchies, to establish the relation between people to things and other people, right?
Okay, but telluric in this case doesn't just refer to the rural, right? Telluric refers to like of the land generally, so it can refer to
but even Schmidt makes it clear. Yeah, but Schmidt makes it clear what relation the partisan, owing to their telluric character, has to the rural masses. Okay, because he's talking about. See, I have to give this context. Schmidt was a German who was fighting partisans in World War II. So his theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of a guy who was engaged.
No, Schmidt wasn't fighting partisans.
Sorry. He was part of the German state that was fighting against.
He was the principal political theorist of the Nazi state. Yeah.
Yeah, but he had some post. I'm pretty sure he occupied some post in the German state. But he was making that text from the perspective of the Nazis who were engaged in
the theory of the partisan is long after this. Theory of the partisan is after.
Okay, can you just let me finish?
Sure, go on.
As I pointed out, Schmidt's theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of the Germans engaged in counter-partisan operations. How do I know this? Because as I argued in the text, he only defines the partisan negatively with regard to how it forms an opposition to the state, for example.
That's not strictly true because he gives positive criteria for them. That's where you're getting the whole Tellurian.
The positive criteria is a series of negative characteristics.
Tellurian's not negative. Tellurian's pretty particular and positive. It's assigning a
no, it's not. Tellurian could be easily identified, for example, from Schmidt's perspective, as being outside of the urban logistical center of
Well,
operation.
yeah, but I mean, you could do the same with the urban as well. It's just any positive statement is a negation of its opposite.
Well, that's why sublation is important for me, because I don't do what Schmidt does. I situate the partisan as the subject of a civilizational polarity, which is engaged in a process of revolutionary change to realize itself, but at the same time represents a definite particular content of a civilization, and therefore the deeper order.
But how's that revolutionary though? You're anchoring it to that which has come before. You're anchoring it to an institution, which incidentally is mirrored off of the closed hole model.
It's not. It's not an institution. It's not an institution.
Well, what is it then?
So I try to define polarity earlier in my introduction, but basically, to me, civilizations, although they do change and they do fuse together and they're not eternal, change at a scale that is not reducible to the whims of modern individual consciousness or ideology or anything like that. So my theory is that civilizations undergo a process of reproduction.
A pro-Russia Nazi.
And
following
that tendency toward
Marxist-Leninist
of the civilization
and other such
can be defined as the source of the polarity.
Okay, you're gonna.
So the partisan is an agent. Sorry, partisan is a subject of that polarity. They are partial toward the realization of a specific civilization whose premises are now in existence, yes. But it's not just the past. It's not the past.
Okay, you're going to have to explain this. Civilizations reproduce. What do you mean?
A drawing from...
yeah.
So my idea is that civilizations undergo a cyclical process of destruction and rebirth that you can witness. For example, let's say
it's like listening to what I felt hissed.
There are various dynasties.
Literally like listening to what I felt hissed.
There's a continuity of Chinese civilization, and these dynasties mark the points of the destruction and rebirth of at least the form of the civilization. But there's still a continuity across time. So I argue that has a deeper, to me, there's a deeper objectivity of civilizations. It's not reducible to an institution.
Okay, so to be clear, this isn't, you're not drawing on anybody for this. This is just you.
I don't, not any one person in particular, no, but there's,
what if
it's pretty much a conventional view in China among Chinese scholars.
He is drawing on what I felt hissed.
And yeah, there's the Dugan guy who will also talk about the different logos of civilizations. There's
okay.
There's what's this?
What is a civilization, HAZ?
There we go. Finally.
To me, a civilization. What?
What is it? What is it?
Okay.
Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure. Yeah. So to me, a civilization is a specific way in which the contradiction is maybe a bad word, the distinction between the state and the civil society can be reproduced independently. So a civilization reproduces the distinction between the state and the civil society. For example, if a political community is reducible just to the state, and if the state collapses, it all balkanizes, that's not a civilization, right? If the state collapses and a unity of the people can be reestablished, to me that proves there is an underlying civilization over which...
That is nonsensical, right? What do you mean by unity of the people? There is not such civilization, quote unquote, the term civilization does not imply unity of the people, right? We speak of the Greek civilization, and the Greek quote unquote civilization was made of many isolated, city-states. There was no unity of the people. Nonsense. Right?
The state presides.
Well, the state presides over a civilization now? Civilizations usually include states, don't they?
They can. I mean, but civilizations can also have for example, can be encompassed by an empire, which is a state, unless you don't want to call that a state.
I really don't.
So an empire is not a state?
Well, I don't even know what a state means in this. I'm.
Okay, do you think there's
so many every
Okay,
time we peel
sure.
back, there's
So
like a million different things that seem to have the same structure.
would you characterize the Qing dynasty as a Chinese civilization?
I don't necessarily buy into the category of civilization as a meaningful term. It seems
True.
to group a whole bunch of really disparate things together for the sake of a categorization scheme that I just don't think holds water.
True.
Like, what's the content of civilization? Like, what do you mean?
How
do
you
you
can
mean, like,
have
do you
any
mean, do you mean
meaningful-
pottery?
I
Do you
mean,
mean
how you
political
have-
forms? What do you mean?
How can you have any meaningful understanding of history if you don't acknowledge there are different civilizations?
The civilizational framework is really recent. It hasn't.
Yeah, true.
History does not rely upon it at all.
Thank you.
For example, there are historical frames of reference that solely focus on the history of particular politeas.
So
or
there's
specific
no
communities.
Egyptian civilization.
specific
There's no Incan civilization. There's no Chinese civilization.
Well, what is here? Answer me this. What is the distinction between, let's say, Egyptian civilization and an Egyptian state, or the Egyptian state, if you will?
As you said, the Egyptian state is part of the civilization.
But you said a state presides over a civilization.
Why can't it be both at the same time? Why can't it? I mean, like,
Because if a state presides over a
so-
civilization, that implies that civilization is subsumed
okay, so
under
to
it in
give
some way.
this a body politic analogy, a head is part of a body while at the same time, in some sense, presiding over the body. I don't know why that's such a hard thing to understand.
Well, because you're waffling between referring to the body as the head and vice versa.
No, the head is part of a body. That's the
Oh, yeah, it is.
it is.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
okay.
Okay, sure, but
So
like
what's the problem? I just think
Illiteracy
this
is
is
the problem.
extremely.
the problem
like,
is that when we're
pedantic
if we're
kind of-
treating these things as parts of the same body, then if multiple states are different agencies with their own
True.
deliberate action in the world and whatever, the analogy breaks down. You can't say that
Yep.
like a state presides over a civilization, which also involves other
Exactly.
states, but then somehow these are still
No,
part of the
okay,
civilization.
hold on. A state can preside over a civilization of which it is a part.
What?
Could I interject momentarily?
Yes, please. Please.
I think, and I can see where the schism here is. I think the problem is that the term civilization doesn't overlap cleanly with a lot of other terms we use. Obviously, a civilization and a state don't perfectly coincide. Some people use civilization to refer to, like, ethnic groups, but we have the Chinese civilization, which is multi-ethnic. The Persian Empire was a civilization. Obviously, that was multi-ethnic with all the territory they had, the Greeks, so on. And what's more, it seems like there are weird ethnographic, cultural, and sometimes class biases in how we apply it. Cherokee Native Americans, for example, are rarely called a civilization, even though there were more of them and they were more organized than some other societies that we referred to as a civilization in retrospect. So I guess my confusion, and I share President Sunday's in this, what criteria would you use to describe a civilization, HAZ? Like what, if there was a line, and obviously it's always a bit emergent, but if there was a line or like a point you could build it around, what would distinguish it from a nation, a state,
Sure.
an ethnography?
I think civilizations have the capacity to independently give rise to states from the civil society itself. So that's what I would say is a civilization.
Wait,
They
from the
can
civil
give-
society? What's
Yeah.
the civil society?
A civil society characterized by, established by convention or mores or
Oh my
tradition,
gosh.
specific way in which groups of people, and I think that's an important distinction, groups of people, not just one type of people, relate to each other, right? So, for example, oftentimes trade relations between different tribes become conventional in some
Okay.
way. And
Here, I'm just going to interject right away here. So the problem we're running into is that you're treating civilization consistently
True.
with how other people treat civilizations, where it's something that sort of extends over state differences. But then you say it arises from civil
Amazing.
society, and then you locate that in groups. So the problem is you're
No, it's the deep, thick texture of relations between different groups, not just different groups.
Okay, but within this texture of relations, there are firm distinctions between groups that have differences in practice and locality and
Sure,
stuff like that.
but those eventually, historically speaking, sometimes at least, evolve into common civilizations because they give birth to common states.
Why would
Sometimes, at least.
common sometimes you make you really gonna make a universal rule out of something that happens sometimes? That makes no sense. Like what?
But if different groups form civilizations and then give rise to states, how then do states preside over civilizations which give rise to the components that give rise to them?
I mean, that's dialectics. It's just like that.
I don't
Oh,
think that's dialectics. I think it's just a loop.
It's
Dialectics
it's
is when
not- it's
dialectics
not
is
a-
just like that.
dialectics
Okay.
is when you have
You're talking about two things that are inexorably connected together.
they aren't
Um,
though.
Okay, well, you can say they're not, but
you can say
I
they
don't-
do.
I mean, but hang
I
on,
don't-
the
I don't
explanation you
see why
gave
it's
isn't
impossible.
inexorable.
I
Like, they
don't
could just not
Yeah.
interact this way.
I don't see how it's impossible for a civilization to give rise to a common empire, which therein presides over said groups, and which participates in this dialectic, where that extends the empire beyond the form of the state, which gives rise to an even bigger empire. I mean, that's the history of all the land empires of Asia. All the land empires I can think of throughout history. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
but these were hegemonic relationships.
What about big structures that were not empires, though? Because those historically existed. Not all huge countries were empires, right? Of course. This is nonsense. Not every big country that historically existed was an empire. Let's keep in mind, an empire is characterized by forcefully incorporating and sort of like subduing different parts into its structure, conquering many different places and incorporating them into its structure. So it makes no sense. Literally,
Between states.
no sense.
This wasn't just like
Well, we're talking about empires. We're not talking about different empires right now, like at the same time.
sure, but
We're talking about the process by which single empires form. That's all.
Yeah,
but
by
they formed,
conquest.
though, by conquering each other, by coercing each other into.
Thank you, President Sunday. Thank you for giving me a voice in this debate, sort of by proxy. Exactly. Empires are literally defined by conquest. It's one of the reasons why the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not an empire. Because it formed through a union. Through a union of two consenting parties, right?
Entering into a hegemonic relationship.
Yeah, but then
with
when
the
they conquer each
center.
other, oftentimes what happens is that the existing form of the prior empire cannot contain the new relations established between the peoples, and that gives rise to a new empire. So I don't know what the problem is. Yes, it's a dialectic.
No. What?
No, a dialectic would be if you have.
No, it's a dialectic. Like, for
But
example,
that's not a dialectic though. Like a dialectic is when you have a relationship between two things where they change one another by the interaction, and then a new plateau is set, and then that continues in that way. A dialectic is not just you have like multiple things that happen to relate to each other in some way.
dude, what are you talking about? I mean, okay, if you know about Marxism, everyone knows about Marxism now. There's the relations of production and then the forces of production. There's the base and the superstructure.
Yeah, but
Base-
that's not dialectically. You're just talking about a flat schema. A dialectic goes back to Kant.
Yeah, it's not.
That's a
It's,
theory
you
of
know why
development.
it's not dialectical, Sunday? Because you just interrupted me. That's why it's not dialectical. Because if you would have let me
That would make
continue,
it not
I would-
dialogical. But continue.
okay, no, it's not dialectical because you literally cut me off and isolated something that was not given its.
No.
you
See,
didn't
the
let me
escalation of the conversation to a fight now. is
No,
dialectical.
Sunday. I was planning on speaking a sentence, and then you cut the sentence off in one place and put a period there, and that would not have been a dialectical thing. But the sentence wasn't finished. Okay, so what I was going to say is that at a certain point, the forces of production outmode the relations of production. At a certain point, the base outmodes the superstructure. The superstructure, which presides over a base, changes to correspond to the new circumstances. So that's dialectics. So I'm saying the same thing happens with civilizations. It's the same dialectical logic of things that depend on each other, which also correspond to their mutual
Civilization,
transformation.
the ultimate dog
We're
whistle.
trying to justify the category of civilization here, not talk about.
All right, you know what? It's like, okay, so we're clearly not going to agree about whether civilizations exist. I think you're just kind of arbitrarily preventing yourself from being
No, it's just that your
comprehend
explanation.
history.
No.
It's just an extremely pedantic.
No, I'm not trying to be
objection.
pedantic. I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand your logic here. But the problem, though, is that when you explain it, it's circular. So you start off with states. And
No,
go
you
into
don't. I
something
didn't say you
pre-state,
started off with
but then you refer to civil
No, you
society
don't.
and then
You
refer
don't
back into
start
states.
off. Hold on. Nobody said you start off with anything. We are talking. Any given thing that you take in context has a history, long history of a dialectic between states and civilization. Now, states have not always existed, so there has emerged a state at some point in history from
But
these.
doesn't that mean that statement is false then? Not everything emerges that way. States aren't ubiquitous in history.
States have emerged in history, which means states have not always existed. What's contentious about that statement?
There's nothing. But if you're going to make a statement about how states are what give rise to civilizations, you can't do that if you're going to reference civilizations that pre-exist the state.
But no, but something very so a
my
specific
gosh.
kind of interaction happens between different peoples, which you can say is a proto-civilization that gives rise to a state. So what's hard about that to understand?
My arsenal of
I mean, it's like these.
toolkit to
It's like,
explain is running.
I think you should have like a very rigid, like mechanical understanding of how this kind of works. You're talking about things that are working together in tandem. Like the aspiration toward the common state is something that's happening in tandem with the very developments that give rise to its own premises. It's not like one precedes the other in a strict way. You're talking about
Well, no, but they have to though if the explanation of one is contingent on.
Yes. Zero games when you play with the character of the
no,
sword.
they don't have to. They doesn't have to be
Mega
a
Man
strict
Zero.
line.
If it's contingent on, if something is contingent on something else, it can't pre-exist the thing it's contingent on.
So I think this is a really kind of silly semantic point you're trying to raise, where you're basically saying
Do you disagree
if
with
you
that?
if you can't define something like okay,
Well, we're
mean-
debating your political theory.
Okay,
You can't
for example.
define a component of it.
no. This is like when you would say like, okay, how do you? This is the thing that makes an apple, right? Okay, well, not all apples will perfectly conform to that, so therefore apples aren't real. It's like it's kind of a really pedantic.
I'm sorry.
I don't
right?
see the point of what you're getting at, really.
Well, no. It's kind of like. It's kind of like, if you're saying here, this is an apple. It grows.
Okay,
out of
forget about apples before everyone who's watching this.
My gosh.
I think
has bad-
we're past that point, Haas.
So, okay, so I'm gonna just try to bring this to some kind of sanity. So you asked me to define what a civilization is.
True.
I tried to give you
Jessica,
my
true.
definition of that. It seems to bother you that this means that somewhere along the line in the emergence of the state and the emergence of civilizations, that happened. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, that civilizations give rise to states which preside over the civilization or represent the culmination of that civilization at that moment in time.
Because one, that's nonsense, and two, it's actually a really bizarrely weird way to try to justify imperialism, you know? Like this is literally justified imperialism. Can anyone point this out? Please. You know? That's two. Like,
And then but that's also entangled in a process where eventually the state can be outmoded by the inner development of the civilization, and it's a reciprocal dialectical process across history. I think that makes perfect sense to me. You have not really given me a clear objection to. You haven't really clearly defined your objection.
No, I have to wonder, like, do you actually want your argument to be understood? Because this is unintelligible.
So, okay, what
Wait,
what are you struggling?
This isn't a matter of semantics. We're running up on the limit of words and phrases we can combine to move any further on this specific topic, no matter how long we spend on it. What is the next criticism that you would like to bring forward, President Sunday? Oh, this isn't a matter of anyone being more right or wrong. It's just, I think we could do this for another hour, 2, 3, maybe a day.
True.
For the love of God, no.
Okay, so
Agreed.
at that point,
Thank you,
civilizations.
Vosh.
If you would like to use an analogous term, HAZ, is there anything that you think would be appropriate? Do you think, for example, the use of the term nation, state, culture, anything like that, civil society, would that be acceptable?
I couldn't do that in good faith because I think that the form of the nation state is a modern form, and I think civilizations refer to something deeper.
Okay.
And I think the homogeneity and so on associated with the term nation would not correctly characterize what a civilization is.
So this is why time becomes really super important, actually, because when he's talking about deeper, he's talking about something that transcends the rupture of modernity from pre-modernity. He's talking about this. This is again why he's like really emphasizing the partisan understood as a purely telluric thing.
We can begin there. Sure. There's a common understanding. You get at least the point that I think there's something fundamental about civilizations that survives modernity, despite the rise of them, that pretends to the rise of modern nation states and a modern state. There's some deeper texture of relations between people that manages to skirt by under the radar and survives the rupture of modernity. So you get that point. That's great. So let's talk about the criticism.
Well, the immediate criticism would be that the categorization scheme of civilizations in the first place is itself a product of modern thinking. It's not something that's consistent with how people...
Like, I don't agree with this at all. Like, which civilization is Poland part of? Which civilization is Russia part of? Is Poland a part of the same civilization as Russia? Which civilization is Ukraine part of? Like, this is nonsense.
Themselves are conceived
Pure
groups
nonsense.
historically. So when you group people into civilizational categories and you attach the things that modern civilizational theorists from Spengler through Toynbee to Huntington, etc. do, you're not actually pointing to something deeper. You're pointing to a construction that is distinctly modern itself.
But it's only distinctly modern because before, where it had been taken for granted, now for the first time it's being...
But it wasn't taken for granted, though. It wasn't.
But I'm arguing it was. I'm arguing that the fact that for the first time we're talking about civilizations in general and modernity, that doesn't mean that civilizations had no meaningful reality before. It's just that they were never... I'm really being charitable with the assumption that nobody ever referred to civilizations in the past. Something I highly doubt.
Well, they didn't. Like what civilization used to refer to.
I really doubt that.
No, it's sort of
really
actually no.
Right?
You can even see it in the etymology of the term. It refers to a process. For example, we don't refer to we don't refer to like I don't know, it would be like statization or something. We refer to states. We just refer to states. Just a noun.
Yeah.
Civilization refers to a process.
Like, what do you think the terms to be civilized exists, right? How do you think that term was being used? To be civilized, to be uncivilized, right? If it existed always according to HAZ, then what is the point of terms like civilized and uncivilized? Can someone answer me that, please?
It's like education,
Okay,
amelioration.
So
amelioration.
it doesn't strictly refer to any of those things. I'm just gonna press X to doubt on the idea that no one's ever...
No, it doesn't. But what happens though is from the vantage point of certain very like geographically localized thinkers. There's a reason most of these guys are German. they start conceiving of the developments of things like art, music, different political
Okay,
forms,
sure.
religions,
Look.
etc.
Let's just for the sake of time, and for the sake of everyone.
No,
being,
but the point I'm getting at though, the point I'm
Okay,
getting at though,
so the
is
point
that there
is,
is
in
a
modernity-
chronological development
okay,
in these things
in modernity, people start
that
talking about
belies the staticness that you're attaching
a
to.
lot of things are elevated into the status of general treatment with the rise of modernity. So we treat civilization, the idea of civilization emerges, civilization in general, class in general, as a general thing emerges for the first time, right? Commodity form, the universal commodity form.
I mean, like the Marxist understanding of class. I don't think class categorically does. No, like
The Marxist understanding
very
of
old.
class, yes, is a scientific, very strict scientific definition.
Well, no. The Marxist understanding of class is oriented around like a specific economic form that's fairly recent. But the idea of classes is not new.
Okay, look.
You had
look.
classes as
I'm
far
trying,
back as
dude.
MySpace.
Sunday, I'm trying so
You had like estates, of course.
hard to help you understand this. Something can become intelligible only in modernity that is revealed to have always existed in the past.
But not if its terms are themselves modern products. Because at
Why
that point
not?
you're not.
Because hold on.
Because at that point you're not revealing.
Dude,
you're not revealing an eternal fixture of
Dude.
the world. What you're doing is you're redescribing things in
forget
terms
about
that are
eternal
intelligible
fixtures
to
of the
a
world,
modern
okay?
thinker. But that's not.
Frederick Engels says that there was commodity production in ancient Greece. Okay.
Okay.
Now, is there any
My gosh.
general like notion of the commodity? Not only in terms of a concept, like the abstract universal commodity, but even in practice in terms of production. No, Marx says.
Well, there
that
might have been the economics was lost. But
Marx says that the anatomy of an ape is revealed through the anatomy of a man. So that's clear in the logic of Marx. So you please go argue with Marx about it, because you seem to have trouble with this idea that we can things can become intelligible to us that we just took for granted before and never really subjected to any critical interrogation. Oftentimes we name things because they're no longer given to us. If it's totally given to us, we don't need to.
No, but why would you assume just out of hand that what we name retroactively is therefore given to us?
I don't assume that out of hand, but I think in the case of civilization, I do think civilization refers to a meaningful reality.
I do not accept I do not accept it out of hand, but I do. Okay.
Not just some made-up
Okay.
construct by Germans in the 19th century.
Okay, but even
So-
like the ones of which we have like an acute and robust literary awareness of, like for example, like Greeks and whatnot. This is an amalgamation of many.
True.
This is
Thank you.
that very much cross civilizational bounds. At every level.
Thank you, President Sunday, for using my example of the Greeks. Thank you very much. Oh my God. But yeah, I have given all of you this example some time ago.
Level of resolution from
I don't know what you're
politics
trying to
religion.
say. I mean, what do you mean? An amalgamation of different.
I mean the
Did
notion of civilization only has the applicability that you're assigning to it on the basis of ignoring the things that make it fail to apply.
True.
What makes it fail to apply?
Because as an entity, civilization implies differentiation between civilizational groups, but when we actually look very carefully, we don't see that
No.
differentiation.
Civilization can be understood strictly in terms of its own imminent development. It doesn't necessarily have to create
But
a strict.
but you're saying it's
Sunday,
imminent
Sunday,
development,
as
as opposed to
civilization-
the imminent development of another. So you
No,
are
it doesn't-
differentiating
it-
them in that way.
Sunday. It
You're putting
doesn't
like a
need
firm
to-
wall between one civilization and another civilization.
That's precisely what it does not need to imply. It just needs to
That's
imply.
literally its purpose.
No, it needs to just imply different centers. There are people on the border. Which civilization are they a part of? It's ambiguous. But there's different centers that clearly
Centers.
are not the same
Okay,
as each other.
but hang on. Careful. Where is the center with respect to what? What defines the center? It's the periphery, right?
Let's
So
say
you're
the-
implying a line.
Okay, so this seems to be lost on you that things can be intelligibly different without precluding a strict bright line rule because they're different in terms of tendencies and orientations, not necessarily different in terms of one strict differentiation, one border, one wall. It's just that these are intelligibly different orientations and tendencies.
I would like to
So, okay,
interject.
just to illustrate the absurdity of
Okay,
what's.
yeah,
of
go
what-
ahead. Then I'll because I think we've actually regressed
So-
back to a previous topic that we were.
So I just would find it indefensible to say that Indian civilization and Chinese civilization are the exact same. There's no meaningful difference between them because on the border between India and China, there are syncretic communities that are profoundly influenced by both. I don't think it's fair to say that China and India are then the same historically.
That's not the implication of anything that I was.
I think it is though, because you're saying
Well, hang on. No, it's not though. The argument is not that there is no differentiation that can even be tracked geographically. The argument is that you
No,
drawing
I'm not
the line
talking
and
about
calling.
geographically. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I never said anything about geographically. I said the people living on that border.
When you're
People,
talking about
okay?
when you're talking about a border and a periphery, that's a geographical distinction.
Yeah, but but because civilizations are about relations between people, you're trying to say that
But
because
people live in places, right? Like they.
dude, I just find this like a bafflingly pedantic.
Wait, if
But-
I
so,
don't
wait,
even
wait.
know
If
what
I
point you're trying to
When I disagree, it's pedantic. Nice.
make.
I would like to impose, if I may, an analogy. The best thing, if I'm understanding this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the best thing that I can think of is that in a lot of ways, it's kind of similar to a medieval kingdom in Europe, where when we look on maps made at the time, you can see distinct lines, which, across this river and this forest and such. But in reality, where each kingdom began and ended was really ambiguous. There was no border between the two, obviously. There wasn't a customs agency. There were just villages, and those villages would be taxed by the nearest lord or king or whatever. And sometimes the same village would get taxed twice over by the two adjacent competing lords. And there was no consistency. But, and I think President Sunday is getting at this, the distinction here is that while we can acknowledge ambiguity, while we can acknowledge a fluidity at the borders, there is still a central concept that this is orienting around, right? The idea of the lordship, of the aristocracy of the kingdom. There's something there that you can point to and go, okay, well, the lines aren't clear, but this is what we're drawing the definition around. And I think he's confused about that center point when it comes to civilization. If it's not ethnicity, if it's not a state, if it's not citizenship, there's something else, something more fundamental that you're getting at.
Yeah. Well, I'm just referring to. I'm not. But the problem, I think that implies unnecessarily a kind of mechanical logic when you could just say it's a specific relationship between peoples that has a tendency to give rise to a common polity or a common state. And I think that's just because it implies a relation between two variables doesn't mean that those variables have to be fully developed at any point in time rather than part of an inexorably dialectical entwine.
Maybe part of the problem we're running into here is when I'm referring to civilization, like when I'm referring to how civilization is used, I'm referring literally to how it's been used in civilizational theory. So, for example, in a Spenglerian mode, it becomes like an almost organic phenomenon where you have a life cycle.
Here's how
hang on, Haas, just one goddamn second. You have a life cycle where our artistic and cultural and whatnot things develop to a certain like flourishing point and then die out. And there's an implicit there's a whole here that's being invoked. There is a kind of thing that grows, flourishes, dies. So when we're talking about civilization, we're talking about a process that has been captured within an entity that embodies the life cycle of that process. That is still going to occupy a specific geographical area. So when we're talking about Greek civilization or something like that, we are talking about that thing as described, but taking place between, taking place within a biome established by the presence of Greek states and things like that. You seem to be wanting to imply that this thing is in some sense both prior to but also posterior to political developments on the ground, so that it survives the radical social change that is itself responsible for giving rise to civilizations. This is the rupture with modernity.
So
That's where I'm kind of perplexed, because it seems to be going in a circle.
Okay, well, since you don't understand dialectics, I'll just reframe it so you can understand it better, I guess. If you want me to define civilization in a way that maybe would be less contentious to you, then I would just take it at the level of what I would consider to be the unit of the civilization, which is oftentimes the agrarian, the smallholding kind of agrarian unit of subsistence, defining a village or a family or even an individual, which is in the actual subject of, for example, the empire. And the ability for that unit to organically not only reproduce itself, but the implicit myriad of relations that it implies toward others around it, to me, is what defines a civilization.
Kind of like a will to being. I think, if I'm hearing this correctly. At any rate, we'll have to move past
I don't know.
point.
I don't know what that. I'm talking about.
That completely threw me off. I think we're both lost.
Okay, so a specific unit of human subsistence, which implies a definite division of labor, a specific relation of the family, for example, a relation to outsiders.
What a
how
mess of
outsiders are treated. How people,
Wait, but Haz, if it's comprised of discrete units, then you lose the ability to then gradate it at the border. This now becomes like a homogeneous entity with firm borders. This becomes like a modern state. We're not talking about a civilization anymore.
No, it's a civilization because we're talking about how these units are reproduced.
But the identity of the units remains homogeneous, because we're talking about the units of this civilization.
No, not necessarily. It's not necessarily. It's just a unit of the subsistence. It's just Marxism, like the mode of production. How do people reproduce themselves? What are their conditions of subsistence and their conditions of production, for example?
Okay, but like.
And how is that reinforced and reproduced? Not only at the level of the superstructure of the state, but at the level of the superstructure of what Hegel will call, for example, civil society, family life, culture, the thick text of norms, and so on.
Sure, but that reproduction and what is being reproduced is going to differ between that which is within the state and, for example, that which is not within the state. That which is like sort of situated between states, say.
What? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You're saying it's going what?
How a state, like a discrete state within a civilization, reproduces itself is not going to be identical or synchronous with how another state within that civilization reproduces itself.
But they're
different states, right?
But hold on. But if those states are defined by a specific determinate relation toward one another, that would be included in the form of subsistence and reproduction, comprising an overall civilization.
If states are defined by their relationship to each other,
yeah,
that might work in the context of like a modern.
You're already saying, dude.
That could work within the context of like a modern state that only exists by the fiat of surrounding nations. But if we're talking, for example, about the Prussian state of Hegel, we're talking about something that exists by reference to its own internal.
I'm literally leveling with you. I'm following you down the whole hallway of bullshit you want to go down. You said states within a civilization. Well, if they're part of the same civilization and there's multiple states, I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe like
Well, how do you define which states, quote unquote, be like belong to which civilization is the issue, right?
You're begging the question.
How there are different principalities that are part of.
I'm not asserting. I'm not asserting.
I don't even know what you're talking about in that.
But
I'm trying to level with you right now.
No, sure. No. I understand. I'm not trying to.
Here's the truth of this debate. I have followed you through down this path of complete pedantic jibber jabber just to level with you, so we can establish a common meaning to have a debate. I've been very generous about, you know,
Of
defining
course.
things for you and trying to work with you to come to a common understanding.
Of course.
But you keep trying to obscure it into these increasingly
No, I'm
frivolous
not.
and
It's just that
obscure,
it's just that you're, it's
pedantic
just that,
kind
no,
of
no, 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 no.
pointless jibber
No,
jabber debate.
it's
Like,
just that when
what
I
is
ask
your
you,
point? What's
when I
the
ask you
problem?
to, no, 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 it's just when I ask you to explain something, you refer it to another thing that stands equally in need of explanation.
But that's how everything is
it's
going
not.
to work. So the buck has to stop somewhere. Everything's going to work with like that. If I try to explain to
course.
you, okay, what is an apple? It's a fruit.
Well,
What's
no,
a
no,
fruit?
because
What's a-
look,
You
because
know what I
what,
mean? Like, it's going to keep going forever.
no, no, but
until
what you could do, and no, but
say,
hang on, what you could
drop the
do.
bullshit and
No, I'm not bullshitting you.
actually-
What you could do, and what most political theorists like actually do, is they will contextualize their work within the domain of a specific theory, and they will say very specifically what they mean. I am leveraging this particular definition.
No, they don't.
This includes X, Y, and Z
Of
qualities,
all
and
the
then move on
theorists
from
that I
there.
have
But you're
read,
universalizing it.
none have been
Oh my
tormented
gosh.
and annoyed with this demand of such like micro spec. Like, what exactly?
No,
will
the-
wait,
the-
no,
the
wait,
civilizational-
wait. That's it. That's it. Next point. Whatever ambiguity remains in this subject will have to linger in your hearts, okay? It will burn at you in every moment that passes. I will not hear the word civilization again, or I'll start muting people. Please,
True.
God, to another
Thank
point.
you.
We are
Okay,
2
but
hours.
Vosh,
We are
hang on,
2
just one
hours
second
in.
quickly.
No, wait.
No, I want to address you very quickly. No, nobody. I want someone to you very quickly. But to you,
Please don't.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah,
Don't make
blah,
me
blah.
mute you. Okay. 10 seconds.
Thank you, Vosh. Thank you. My gosh, Vosh is my hero.
You a
So-
coward.
10 seconds
Sorry,
for what?
No, Ted. What's your objection? 10 seconds. President Sunday.
What's my objection?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, we're doing this. Okay, I thought we were going off entirely, and I feel like I'm out of seconds now. Fuck.
Yeah, you're getting there. What is the concern?
The civilizational model does
That's the
not
word.
have wide up.
No, go ahead. Just and then we're moving.
Does not have universal uptake among political theorists. So if you're going to
Vosh now hates the word civilization with the same passion as I do. So, there we go. I win. I win because Vosh now hates the word civilization just as much as I do.
assert it, and you're not going to specify which civilizational model you're deploying, then
It's the
you have to
Marxist model.
expect. No, Marx
It's
doesn't
just
have
the
it.
Marxist model.
Marx doesn't have a civilizational model.
I am making literally no comment on the degree of perceived or actual ambiguity or consistency on any of these terms. I am making a comment on we're moving forward. You must account for this inconsistency in the dream world. It can no longer be here. I feel like if we chart the conversation we've had thus far,
Well,
we're like
without using
1/5
that
down
word-
the document.
Yeah, without using that word, I guess the point that we were supposed to be debating about here
My God.
is whether or
Thank
not
you.
there are
You're my hero.
patterns in terms of
All right,
ways
let's
of
go.
life, conventions, culture, and
My God.
ways of living. I already said that survive modernity, which at least rhyme with ones that existed before modernity, and which may or may not be subsumed under the category of a common civilization. Sorry, not going to say the word. So that's what we're supposed to be debating about.
Okay, and as this is a critique being levied by President Sunday, you have, I assume, notes. What is the next point that you would like to get to? It may be predicated on having arrived at a conclusion here, but in the absence of a conclusion, we're just going to have to make it work.
I don't know, man. Like, the problem we're running into here is that the point of reference that I have, which is the only point of reference I was given for HAZ's political theory, it incrementally builds to the conclusion that of the whole MAGA communism thesis on the grounds that it is, or I guess maybe being charitable has like the potential.
We should
to be
just debate about that. Let's just
partisan.
go with the MAGA communism thing.
Yeah, but the problem though is that you get there by using a bunch of building blocks that we can't find any agreement on. So
No,
like,
I'm
we can.
willing,
It's just I don't think it's going to go
willing
anywhere.
to commit to retracing my steps in the form of this debate for how we get to MAGA communism. So I don't have to invoke any of the things that confuse you, like certain C words that happen to, like, we don't have to use any of those words. Let's just get into the meat and potatoes.
My guess.
Why MAGA communism? We can just debate about that. How about that?
Sure, but you're just gonna pitch it. Go ahead, whatever.
Okay, well, you have a critique, so do you want to give a broad?
Well, the critique isn't how you get there. Like, the thesis is absurd by itself.
Okay, well, now let's talk about that then. What is your
Sure.
objection to the thesis?
Well, my objection to the project that seems reasonable on its surface, like if you can find a way to creatively redirect MAGA rhetoric towards growing the left or towards like leftist goals, that sounds eminently.
That's not what I say.
I know it's not. What you do instead is you actually redirect leftist language to promote Trumpism in the hopes that
True.
buy into your stuff. And
Well, I don't know what you mean by Trumpism, but if you're just referring to vaguely the MAGA movement, then yes. My argument
My
isn't that
gosh.
I want to just convert MAGA people to leftism. I want the context and meaning of communism to be rediscovered in what I consider to be America's most powerful counter-hegemonic movement, despite all of the ambiguities within it.
MAGA is a counter-hegemonic movement. When it literally means make America great again. So let's go back to a status quo that was before. Amazing. Amazing.
how is it counter-hegemonic?
Sure, I mean, we can.
I mean, like a premise of it is a whitewashing of American history to get rid of criticisms of.
So great. That's beautiful ground we can begin with. I consider it counter-hegemonic because I think the MAGA movement has been primarily defined not by any specific positive goal or ideology or policy, but by a collective distrust toward hegemonic institutions of our liberal democracy. That's why I consider it counter-hegemonic. The content of that hegemony doesn't even need to be anything I agree with. It's just the only thing that is true, though, that I find relevant here to qualify it as
Brain rot. This is brain rot.
counter-hegemonic is that it's built on collective distrust toward the institutions of our society.
But practically every political movement is built off of distrust of institutions of modern society, including.
I disagree. I don't think
all the non-MAGA leftists, et cetera, et cetera.
But I don't think. Okay, what other movement?
Even the glasses wearing like people embedded in universities and whatnot, they're predated upon by administrators and things of the sort. Nobody trusts the
No, I think they do trust mainstream, because the universities are one such institution, by the way. That's an example of the institutions of society. So you can say those institutions may be self-critical.
Well, no, but the bare fact that the bare fact that somebody interfaces with an institution in society as a part of their job doesn't mean that they therefore trust the integrity of that institution.
True.
For example, like institutions are straight between administrators who are not necessarily teachers or academics, and academics who are often thwarted or bullied by those.
Okay.
Or vice versa. Like, for example, a lot of women's studies departments were able to be
sure, there can be
were able
conflicts.
to be just hang on a sec. Were able to be negotiated on the grounds that some professor or someone somewhere was caught quite literally with his pants down in some scandal, and so to cover it up, they're like, here, I'll tell you what, you shut up.
So I'm not
We'll
denying
give
the
you so-and-so.
possibility of conflicts within institutions, but I think broadly speaking, and there's of course individual exceptions and everything, but broadly speaking, people who earn their living on the basis of working for these institutions tend to have a worldview defined by, broadly speaking, trust toward the integrity of the hegemony overall, and yes, of the ruling institutions of society.
But then why is the big bugbear of the MAGA movement critical theory? It's in the name. They're critical. What are they critical of? Well, they're critical specifically of institutions and received understanding.
From a MAGA perspective, critical theory is not about critiquing institutions.
Yes,
it's
it
about
is.
critiquing social norms.
Yeah, but that's because the MAGA perspective is based on total ignorance of the content of critical theory.
That may be true, and that may be not true. But as far as they're concerned, critical theory is a critique of the social norms of their everyday normal lives.
Sure,
not a
sure, fine,
critique of the
fair enough. But
economic
then my question to you,
No, it's not just about that. It's also about criticize, like it criticizes history, which the right-wing movement does not like, which the MAGA movement does not like, right? It's not just about social norms. It's about understanding history and many other things.
then though, is given that Marx indeed is one of the earlier, not the earliest, but one of the earlier inaugurators of that critical movement.
I don't think so.
Why do you want to? He is. Why do you want to wed communism
Criticism is
to
just
this?
Kant. That just begins with the Kant. That's
No,
Marx-
criticism. No. Oh, you're way off there. Criticism
Marx-
goes way far back. Criticism goes all the way back to Rousseau, back to Machiavelli, who like recapitulates
I think that's a
the underlying
retroactive-
basis of states as being
okay. That's
that
a
which is.
retroactive thing.
Sorry.
Marx employs criticism, of course, but critical race theory and this kind of stuff, MAGA is just
Well, critical theory is just a deployment of critical theory to race. The idea of critical theory as a concept, that's fairly recent. But in terms of people having that critical
so you're talking about
attitude
the
towards...
whole cultural Marxism thing. I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, we could also add that as well, but cultural Marxism goes farther than
So
critical theory.
so
right?
these kind of right-wing populist catchphrases.
If, okay, let me. Oh my gosh.
Phrases generally refer to trends that they
The MAGA movement. Okay. HAZ says that the MAGA movement is critical of the institutions, but the MAGA movement was a movement that formed around the institution of the President of the United States, right? It was the presidential campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again." So it formed literally around the institution of the president.
perceive.
So how can it be critical of institutions if it formed around the president of the United States and the office of the president?
Mounting a critique toward the normal everyday life of
Sure, but why?
Not-
Why do they perceive that though? It's not because they're all going to university and they're just seeing with their own eyes. Oh, the professors are teaching everybody.
yeah,
to
but
be
I
trans.
think you forgot the
It's-
relevant point in contention, which is you use this.
Well,
as-
no. I'll tell you where this is coming from, though. The reason why they think that is because this is received wisdom from a massively moneyed media empire that is forcing this down their throats all the time.
Okay, I am willing to bet with you. However massively moneyed you think that media empire.
I know this
are-
because I'm.
Oh.
I was
Sure.
pro-Trump a few years ago as a
Okay.
result of the same dynamic.
Okay. Again, let me finish. However massively moneyed you think that media empire is,
Are you gonna
it is
deny it?
dwarfed in terms of what revenues it can accrue by the mainstream media as an institution.
What are you
In terms
talking
of
about?
reach.
That's patently untrue.
Okay, well, if you're going to refer to the decentralized information kind of flow of right-wing information on the internet, maybe as an aggregate it's more, I don't know. But in terms of like as a one block of a hegemony, there's no equivalent to the mainstream media that comes close, coming from the right.
The right wing media is
The
is
closest
a
you
massive.
might get to is Tucker Carlson, who's part of Fox News, which is huge. But Tucker
Uh-huh.
Carlson's the exception, not the norm, even when it comes to Fox News. So you're dealing with an overwhelming hegemony.
Let's see here. So there's a Forbes article from February actually.
Okay.
So Fox has finished first with an average total audience for total daily ratings of 1.349 million viewers. CNN has 524,000.
Yeah, Fox
This is like an order of magnitude of difference here.
right, but we're talking about the difference between, for example, success for audiences and on a market and institutional hegemony. Institutional hegemony is actually, I mean, that actually benefits my argument because given how unpopular the
Well,
rest of the
CNN is multinational, so CNN is not institutional. CNN is just a news
Okay,
station.
I'm gonna go ahead and ignore the comment that CNN is not institutional, just for the sake
Well,
of.
why wouldn't you say that Fox News is?
Because
They were
CNN is
promoting they promote
both
presidents.
Fox and CNN are clearly institutional. Fox has managed to increase
Okay,
its
sure.
ratings by allowing people like Tucker Carlson on the air, clearly, right? But in terms of, I mean, these are mainstream media companies that are all owned by these same corporations. So,
Can I ask a clarifying question?
yeah.
I'm interested in the definition of institutional. When it comes to academia, professors have been variably pro or anti-institution, depending on the era and the context. Professors in Berlin were famously pro-Nazi. A lot of them were Nazis, which is weird. You'd think normally the professors are more progressive. Here in the States, there were plenty of leftist professors. Go further on, like economics profession has always been heavily institutionalized. I'm not entirely sure where these lines are. You say Tucker Carlson isn't institutional. When I think of Tucker Carlson, I think of a wealthy heir who's admitted to being, a voice for the interest of billionaires, speaking on a very large institutional news network. Something distinguishes him in your mind. I'd like to know what.
Yeah, I mean, his background, he may be from the ruling elite in terms of his background, but the information he's putting out there is discontinuous.
No, it's not.
Clearly, at least everyone here would not object to the fact that it's extremely contentious in general from the perspective of the institutional hegemony. And to define what institutional means, it doesn't just mean privileged. Institution refers to the specific way in which power is exerted over grouping individuals under a specific form.
So
right?
what does he disrupt then?
Exactly. What does he disrupt? Then?
Objectively speaking, he's extremely contentious when it comes to how he's disrupting most of the information people get from the mainstream media. So
what is mainstream when this is the most watched and the most moneyed platform?
Because it's the most popular, but MSNBC, CNN, probably even other mainstream voices.
But what makes them mainstream?
Fox
though?
News. Okay,
what does this mean?
I'm trying to give an example.
Okay,
of that,
please.
Okay, all had a narrative about J6. Now Tucker Carlson, almost alone in terms of people who have this
narrative about J6
on television, is going against that narrative. Here you have an example of a consensus on what J6 was, and Tucker Carlson is contradicting it. Now, regardless of whether you agree with Tucker Carlson or you think he's being honest, clearly he is going against the consensus of the mainstream.
Well, but you clearly think that the right wing makes up a larger proportion of the population than the left wing, which is why you think it's of the working class and of the people, and why you think that the
that's not why at all.
Is...
That is absolutely not why.
Wouldn't that definition of disruption then not have anything to do with institutional values? I mean, like John Oliver frequently does segments that are contrary to mainstream liberal values and a bunch of institutionally accepted stuff. Liberals, being as they are incapable of understanding systemic critique, probably find his points on slap lawsuits to be revolutionary. There's certainly a deviation from what normally gets talked about. Would that too be anti-institutional?
But I don't think those deviations bleed over into antagonistic differences. Of course, there's a range of difference among and within hegemonies, but they don't become antagonistic until they become so severe as points of contention, so as to, for example, be labeled enemies of the country or dangerous people who need to be censored and so on. Like I don't really think John Oliver has.
Do you mean like how Trump did it as president?
Never said anything that would make it. I don't think you would have members of Congress talking about the threat of John Oliver.
What about AOC? Members of Congress have talked about her as a threat. People on the right frequently talk about her as a disruptive influence that's trying to destroy America.
Oh my gosh. The moderator has started the debate. Bosch has had enough. The moderator has entered the debate. Oh my god. This is funny. I wonder if HAZ is just gonna start crying now that the moderator is debating. Because actually, Vosh has started debating now.
And a lot of her values when it comes to economic reform and the Green New Deal are systemically controversial enough to
Oh
lead
my
to
gosh.
some borderline mass panics on the effects.
Vosh has had enough of moderating. It's now time to debate. Switch, President Sunday. You're now the moderator. And now Vosh is the debater. Oh my gosh.
Her laws might have.
I mean, but I don't think AOC and John Oliver are comparable because, first of all, the right is opposed to everyone who they can. Sorry, I don't know why we're referring to the right here, just for the sake of convention, because there's a difference
Bit of a
even
Freudian
growing,
slip.
there's a difference even growing in the Republican Party. So I think there is a realignment. But the people you're talking about who are fear mongering about AOC will probably also do it about John Oliver and others because they see AOC as part of the hegemony. So I'm not
What
sure.
is the what's the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
What's the what?
What is the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
Between the MAGA wing and what they're calling
yeah.
the rhinos and DeSantis and others. I think there's a acute split that's going on there that I don't think the party will be able to.
What's the substantial difference between them as you see it?
Well, I mean, I think on face value, it's simple. DeSantis is part of the establishment, and Trump created his own movement, which is built on collective distrust toward that establishment. Now, the difference with DeSantis,
which is built around the office of the president, which is basically what? The status quo. Trump just wants to be the status quo.
is that he is breaking from a lot of the cultural kind of messaging coming from that hegemony. But when it comes to his ties to the neoconservative establishment, when it comes to his ties to the war machine and the military-industrial complex, and basically a lot of the money that's behind politics, I think it's clear that DeSantis is part of the status quo. And
it's true.
I don't think DeSantis is an outsider.
Debate.
It just seems like to me though then that even if I leave aside
covering
like,
the
all
debate while
the
playing
serious
Diablo
issues I have with your rhetoric and your positions with respect to a whole bunch
sorry,
of
and
with respect to the identity
of
communism and the MAGA movement as being compatible in any way, shape, or form in a real way. It seems that what you're proposing is stillborn because it's tied to the cult of personality of a specific embattled persona that has no need of you.
But first of all, whether the MAGA has any need of me is beyond the point. But the significance of the cult of personality, I think, is interesting because it's a cult of personality solely built around that collective distrust that I was talking about. Trust in Trump, which is, by the way, not unconditional. The MAGA crowd has booed Trump on, it's been recorded on occasions where he's talked about things I don't think we are allowed to mention on YouTube. Just, I don't want to flag the censors relating to health issues, for example. He's been booed on that. So I don't think there's an unconditional trust in Trump. I just think his cult of personality is proportionate to the severance between these people and this part of the country with what I call the hegemony.
I don't know. I suppose, but at the same time, like that distrust, it doesn't seem to be by itself to be unique. What seems to be unique again is a reflexive distrust as directed by media sources against specific ordinances, not against institutions as such. Like one of the
institutions, because
well, not really though, because like, for example, January 6th, well, it was in like a real sense against the institutions of American democracy. It was premised on the thesis that in some sense that had been corrupted. So it's not
I think
really
the institution of American democracy is something very ambiguous and old, going back to 1776. But when we're talking about the hegemony that emerges after World War II, we're talking about something that is outside of the Constitution. We're talking about this artificial, I mean, it's what Soros will call the open society. It's a network of NGOs, academic institutions.
Well, that's the Open Society Foundation, but the Open Society as a concept is what those NGOs and whatnot are purposed towards.
That's what I was.
They are distinct.
I was literally just saying that the Open Society.
Well, no, but that's not the Open Society. The Open Society is like an ethical goal within a state. It's not.
Okay,
That would be, I
maybe
think,
you haven't
Popper's
read Popper,
theory.
but
I
Popper
have.
characterizes the open society as defined by this union of various different civil society organizations that will maintain vigilance in regards to.
But that's within a state though. That's not like a
Mm-hmm.
global thing per se.
Of course, it's global. How could it not be global?
What do you mean? Because it's within a state. You
But
have a civil society. You have an open society.
yeah, it encompasses various
Within a
states, but
state.
we're talking about this artificially created civil society defined by the promotion of
What?
open values in the open society, which is, for the defense of democracy and so on, which in reality has translated
Look,
to
I
align
don't
with-
think in your head you're incoherent. The problem though is that you're using a whole lot of terms in like really fast and loose ways. So if I'm trying to like take you seriously on a theoretical level and follow you, I literally can't because you mean 6 different things at any given time.
get to the content instead of generalizing. Like,
I'm trying. That's what I'm telling you.
so you
it's like a
object to
maze.
the idea, the use of the word open society. We can use another word if you want, but there's clearly these.
Yeah, but when we use a different word though, then you actually start to mean a different thing, and not just by dint of doing that, but what I'm perceiving though.
I'm just trying
you
to
actually
arrive
do.
at a common understanding of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that when I talk about institutional hegemony, I'm not strictly talking about
So it's
the
babble.
state itself.
Is
because
what
that has
President Sunday is
existed
saying.
since 1776. Formally speaking, hegemony doesn't really become a useful concept until the late 1920s and the 30s, because Gramsci's using it in the context of the rise of fascism in Italy, but it's also can be used to apply to the New Deal kind of system that emerges, the European kind of welfare states, where you have these kind of corporates of these kind of social corporates outside of the liberal state that want to administer and regulate society, regulate information and ideas and so on and so on. So that's where the concept of hegemony becomes useful. But when you're just talking about the Constitution or a classical liberal
progressivism
kind of, democracy preceding the 1920s, hegemony is not really a useful concept. The reign of the institutions is not very clear.
No, sure, but if you're characterizing the MAGA movement as in some sense anti-hegemonic, it kind of it becomes a matter of import that it takes its ideological cues entirely from the most moneyed media engine in the world.
Which one?
The general right-wing media conglomerate with
I don't
Fox News at
think
the top.
there's I think the mainstream media is overwhelmingly against MAGA.
Well, it's overwhelmingly against MAGA, but that doesn't mean that the MAGA movement itself isn't taking its cues from that.
True.
What am I hearing?
What? So just because they watch Tucker Carlson, that means that we're gonna pretend that most of the mainstream
Well,
media
if they're taking directives from billionaires embedded in these
which
massive
directives, by the way?
institutional what?
Hold on, but Tucker Carlson. Hold on, you have to understand something. People
Well,
like Trump,
directives can include
people-
things like the
hold on.
paranoia about.
I'm gonna try to
Isms,
explain.
et cetera,
I'm gonna try to explain to you how these things work. So Trump and Tucker Carlson come from these ruling families. Let's just for the sake of argument, right?
For the
But
sake of argument.
they got excluded for some reason and became outsiders from the big club.
No,
So
they
they
didn't.
drew their source of popularity and
They
power
literally.
from some kind of direct popularity, trying to get or working people. Most elites derive their power from networks and institutional connections.
Well, they didn't really
Like
though,
that.
because one of the way in which Trump got on the map in that particular respect was through the
True.
Republican Party and through Fox News.
Indirectly, of course, Fox News was
No,
covering it.
directly. He went on there and was able to promote himself as a contender for the presidency.
But I don't think the people running Fox News thought they were actually going to get Trump elected. I think it was a very kind of money grab. Like, this is getting us really good ratings, so we're going to keep covering it. They didn't really. I don't think they really.
Yeah, that's speculation, isn't it?
He was going to take over the Republican Party in the way he did. But the Republican Party did tolerate Trump on condition that he compromises on a number of things, which he did, right? But that's not who made Trump. Trump got on the debate stage at the Republican debates. Who was for him, right? There was nobody in the status quo who was for him. His message resonated with people. It was extremely popular, and that's why they eventually had to compromise with him. But no one,
no.
he was not
Once
handpicked
they
or chosen by anyone.
once they saw that he pulled a crowd, they did. Like it was contingent
That's
on
the
his
key thing, though,
marketability.
but he pulled a crowd because he was saying
Well,
things
I
that
mean,
no one
Hitler pulled the crowd. What does that even? What?
else was saying.
Okay.
Sure, but that doesn't distinguish him from the institutions themselves. That's just how the
Like by that logic, like Hitler was like anti-institution. I guess Hitler was super left-wing. Hitler was the true left-winger all along, right? Because he was against the institutions. Like he got even arrested. There you go. Hitler was the true left-winger all along, according to HAZ's theory. Nice to know.
institution recognized him as
So
As
I
ex-
think Trump's
He was
message
extremely against the institution.
was not created in
sufficiently
institutions.
palatable.
Trump's message wasn't created in an institution. He was probably created.
If Vosh was debating, he would have made this comparison, okay? Hello, the Haramba. Like, if Vosh was debating here, he would have absolutely made the comparison to the Nazis, which is good, because it works.
He was on Twitter on the toilet someday.
He was
That's
a
how
he
it
was
was
a
created.
he's
So there's a big difference there.
he's a wealthy heir and a media star.
Okay, his level of wealth doesn't speak to whether what he did represents the hegemony. Typically, yes, you're right. Most people who have wealth do so because they benefited from the hegemony. But that's not universally the case. For example, Bitcoin billionaires
It's not universally the case. For example, the people that I support are exempt from this.
who bought 1,000 Bitcoins 10 years ago and that just became extremely rich right now, they tend to actually be anti-establishment, despite how wealthy they are, because they got their money in a way that was outside of the traditional game for how you do that. But Trump was an outsider even within the ruling elite before he ran for office. He was like considered a joke, and he wasn't well liked among the ruling class. So Trump came into relevance entirely at the expense of what we call the hegemony.
No, he didn't.
I don't see this as like a really strong argument when ideologically the two sides functionally align with everything that they're targeting in
I think
society
maybe
generally.
that's your
the bare
abstract-
fact that Trump happened to be a somewhat ridiculous figure in polite society.
Well, I'm not an idealist. I'm a materialist. So you can try and say an abstract.
But no, you're not a materialist though, because you use terms like universal state.
Right. I'm not a materialist because you don't let me finish sentences. But
No, you're not a materialist because you directly
because
belie
you
a
can't let me finish a
materialist
sentence.
mode of
So
analysis.
yeah, so you may try to abstractly qualify their ideologies as the same, but in actual functional practical reality, we're dealing with very different phenomena between Trump and Trump's MAGA movement and the hegemony. Your characterization of them as the same has no explanatory value for how to understand the
But
development.
your characterization of them as anti-hegemonic is impoverished in the extreme. Your point of reference is
True.
you're skeptical of vaccines.
No, the point of reference is that they are built on collective distrust toward the hegemony as a whole.
Yeah,
not
but when pressed as to what the hegemony as a whole is, it literally is just they distrust.
I mean, let's be frank. In HAZ's view, Hitler was the ultimate left-winger, since he was anti-hegemony of the time.
Scientists in general or doctors in general, they
not just
conspiracy
scientists
monger
and
about
doctors.
wokeism,
Hold on.
trans ideology,
Not
whatever.
just scientists and doctors, but also the military-industrial complex. Maybe that's an important one. Also, the agendas being crafted in universities with the funding of
Yeah, but everybody's
appropriate
opposed to the
foundations.
military-industrial complex. It's a scary
Not
sounding
in,
term.
but in practice, that's not true. See, in theory, everyone wants to be a hippie, but in practice, no, not everyone's opposed
True.
to the military-industrial
That
complex.
is true.
But
And
so
I'm
you
totally fine
mentioned
with
the medical and
He
scientific.
does
I
just
agree.
like
So like,
fascism and
So
how,
there's
how
no.
populism.
apropos it was Trump who assassinated Soleimani.
Yeah, he did, but he did so not on behalf of the power that gave him power, the MAGA movement, but because of his agreement with Sheldon Adelson and the neocons and Bolton and Pompeo. That was the condition of the Republican Party tolerating his existence. I find it completely objectionable, those and other actions he engaged in, but that doesn't preclude me from being able to form a unbiased assessment.
Well,
That
the problem
he was
doesn't
still a
preclude you
political
from
outsider.
nothing you say precludes you from anything. Like you're just going back and forth, as the situation requires. We've gotten
I
to
don't
this
think
point
so.
having established a grounding for literally none of the concepts.
But the problem,
you
Sunday, is you make
so.
these general characterizations of my position, but
I really don't.
But as far as a
I really
particular
don't.
argument in a particular position, you're just coming short. You're not able to actually.
So, what we have learned just now, that President Sunday is at the same time extremely generalizing, but also extremely pedantic. See, this is the magic of President Sunday. At the same time, he makes those striking generalizations. He's being like, he generalizes a lot, but also at the same time, President Sunday is extremely pedantic. Amazing.
Give us anything to substantiate these general.
I don't have to. We're debating
Pedantically generalizing.
your political theory. The onus is on you to substantiate
nice.
it. If none of your
I
terms
think
are
you're confusing it. You're trying to say the onus is on me.
It is. We're
you.
debating your political theory as per your request.
So
This is your
Sunday,
choice.
President Sunday should be called President Cutoff. You clearly are someone who has come to a conclusion before you've even heard anything I said.
Well, no, I had to go through the painful
I said
process
the
of reading
onus.
through like
I
a
said you
40-page
seem to
document
think
that
the
you wrote to
onus
get to this
is.
point.
Well, let's use this as speaking of generalities. I said the onus is. You think the onus is on me too, and then what was I going to say? You said, well, the onus is on you to make the. Well, we're not talking about that because what I was going to say is that you think.
Is HAZ complaining about being interrupted?
Yes, I actually am.
Okay.
Because I think in good faith, I've actually tried to allow you to make your argument without.
No, I don't think so. I think when you've been
I
pressed.
think you think that
when you've
onus,
been. I think when you've been even moderately.
the onus
pressed,
is not on me.
I think you talked quite a bit. I think when you've been even moderately pressed to explain a position, you get frustrated and you say, "What's your point?" As if I wasn't asking you a question and not making an argument.
No, that was earlier in the whole C word debacle, which we don't
I
want
think
to.
this was
Oh
pretty.
yeah,
I think this is
let's
pretty
not revisit
persistent.
this.
So-
Look, what my curiosity is.
I just want to finish one thing he wouldn't let me say.
Okay, go
Is that-
for it, and then
yeah.
I'll. Yeah. Okay.
So you seem to think the onus is on me to convince you to agree with me. The onus is on me, yes, to do the best of my ability, communicate to you. What
I
I'm
would-
trying
I
to
would
say. I
set-
think
I
I've
would
done a good
settle-
job of that. I think
I
I've
would
done a
settle-
good job of that. Just because you don't want to.
No. I
I
disagree.
know I fell over because this is making me very disappointed.
Doesn't mean
I don't think you have to make me agree with you at all. I would be satisfied with you making it intelligible. There are people who have theories that I
I'm very-
vehemently disagree with, or nonetheless.
I am very sad about all this, so if you want to make me a bit happier about having to suffer through this person, please become a Patreon. Okay? Please become a Patreon. Do this for me. Do this for me. Become anti-establishment by becoming a Patreon. Please become anti-establishment.
I can understand the logical
I
steps
just
they
don't
took
think you're
to
operating
get
in
there.
good faith when it comes to what your standard of intelligibility is.
It
Because
took way too much work to get here for this to be in bad faith. Consider the possibility that maybe your delivery is actually fraught. Like maybe actually the way in which you go about explaining yourself is extraordinarily
You need
difficult.
to give me
I'm
specific
not
examples.
I'm not a genius and I'm not an expert in this, but I've got some modest capacities in this area.
But
Okay,
Sunday, you're just going on a monologue
if I cannot
based on
understand what
what?
you're saying, most people can't.
True.
I don't agree with that. I think when
True.
I say Trump's a political outsider, I think I'm
I
saying
am.
something that's pretty not that contentious for most people, right? So I think you're going out.
Appeal to faith. Appeal to faith. There we go. There we go with the appeal. Appeal to faith. Appeal to belief. Every reasonable person would agree. Any normal person would. There we go. When out of arguments, without fail, we get the appeal to belief. Always. Non-stop. Great.
Out of your way.
No,
to
we're not talking about Trump being a pariah
what are we
within
talking
the
about?
mainstream of
So what are we
Republican
talking
politics.
about? Let's get to that. Instead of making generalities about my arguments, get to your specific objections.
Okay, how the hell does an anti-communist, isolationist, largely racist and pro-capitalist movement of people who are categorically against any type of top-down organization, how do you combine that with communism?
Sure. So you read my essay, right?
Yeah, the last part was
So you didn't read my
bad.
essay because
No,
I
I did.
because I
Appeal to
thoroughly
common sense,
explained.
of course.
And I could probably read.
I believe you that you think you explained.
So okay,
Having read it with multiple people multiple times, I can tell you no, you did not explain.
okay. So let's get to the
Uh-oh.
anti-communism stuff. Drawing from the reactionary populist legacy of the McCarthyite era and the John Birch Society, as well as Cold War propaganda, anti-communist sentiment is as American as apple pie.
Watch, this
Taken
is like
from-
30 paragraphs long, just a heads
Taken
up.
from the perspective, this is just one paragraph, the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is even in a way endearing, reflecting its grassroots nature. People are simply making constructs out of old materials already laying around at home. To view this as some kind of essential indictment on the possibility of the dissemination of communist ideas,
Yeah. So
or the
look,
compatibility between communism and MAGA, is pure Philistine idiocy. MAGA is not essentially defined
but
by.
Haas.
It is
the
in the
stuff.
first
No, but
place
Haas. This is why
defined-
this is. No, but Haas, this is important. This is why we were talking about the media stuff before. The stuff they have lying around at home is filtered to them
From the
through
past.
these massive media conglomerates.
Why I
and
call
sunglasses
that
wash.
endearing, Sunday, is because actually it's stuff their grandpa told them from the past. The media in the 50s or the 60s, that could be under contention. Maybe was telling them that overwhelmingly,
Why
right?
does that matter?
It's from the past. Today, they're not getting their anti-communism from today. They're getting it from
Well,
the past.
they're also getting it from today. It's not just from the past. It's being
I don't think
reinvigorated and
the vital source.
redistributed
I don't think the vital sources of anti-communism are coming from the same sources that the MAGA movement got it from. Like the Victims of Anti-Communism Memorial is tied to neocons. It's tied to the Rhino Republican establishment. So no, I think you're dealing with two different things. I do agree there's anti-communism
Oh my
today,
gosh.
but that's just what's so great about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is less.
This is what's so great about the MAGA movement, huh? The MAGA movement that is anti-establishment, I will remind you, the movement that has emerged around the position of the United States of America, the President of the United States, the head of the establishment. Okay? The movement that has formed around the head of the establishment is somehow anti-establishment. Amazing. Because I will remind you, MAGA means Make America Great Again, which is Trump's presidential campaign slogan. So the anti-establishment movement formed around the head of the establishment.
Likely to buy into the actual contemporary forms of anti-communism,
Amazing.
instead drawing on this
Amazing.
eclectic, contradictory, ready-made anti-communism inherited from the past. It's just as old and inherited as something laying around in their garage from the 1950s. It's not any indictment on the essential possibilities of the MAGA movement. It's just some
Well,
immediate
it is though, because they're also pro-capitalist as well. Like, it doesn't matter where they
So you
inherit
say
it
you
from.
say
It's a
two
fact.
things.
Moreover, when we're talking about, you're talking
Hold on.
about inheriting it from like 70 years ago. That's not that long.
So that is outright a superficial judgment, and I'll tell you why. Because when
it's
you ask
addressing a superficial point.
because you're just looking at the words they're using, not what they mean by it. When most MAGA
Oh.
I'm
people,
looking at the words you're using.
okay, well, you can't follow the argument. You're talking about MAGA being.
Well, that's because the argument is incoherent. But,
Can you
but
let me
even
finish,
even
Sunday?
here,
Sunday,
in this
Sunday,
one statement
Sunday.
you made.
My God.
Just let me finish.
No, you've talked a lot, Haz. I've actually let you talk for the majority of the conversation.
So,
I've
dude, so what? You
very
can't have.
very. I've actually allowed you to
Okay.
speak at length.
I'm just going to continue speaking anyway. So the MAGA,
Sure, but when
you said
you
that the MAGA movement is pro-capitalist and anti-communist, and I'm saying
Yeah.
that's superficial
There we
because
go.
you're just looking at the words they're using rather than the
look,
underlying meaning
when
of
you
what they're
say-
trying to say.
when
When
you
MAGA
say-
says that it's pro-capitalist, it's not referring to the actual system of capitalism we have, which
Oh.
represents everything they hate. It's referring to some abstract
Yes,
kind of
they don't understand how capitalism gives. They don't understand. They don't understand how capitalism is what gives rise to the fact that every single city they live in is an unkept trash bin with tons of homeless people, tons of poor people
Okay.
who can't afford
So-
homes. Da, da, da.
So
They don't
you
understand
admit
that, but
you're-
that doesn't
so you admit it's a
matter.
superficial judgment.
That's not
It does
super.
matter.
No, that's not
It
superficial.
does
That's,
matter because
no, that's
because
not
if we're
superficial. That's
materialists-
them being superficial.
So if we're materialists, we have to look at the underlying.
We are not materialists. I am a materialist.
Okay.
You're like spirit
Dude,
science for
So
tanks.
do we have a
True.
moderator or what? Because I just want to say something really quick.
No, he's on my side. Remember, I stacked the decks. It was between him and
Okay,
Hinkle.
sure. So if I'm going to
a
be,
joke.
if anyone is concerned with being a materialist, thank you for cutting me off on that completely relevant point.
You're welcome.
Then you're going to have to
That
ask the
was-
question of what is the source? What is the meaning? When they express anti-communist sentiment, is this because of something from a material perspective essential, or are they just anti-communist because they see, for example, the way BlackRock is taking over everything and monopoly capitalism, they're associating that with communism. They're associating this homogeneity
Look.
process of
Yeah.
capitalism. with
Look.
communism.
As I
They
said
say they're
before.
pro-capitalism.
As
Are
I
they
said.
Oh yeah, for sure. They are pro-capitalism because they are actually anti-capitalism. Amazing and
Hey,
awesome.
Haz, I'm going to meet you halfway here. As I said earlier, if you can find a way to actually repurpose the language of MAGA and the MAGA movement towards like a robust, genuine left-wing development or something like that, power to you. But you're not doing that. What you're doing is you're selling yourself to the MAGA movement as something that's palatable to them for your own
True.
benefit.
Am I doing that?
The entire essay that we're responding to here and everything you've done here so far is for lack of a better word, essentially cucking out the language of political theory
True.
in order to make
Okay.
the MAGA movement appear more robust and more theoretically sound than it actually is.
For example,
Well, your whole notion of partisanship, you rely on a specific notion of partisanship that Schmidt actually directly criticizes. You derive it from him just to get to the point where you can say, oh, the partisan is telluric.
What does
MAGA
what
is of the nation and of the ground, therefore we now
does-
have a theoretical justification for combining MAGA with what?
What about my theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing?
About your theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing? No.
Yeah.
You deploy a specific understanding of the partisan that Schmidt dismisses as being
Which one?
The one in which it is simply that which is independent and in some sense has an enmity with respect to like existing structures or whatever in like a general sense. He dismisses this on the grounds that this is simply too abstract, and you end up just with a theory of essentially any sort of individualism. That's a
But
very
that's
loose paraphrase.
well, that's not my theory. I'm not saying anyone who has a different opinion is a partisan. In my opening
Well,
statement,
what makes MAGA partisan?
MAGA is not partisan because individuals in MAGA have different opinions.
Uh-oh.
MAGA is partisan because it's referring to that's exactly why. It's referring to a collective political identity, a collective reality of America, right? That is that is both based, yes, as you said, telluric in America, but also
Um,
opposed to the form.
But it's not telluric though. They had to get bussed into January 6th. They travel to different conventions. They're not of a specific locality.
I don't think that demographic who live in Washington D.C. would be called telluric in the first place. Like, I don't know how many white people living in Washington D.C. are, I know there's a big black population. You could maybe say that's telluric because it's kind of like a similar role of rootedness in the community. But of course they would have to be coming from elsewhere if they're going to be in Washington D.C. What a stupid point.
Well, no. The point is they aren't partisans. It's not a partisan movement. The movement is not a partisan. The individuals in it are not
It is a
partisans.
partisan movement. It's a partisan movement because of the way in which it is
because it wants to go back to the status quo from the 50s, of course.
transformed American politics. It's genuinely partisan for no other reason than it is genuinely.
No, but the definition of the partisan is not that it transforms politics.
Here's why it's partisan according to me. Because it is a genuinely different political movement. I'm not talking about individual opinion. Different political movement than the hegemony.
No, they're anti-establishment because they want to go back to the established order from the 1950s. Of course, it makes perfect sense. Of course.
The two-party duopoly,
Okay.
the hegemony, whatever.
Whatever.
But
exactly.
HAZ, the reason why you would call it partisan and why that would have meaning is not because you've decided to just label what you think they are partisan. It's because it's drawing on a established set of relations between the partisan and regular forms of politics or warfare.
Yes,
but they're very regular. It's just a normal populist movement.
In the case of Schmidt, Schmidt is very stressing on the asymmetry of the partisan, right, with regard to the conventional army. So there's a conventional established form of politics, and yes, here you have a partisan, unconventional form of political mobilization.
But
it's
not really.
It's very conventional. You have to be really illiterate about history if you think it's unconventional.
Unconventional though, it's actually very typical.
What precedent is there for MAGA in America?
It's a popular voting and social interventionist movement that's based on sloganeering. That's not new.
True.
That's been around since.
I'm going to ask you another question. What is a movement you would consider comparable to MAGA in American history?
Most of them. What makes MAGA toxic isn't its organizational form; it's the policies they pursue and their toxic attitudes towards different groups of.
So you can't give me a specific example. Obviously, everyone sees MAGA's pretty unprecedented. As far as
in what sense in what organizational or actually like robust structural sense is MAGA unique?
Because for decades and decades we've been ruled by this like one big club hegemony, and then you have a movement which is getting its.
So basically, again, by HAZ's logic, the Nazi Party was the most left-wing of all parties. It was against hegemony. It was very unconventional. Wow, I cannot believe how left-wing and communist the Nazi Party was in the 20s and 30s. Amazing.
Information and getting its ideas of who rules us and whatever, and how to establish power and what kind of things do we want.
Amazing.
What kind of things do we accept?
The things I'm learning from HAZ.
Political reality completely outside the hegemony. So I think that's pretty unprecedented.
But you just attach that into there. Like they're still operating through eminently mainstream sources. They're still taking
Like what?
part in
Tucker Carlson, what else?
conventional political activism and conventional.
What mainstream
voting.
source besides Tucker Carlson do you have in mind?
They're using all of the same all the same resources and points of contact as everybody else.
You mean like
they're-
Truth Social?
Like what?
Like Truth Social, or what are you talking about?
I actually don't know what that is.
Well, exactly. So that's what they use is Truth Social.
Oh my
you don't even
God.
know
What is Truth Social?
It's the Trump Twitter app.
I'm sorry. Are you
saying they're
suggesting? Are you
using-
suggesting? Are you
You're
suggesting the
saying
fact
they're
that Trump?
using all the same.
No, are you suggesting the fact that Trump has a social media app makes them unique?
No, but you just said they're using the same
Oh my
methods of
gosh.
communication and interaction.
Yeah, social media apps, you idiot. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say.
Stuff.
Yeah,
They're not.
tons of people are using like separate Telegram spaces, and their Twitter alternatives are proliferate.
Dude, I think you've really underestimated to what extent like this country's very divided. It's a separate world.
Well,
Like, it's
no,
totally getting your
I
information
haven't, but that's neither here nor there. And
No,
in fact,
it is here and
No,
there.
no.
You
In fact, the fact that you're defaulting
Okay.
to the fact that there is like
Alright.
a firm
So besides Tucker
bipartisan
Carlson, what
divide
do you
in the
have in
United
mind?
States
So
actually
besides-
suggests that it's more common because now you're
So-
folding into a larger whole.
So besides
True.
Tucker Carlson, what do you have in mind from the hegemony or the mainstream?
I'm beginning to just
don't know
think
what
that
you're
HAZ is just really stupid. I'm sorry. He just throws those slogans without any thought, rhyme or reason.
You're
Oh.
saying, oh,
Just
MAGA
babbles on and on.
isn't operating outside the mainstream because it's using the same mainstream everyone else is. What are you talking about?
No. The partisan is not defined by having like a hyper concentration of
Clearly
weird alternative
my
fact generators.
concept of the partisan is unique. It's not exactly the same as Schmidt's. I just
But
objected.
it's not only not exactly the same as Schmidt's. It's actually like contrary. Like it
That's
does
what I
not.
object to. That's what I object to because you said that Schmidt expressly reject the one I'm drawing from.
He did.
No, because Schmidt, you said he critiques it for being individualistic. Mine is not.
No. He doesn't critique it for being individualistic. He
Yeah, because it's
Uh,
abstract. Because anyone with a contrary opinion is then a partisan. That's not what I said. It's not what I'm saying.
no. Instead, you said somebody with a contrary Twitter alternative is a partisan.
No. You said they use the same mainstream sources, and I said, what do you mean by that? And then
But
I
they-
named.
but
Social
the
media.
fact that there's also an app doesn't belie that. Like, what do
Well,
you use? You use YouTube
what are the ones
and
you have in mind?
Rumble,
What are the
and
ones-
you take
okay,
your cues
Sunday,
from television
Sunday,
and
what?
Twitter.
Sunday, what are the ones you have in mind? I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about an app? Are you talking about the internet? What are you talking about?
I'm referring to all of them. They operate in the same.
Can you name
spaces.
one? Just name one, dude. Just name one, please.
Well, we're on YouTube right now. This would be an example.
Okay, so that's a beautiful example. So big
So-
tech, YouTube. You're saying, well, MAGA uses the same sources. Are you not even aware of what's going on? All the YouTube censorship and the controversy surrounding it, the rise of Rumble and
YouTube
alternatives?
censors YouTube.
The
that
rise
same
of
reason?
Rumble.
YouTube
But hold on, it's
censors
extremely- This is an
tankies
extremely
and
contentious point.
anti-trans.
Dude, this is huge,
whatever, and-
hugely
and-
contentious in America because everyone.
trans sources
Dude,
sometimes
dude,
they censor
You are so out of
bad
touch. about the
language. They,
basics.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what are you
So
talking about?
out of touch about the basics.
No, your entire
Dude,
argument at
the
this point
average
is
MAGA person.
no. Your
is not-
entire argument
Dude, you use
defaults at this point.
YouTube as an
Pause.
example. That's really
Pause.
stupid, dude. It's
Pause.
extremely
If your
contentious.
entire defense of the partisanship of the MAGA movement is that, like myriad other groups, they're victims of YouTube censorship. Like, I'm sorry, that just isn't.
Wait. How can you justify such a reductive accusation?
Oh.
I asked you for an example of the mainstream sources. Your example doesn't stand.
My argument didn't require me
So
to have an
here it does.
encyclopedic knowledge
Sunday. This is
of
it's
the
a simple-
media figures that
It's as
MAGA
simple as
people in
this.
particular.
Sunday.
No, we're
makes-
talking about
Sunday makes
the
the claim-
definition of partisanship.
So
Hans.
Sunday makes the
We're
claim
not
that
talking
MAGA is
about
using the
what
same
media
mainstream
they
sources.
consume. We're
Sunday
talking
Yeah.
makes the
about
claim
social
that MAGA is
media.
using
What
the same
Oh, wait.
avenues they have.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Apparently
Okay, wait.
not true.
Wait, Haas, you as well. Okay, that was getting a bit too much. I don't mind a bit of back and forth, but that was simultaneous. All right, Haas, did you finish your sentence there?
No.
Okay, finish your sentence.
Okay. So, you were saying that MAGA's
Oh my gosh.
operating in the same mainstream. I think that's
I
wrong.
think he's playing.
But in order to allow you to defend yourself, I asked you for an example of that. You said YouTube. Your example doesn't stand. In no way does that does that make my argument that MAGA's partisan because YouTube censors them. But it is an indictment on your ability to provide evidence that MAGA is, by and large, using the same exact sources for information and platforms
social
that are
media.
part of the mainstream.
Well, no,
President Sunday.
Thank you.
Take it away.
MAGA engages in propaganda through the exact same media sources as everybody else, censored or not, as many other groups are also censored. They vote in the same way. They engage in the same kinds of same forms of political activism. What distinguishes them are their policy positions, and their social attitudes, and their
You're wrong.
decorum.
In form, they're completely different in all the things you mentioned.
But you
In
haven't been
form.
able to substantiate that except by reference
Yes, I
to this
have.
Twitter app.
So you
turn it
wanted
around.
to bring up big tech, but if you want to talk about how they
I didn't
vote,
want to bring up big tech. You
Okay,
brought up the Twitter app thing.
when most people vote, for example, they do so not because they're part of this homogeneous movement,
Right?
which
No, you're not understanding the
even in the
objection
event
here.
of
No, you're
loss-
not understanding the objection here. The reasons for voting don't matter.
Oh my gosh.
Pause, just chill for 1 second. The reasons for voting don't matter. What distinguishes the partisan from the non-partisan is the action itself, not the reasons behind it.
Okay, so
They also have to have like an attitude of intense
hold on.
political
So
affiliation. That would be consistent.
The fact that MAGA people participate in elections and the electoral system means it's in no way possible to describe their method of organization and political existence in general as unconventional. That's what
No,
you're
but
saying.
you need to establish
No.
that it is unconventional. And if your point of reference, once again, is that they are persecuted on YouTube and have a Twitter app, that's not good enough.
No,
True.
I've referenced, for example, the different methods by which they do not only disseminate organizations, but vote in the first place. How do they vote, and how do they respect the outcome of the vote?
Well, no,
That's
but
completely different.
Haas, not voting behaviors as in who they vote for.
Well, I think that's unconventional. So yeah, that's the voting behavior is unconventional, very clearly.
What do they sneak into the voting booth? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No,
true.
like January 6th, it's pretty unconventional.
That's
and
not voting.
What? Oh my! Oh my God! January 6th is a unconventional voter action. Oh my God! I
Behavior. That's
I can't believe what I'm hearing. January 6th was just some unconventional voter action. Okay. All right, let's go.
Well, it's behavior resulting from their participation in the electoral process, which
Let's
was
go.
unconventional. It's an unconventional way of participating in the American democracy.
well, no, like
So I guess once again the Nazi Party was the most left wing. When the Nazi Party did the protest, that was, when Hitler went to jail, he just did unconventional action, I guess. What the hell?
yeah, and insurrectionary action is unconventional, and that would actually be close. That would actually get you close there. But the one defining characteristic you now have is the attempted insurrection of January 6th.
No, the myriad, dude. Every time I try to name anything, you just interrupt me. So you're not even letting me speak. I could give you a lot
You're
of
speaking right now. Just stop whining and get to the point.
Okay, so I mentioned information, right? That's the method.
I saw that smile from Bosch when you heard that. You're talking right now. Just stop whining. Get to the point.
Of disseminating information, which is the most important thing, by the way, is unconventional. The method by which they situate themselves in American democracy.
Jesus Christ. Like, I feel so sorry for President Sunday here that I should, literally just DM him later and with my condolences or something.
They use
It's
computers and
completely-
social media.
What?
They use social.
So you
media and
interrupted me
television.
again. So we're gonna
But
be.
they use
stuck
social
on this
media and
point.
television. Like, everybody uses
Because I
this.
can't
Yeah.
name multiple things if you're gonna get fixated on one of the things. Okay.
I'm talking about all of them. These are all like things
So
everybody uses.
social media,
True.
where they are where literally new social media platforms are being built because of the disproportionate censorship of MAGA people, and it is not just everyone gets censored. No, there's a
Yeah.
disproportionate censorship of that specific political movement because of the unconventionality.
Well, no, right-wing people across the board are censored. It's not just the MAGA movement.
Okay, what is the right wing? What is the right wing? If we're not, what are you even referring to then?
I don't know. Everybody from like mainline conservatives that they go too
but
far.
that censorship is in the context of a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the hegemony, the MAGA movement. I think it's important to stress it's not just that.
No, I'm talking about people as milquetoast, as like Sargon of Akkad, for example. It is not specifically targeting the MAGA movement in particular.
The broader censorship of the right-wing voices is within the context of the emergence of right-wing populism, and the American form of that was the MAGA movement.
I swear.
I got nothing.
The Nazi Party was unconventional. The
I
Nazi
can't
Party was
hold you to any definition.
anti-establishment. The Nazi Party was left wing. I have no choice.
Everything means.
Because you're not in good faith. You're not like leveling with.
No, that's you.
About.
That's you, Haz. You're not using any of these terms in good faith, and your entire strategy is to.
How am I not? I'm trying to be really simple with you, dude. It's like clearly you're like way over your head.
I'm sorry.
Basic.
You are trying to be simple.
I'm really trying hard to simplify this for you. Yes. Like I'm being very charitable with like just to help you understand like what I'm alluding to at least. Maybe there's a common. Do we live in the same reality? Are we living on the same planet? Like
I am asking that same question
obviously
myself.
MAGA is unconventional in the context of American politics.
Okay, but that's not an argument. Okay, Haz, saying something.
And the Nazi Party was unconventional in the Weimar Republic political sphere as well. So what sort of takeaway am I supposed to draw from this? I wonder.
Saying something is obviously unconventional is not an argument in favor of establishing that it is unconventional. That's a tautology. You're just
I know, but most people understand.
That's
appeal to belief. Most people will agree.
Also doesn't get you anywhere. I know. I'm sorry. Most people understand the MAGA movement. No. Most people understand. Pause. Most people understand the MAGA movement as being toxic, racist, and negative. That does not mean they think it is some kind of revolutionary organization.
No, we're just using the word unconventional, Sunday. And here's the problem: we're limited by a Discord call right now and a Discord video call. If I try to say the sky is blue, I can't force you to go outside and level with me there. I can't recreate reality on a Discord call. So we're gonna have to try and come to a common understanding.
Okay, but Haz.
That typically speaking, if someone says the MAGA movement is unconventional in America,
let Haz finish.
Typically, when people say that the MAGA movement is an unconventional development in American politics, at least within the frame of the past 2 decades of neoliberalism, most people would understand what's meant by that. It's very common, even in the mainstream media, to acknowledge that. You're objecting to the use of the word unconventional because you're saying, it's the same thing as everything else. Well, I just think you can't really meaningfully engage with.
Well, I want to ask you. I'd like to talk to you, if I may, for a moment, President Sunday, please.
Yeah.
So, with regards to your definition for unconventional, so here's the way I see it. Let me see if I can maybe bridge this gap. Okay. So in a lot of ways, January 6th and the MAGA movement, because it kind of facilitated Jan 6, was unconventional. Obviously, differences exist, but if I understand you correctly, I'm hearing echo, by the way. If I understand you correctly, President, it is that even though it was unconventional in its expression, the underlying systemic institutional forces that beget Jan 6, the MAGA movement, those are still plainly institutional. So this seems like a distinction in expression versus underlying motivation. Is that how you see it, President?
Well, the reason why we're even talking about conventional versus unconventional in the first place is because he's trying to characterize. He's trying to insist upon a distinction here where this is anti-hegemonic essentially because partisan or consistent with its partisanship. The problem here is that the simple fact of a rally turned into a riot, turned into what is a de facto insurrectionary movement, even if behind the scenes there were people who absolutely had that intention, and there were people in the crowd who did, as well as people in the crowd who were just along for the ride. That is not sufficient to characterize the movement as a totality, or even just a movement by itself, as apart from a single event, as being unconventional. What we're actually dealing with here is an unusual event, which is distinct from unconventional or irregular. And we're talking about irregular, what we're talking about is something that is defined by a kind of activity that is not generally recognized as conventional at all. The problem is that when pressed as to what those are, what we find are
hold on, let me
activities.
finish.
What we find are them engaging in activities that basically every other movement does, including mainstream ones. Like the storming of the Bastille is not a partisan movement, even though it is extreme, radical, and violent and unusual.
Okay, so unusuality is not my qualification for partisanship, but I'll qualify what I mean by conventionality. I'm just talking about how people are mobilized, organized, and given a collective political reality. And I think that in the case of MAGA, that was very unconventional, at least as far as what the norm was within American politics. Because within the norm of American politics has been that people, for example, Obama had a movement, right? But all of that was still firmly situated within, for example, the conventional form of American politics. And the conventional form, by which participation in that politics occurred. Here's the thing. The thing you have ignored is the key concept of enmity, right? In the Obama era, I get there was the Tea Party and there was polarization, but I don't think there was a real friend-enemy distinction between Republicans and Democrats. I don't think it was real enmity. I think what MAGA brought to the table is it introduced enmity, right? It introduced this almost civil war within America, which, yes, is an extremely implies an unconventional move.
Because a civil war never happened in the US history before, right? The US has never had a civil war before. How unconventional for US history. A civil war.
Movement and political development. And it's unconventional because the prior convention had been a lack of enmity internally. Enmity was directed toward the terrorists and people who did 9/11 and that kind of thing, right? And maybe the Russians and the Chinese, who knows? But enmity was never really internal, at least recently in American politics. I don't think you can try to give a counterexample. I welcome you to, before MAGA.
Well, enmity in the sense of a firm intensification of the line between friend and enemy, that does not have to manifest simply as a single violent event. That can refer to, for instance, just a rigidification of opposition between political parties, for example. You can have political differences that are not intensifications of war. That's just the most obvious case. This is why the concept of the political for Carl Schmitt is at its most clear at the line between friend and enemy, but that doesn't exhaust it.
But no one's saying it does. But what you're saying is that you object to the view that enmity has been...
No. What I'm saying is that enmity here is not a distinctive feature of the MAGA movement, which is still nonetheless a voting movement that is
what
consistent
are
with
examples
policy internal to a government.
What are
that is not
examples
in
or
a state of
forms of enmity that you think within internal American politics, at least recently, let's say since Reagan, existed? Because I don't...
Well, if you had, for example, if MAGA, for example, turned into a terroristic movement that was concerned with repeating events like January 6th over and over and over again, and materially interfering with the politics as usual in like a violent insurrectionary way that could not be absorbed into any type of normal party politics.
Thank you,
then you have a
Emmanuel.
case.
Yeah,
You wouldn't want to have that case, but you'd have a case.
Here's the problem with good faith. In plain spoken language, if I went to an average person and I said, this country has been divided like it never has
Oh my
before
gosh.
with this Trump stuff since 2016, most people would
By
either
this
agree
guy's
with me
standard, the
or
Nazi
understand
party
what I
was
was
the
referring
most
to. This is
left-wing
an
party.
unprecedented level of division.
I swear.
Okay? And you're trying to say that that doesn't cross into enmity. But it actually does.
What?
It crosses into hatred of one half by the other, a complete
Enmity
inability to
No,
have
no,
is the
hatred
thing.
and political enmity.
Enmity is the thing that a tank gathers in Final Fantasy
The same
14.
thing. You can
But I
test
think
people
it
and be
has crossed
completely
over. I think it has crossed over into enmity, and just because it hasn't spilled directly into violence yet,
It
doesn't
has
mean
though,
the enmity is
but
not
that's
there.
beside the point.
I think that enmity,
Like
as far as
like January 6th was violent. There were deaths. They broke into
okay,
a
well,
government
that's
building.
better. That's more credence to my point then.
Well, no, it's
But-
not, because you're relying on the fact of a violent event to justify characterizing a movement as partisan.
No, I'm not. I'm relying upon the unprecedented, qualitatively acute polarization that followed Trump's election in 2016.
But okay, but partisanship is not defined by polarization. Partisanship
I'm not
is
saying
defined
it
by the
is,
manner
but
in
I
which
think-
that by the
I
manner in
think
which
that polarization
enmity
can
is
be
activated.
described as a form of enmity. For example, an example of that enmity is the Russiagate hoax, where the MAGA movement
Oh.
and the people behind it and the phenomena was reduced to the design of an enemy of the American state, for example.
No, no,
At least
where enmity
Russia,
would come.
the outside foreign enemy, is
No, no,
behind.
where enmity.
That is an example of enmity
No, no,
internal to
no,
American
but-
politics.
okay, but the problem here is that you're actually overlooking like why this term is used in the first place. The reason why enmity comes into play is because if you have a logic of just war, but not of a just foe. So, for example, if you criminalize an entire category of people or an entire state or whatever, so that you do not seek, for example, as the end goal of military contention, a state of subjugating a foe or a state of getting like agreeable terms of surrender from a foe, but instead with the total destruction and subjugation of.
I think you have a
like,
superficial reading, and you can't go below the surface.
That's
of the
not
specific
superficial
context.
at all.
Wait.
This is
No,
Wait,
because you're trying to-
President Sunday, finish your sentence. You were near the end of it, but you didn't finish it, right?
Yeah. The reason why enmity becomes important for specifically revolutionary partisan is because that is somebody who will still engage in that kind of activity, even outside of the scope of state defensive action. So the first kind, so he has two kinds of partisans. There's the first kind of partisan, which is like the Ukrainian truck bomber who's like disrupting Russian supply lines. Then there's the revolutionary partisan who is like the
Oh my gosh.
maybe engaging a lot of the same activities, but they're like part of the Bolsheviks, say, and they don't stop, or their goals are not limited by the defensive needs of a particular geographical region. In that particular
What's the
case,
point of bringing that up?
well, because in that particular case, their enmity towards like a political entity categorically, that could go towards satisfying the conditions of them being like partisan in this sense. But the problem is that the MAGA movement doesn't do this. The MAGA movement, while they do target like different demographics within American society, they still deploy almost entirely, actually basically entirely conventional methods to do so. And with respect to January 6th, once again, the justification is their perception
no.
that the democratic process was corrupted.
Wait, but that doesn't mean again, hegemony is not based in the 1776 Constitution. Okay, hegemony is based in what happens afterwards in World War II. So them holding the Constitution as a sacred thing that was violated, and the democratic process is a sacred thing that was violated, is not an indictment on the unconventionality of their position.
I didn't. You said I did. I'm sorry. I didn't follow that. Can you say that again?
So just because they think the democratic process was corrupted doesn't change that it's an unconventional.
No. You're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is not that the fact that they think the democratic process was corrupted means that therefore they weren't partisan. The point, though, is that because their goal was, even if it was comically misinformed, even if their goal was, because their goal was to correct an institution that is domestic
Yeah.
And not actually enmity against an enemy per se. They're not engaging in partisan
could
action. This is
easily-
just
hold on.
like not any popular uprising
So
or any
okay, I'll
public
explain this
action
to you.
is
So if a
partisan.
revolutionary partisan is calling for an abstract return to some prior existing status quo that may be
Oh wow, just like the Nazi party. What do you know?
idealized and not grounded in reality, which I think democracy is, by the way, it's an idealization. That doesn't
I don't
change
disagree
their
with that.
partisan stance. But that doesn't change their partisan stance.
Well, no, but you've assumed the partisan stance in the example. Where the question is what makes them partisan, right? So you
Okay,
said
so
that
you
if
said-
a partisan does and they're a partisan, then
So let's say
they're
a
still partisan.
revolutionary partisan is acting on behalf of an organization with revolutionary goals for the overthrow of the status quo. Okay,
Mhm.
just because those goals are based in an idealized version of the legitimacy of the prior state, for example, democracy, doesn't make it any less revolutionary when the actually existing state, not the ideal state in the Constitution or democracy, functions in a way opposed to that.
I agree. However, in this particular case, we aren't talking about them doing anything at that scale. We're talking about them being under the misperception that there is a criminal cabal that has tainted an election.
Oops.
Like from their vantage
I don't know
point,
why
they
you keep
believe they
focusing-
won
I
the
don't know why you
election,
keep
right?
focusing on January 6th.
No, because well, it
Why
matters.
do you keep focusing on that? Why can't you just
Oh no, no. Uh-oh, I'm being blown out. Why are you focusing on this thing that I'm being incoherent on? Stop, President Sunday. Why are you focusing on that thing that you're correct on? Stop.
focus?
Because it's
we're
the
getting
closest,
into-
it's the best
Stop.
example you've got.
Because no,
otherwise,
you're jibber jabbering.
no, I'm not. Haz,
We need to get to the point
the
of
reason
enmity.
I'm not, Haz, I'm perfectly willing to throw out January 6th as an example. The problem for you is that that's the best one you've got, because otherwise, what you have is just a toxic community that is voting badly.
No, it's not just that. It's a division that has cut
He
across the
was
social
the one
fabric
that
of the American people.
yes, he was.
That most people would recognize and acknowledge, but you're not doing for pedantic reasons.
But
now,
how
let's
though?
qualify
We're
why.
talking about what makes them partisan.
Okay, let me qualify what I'm talking about, and then you can give me your critique, because you're taking this into directions that are irrelevant. Okay,
All right,
I'm going to simplify this.
I'm listening.
Okay? So, and don't interrupt me, by the way, because we're not getting in the weeds of your bullshit. We're going to just simplify this,
Oh.
okay? So, in the case of enmity,
Okay.
we are dealing with a conventional ground
Of your bullshit.
of political existence, which is not only the sacred institution of democracy in the formal electoral process, but everyone being interpolated, I don't know if that's too big of a word for you, as the
Oh,
same
snap.
political subject of the liberal democracy by the mainstream institutions of society. So to translate that to you, at the end of the day, no matter how we vote, we're all Americans and we're all on the same team, and we can at least all agree that, you know, we don't hate each other, we don't see each other as an enemy, right? But with the rise of the MAGA movement, there's a perception from one side, for example, that these people are not even American anymore. This is the Russian agents. Or these people, to be fair with you, are the globalists. They're not true Americans. So you have a level of enmity that just if you interpret it at the level of the information being communicated before January 6th even happens, at the level of the information being communicated, it is enmity. It's a position of political enmity.
No, I understand that, and I'm in agreement with you. Obviously, I've mentioned multiple times there are demographics within America that they have marked out as the enemy. The enemy, like that implies enmity. But we're talking about what makes them partisan, and that's not the sole distinction, because again, the friend-enemy distinction
True.
is the most clear case of the
Beautiful.
political in any context.
I'll explain that in 1 second, okay?
Oh.
If you just don't interrupt me. I'll explain, and not 1 second exactly, but not too long, okay? So the reason I'm saying the enmity thing matters is because that enmity
Yeah,
is cut
HAZ
across
did
the
bring
line
up.
of an established conventional
Bring
form of
efforts,
politics
yeah.
that used to contain and be the vessel of political difference, and a completely new political movement that has its guns metaphorically pointed against that. And that's the distinction in which the enmity is based. One is unconventional, one is conventional. So one is partisan and the other is based in the hegemony. So what do I mean by partisan, by the way? Let me just do this simplifying, okay?
Alright.
One is partisan because it's actually a political stance. It's an actual political stance that will go so far as, yes, January 6th can be an example of that. But it's actually a real political partial subjectivity, partisan subjectivity. It's not like one system with two parties where, okay, no matter our differences, we're all on the same side. No, it's actually partisan, really partisan with regard to the entire system and the hegemony. So that's
So basically, the Nazi Party, right? They were against the status quo, they were against the hegemony of the Weimar Republic, they were unconventional. Wow, they were partisan, according to HAZ. So I guess the biggest brave communist left-wing party in history was the Nazi Party, since they opposed the hegemony of the Weimar Republic. Very nice. I see it also clearly now.
important. Real
How?
politics has not existed in
But
America
you
for a long
said you were
time.
going to explain how it's partisan. You just
American
said that it's
politics,
partisan.
because here's why.
It's also clear to me now.
Because before MAGA, politics in America is like a sports game. You have different sports and teams, but it's still the NBA, it's still on the same court, right? MAGA is what upsets that. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why the enmity thing matters.
Okay, but
Because
a partisan isn't just any splinter group within a
Before the Nazi Party, all those things in the Weimar Republic were just sports teams playing in the same system. But then came the brave Nazi Party and changed everything. Wow. Like, by his logic, the literal Nazi Party from the Weimar Republic was left-wing partisan.
political party, Haas. That's not what that means.
what? It's not about the political party. It's about the entire, basically, in functional, practical reality, the state. The state.
But we already have multiple parties then. Parties themselves aren't simply partisan. Like, obviously, the term is a common root in German, but when we're talking about the partisan, we're talking about something
The two
different.
parties are not partisan. I agree with that because they're subsumed by a single hegemony. MAGA alone is truly, actually partisan, a real partisan stance.
But how? Here's where you're losing me, okay? Because you have a violent event.
Because it's a
no.
form of
Hang on.
identity that goes beyond.
One sec. Just one sec. You have a violent event.
But yes, I stand by what I said before. President Sunday is actually performing really, really well in this. Okay? Really well.
Sort of roughly corresponds to the kind of thing you would expect for a
No,
partisan.
forget January 6th. We don't have to mention it.
But if we forget it, we'd lose this one, and you want this one. This one's important, okay?
No, I don't even
This
need it.
this one
Let's pretend it
helps
never
you.
happened yet.
This one helps you.
No, let's
This-
pretend it never even happened yet. Let's pretend it's January 5th right now, and let's have this debate. Because you get into the weeds of so much irrelevant bullshit. Let's just talk about what I was mentioning before. At the level of information, clearly
Okay,
there's...
but then literally all you have then is like a subgroup within a party that is generally disdained. That's not a partisan.
But hold on, it's not a subgroup within a party because it has polarized the country down the middle.
But
okay?
it didn't though, because the Republican Party, as we were talking about earlier, is itself bifurcated between MAGA and the Republicans.
Right,
and
but
the
who
divide is between
Hold on.
the two mainland parties, not between
But
them.
the Republican Party's bifurcated. What are the demographics? Is it really a popular social base of the rhinos? No, they don't have a popular social base. They have suburbanites that are rapidly
Well,
going
neither
over
does
Democrats.
MAGA though. Like if
What?
you look at the
Yes, it does. MAGA does have a popular social base. If you go down to East Palestine, Ohio, and talk to a random guy, he'll be for MAGA. There's chances he will be. Who are you going to go
There's a
find some random
chance.
guy who likes Mitch McConnell? I'm sorry, If you go to the gas station, you're not going to find.
I think you're
who's a fan
not
of,
no, you're not following me here. The point is whether or not there are a lot of people who are invested.
It's a popular. It's a movement of the people.
I know it's popular. I'm not saying it's not popular, but
Okay.
what was even arguing against? Fuck.
So okay, Sunday, this is the debate. You're saying, obviously, my concept of partisan is not identical to Schmidt's, but you're saying Schmidt directly contradicts mine, and that's not.
But
I don't think that's.
but he does, and moreover, you don't
He doesn't,
derive.
actually.
No, but
You haven't given me one example.
You identifying this as a partisan movement is critical to your thesis, but you seem to pull it from nowhere. So if you're just making it up,
No, I don't. I've given you multiple reasons why I think it can be characterized as a partisan.
Yeah, but
movement.
every single one of your
because
reasons
it
are like this.
operates outside. Hold on, because it operates outside the established form of politics.
The
Done.
Nazi Party did that.
But it
Done.
doesn't, though. It really
Okay,
doesn't.
why does then let's debate about that instead of arguing about semantics. Why don't you think it operates outside the established form of politics?
Because it engages in the same system as everybody else in the
So
same
you're saying
manner.
because they participate in the electoral process, that means it's not outside the established form of politics.
That would actually be a critical one, but in addition to that, they also use the same sources for propagandization, propagandism.
Even if I were to concede that extremely tenuous and outright wrong point,
That's not tenuous.
What
You have
difference would
literally
it
nothing
make?
that distinguishes them except for fees. Like that doesn't do it. I'm sorry.
no, what distinguishes them is that it's a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the status quo and toward the hegemony.
Yeah.
That's not just fifis. That's actually like
But that also.
So,
the
for
other
example,
the other Republicans
Sunday-
also complain about the mainstream media
True.
they might
and about
but,
globalists
hold on,
and
they
about
might,
like all these.
they
like,
might
They
but
do.
ask them what they think
That's
about
their
the-
bread and butter.
They might, but ask them when push comes to shove, who is more likely to be critical of U.S. foreign interventions, the MAGA movement or these people you're mentioning, and why is that?
Them having policy preferences vis-a-vis foreign
It's not
intervention.
just policy preferences.
No. But
They
those are
are
policy
not
preferences, though. Huz,
by the hegemony's agenda.
MAGA people are not flying to where the United States has military interests and subverting them.
They don't have, dude. even the military.
But what
they
you're
don't
referring to are opinions. They're just
They
opinions.
don't have to. We're talking about the. We're talking about the Third World War, according to Marshall. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Information warfare. It's a national security concern, according to the military.
My God.
It's important. What do you think the Russiagate thing was about? Do you think information war is not a theater of war? It is, according to the U.S. military. It is.
Okay, but a foreign power being speculated to bankroll a political movement in the country doesn't make that political movement partisan. It's actually kind of the opposite.
It definitely proves that according to the people in power, they don't see this movement as coming from their own hegemony. So whether they want to attribute it to Russia or Timbuktu,
But that doesn't
it's
matter.
not coming from their own houses. That's for sure. So that's the point.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter because it
No.
means that
No, look. There was a point in time. There was a point in
they're
time.
outside the established form of politics now, doesn't it?
Pause. There was a point in time when Catholic presidential candidates were heavily discriminated against on the grounds that they thought they would be influenced by the Catholic Church. That does not make
By the
Catholic.
hegemony? Hold on. By the post-war globalist hegemony that we're talking about? By what? By prejudiced people on the ground, prejudiced hillbillies living in some rural part of America?
What?
By whom were they accused of this? It matters because one represents the...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter because
because one represents the hegemony of the homogeneous universal state, and the other represents prejudices of some potato farmer in Idaho.
What a political organization or movement is ontologically is not determined by what its critics call it. That doesn't work.
No, but nobody's reducing it to that, but it's clearly an example of how even the ruling class recognizes them as outside the established form of politics. If they're accusing Russia of being behind the MAGA movement
But
every day,
they don't.
Rachel Maddow,
No.
clearly
International.
Nobody said that Russia was behind the MAGA movement, by the way. The accusation was that Russia spread their misinformation to meddle in the election, right? Or something like that. Like Russiagate was about the 2016 election, right? Wasn't it? The Russiagate thing?
Even the mainstream media recognizes
International media meddling is ubiquitous. It's done in both
Yeah.
directions.
How could
It was
MAGA
about media
be
meddling.
an extension of the established form of politics when the
I didn't
established
say it
form
was
of
an
using-
extension of the established
when
form
the-
of politics. They engage
So it's
in
outside the established form of
conventional
politics.
politics. No,
So
they
it's-
engage. They engage.
It wasn't
in conventional
about
forms of
Russia being responsible for the MAGA at all. That was never the accusation anyone levied.
politics.
Is it outside the established form of politics, yes or no?
No.
No.
But then how could that be when they're accusing it of having Russian origin? Why would they
Because
say that?
them being
No one said that MAGA has Russian origin. Like, I've never heard that before. Like, can someone, like, the whole Russiagate was about the 2016 election, not about MAGA as a movement.
accused of having Russian origins, even by the way, if they're correct, doesn't make them unconventional in terms of their political activities.
So
or their
is
forms of
Russia
organization.
part of the established form of U.S. politics?
What?
Do you think Russia?
Yeah, they helped MAGA, but, like, I guess you could say the accusation was they helped MAGA, but they didn't, like, form MAGA, right? Like, nobody ever said, ah, yes, MAGA is a Russian creation. Nobody said that ever. I've never seen such a accusation levied. Like, I've never seen such an accusation.
Part of the established form of U.S. politics?
No.
And how can MAGA be coming from Russia?
Nobody ever said that MAGA came from Russia. Nobody. I've literally never heard that being said before. And it's been years.
I didn't say MAGA was coming from Russia.
But the establishment thinks it did.
It also
No.
doesn't matter if MAGA's coming from Russia. We're talking about
Nobody said that
form of
ever.
the
Yeah,
organization or the
dude, even
movement.
the establishment recognizes MAGA.
Like, I'd like to see a source for that. That the quote-unquote establishment that thinks that MAGA came from Russia. I'd like to see a source for that.
doesn't come from the established form of politics because they think it comes from Russia, which you accept is not part of the established
No. Like, at that point, I would like to see a source. I would like President Sunday to just ask for a source at this point.
form of politics. Kind of simple, dude.
Sorry, what's simple?
That MAGA is not part of the established form of politics and is outside of it.
No. A partisan is not defined by being a part of established politics or being outside.
Okay,
of it.
now we're back
Partisan
into
is
semantics. We're back
No,
into
not semantics. This
Yeah,
is
we
the
are,
definition of
because
the thing.
we just agreed that we're going to get out of semantics and talk about whether it's
Wait.
inside or outside the established
Well,
form of
no,
politics.
Haas, as per...
Now you
as
want to
per-
go back to what the
Haas,
definition of a
Haas,
partisan
Haas,
is.
as
Dude,
per-
you're President Semantics. You're not President Sunday. You're President Semantics.
I see.
I'll take it. Haas, as per your insistence, we are discussing theory. This means we are discussing concepts. You need to be able to justify your concept.
Okay, my concept of the partisan, in the case of MAGA, one of the reasons MAGA is partisan is because it's outside the established form of politics. There's other reasons we can get into the weeds of, but you seem to object to the label of partisan.
No, because look. Here's how you define a concept, right? A thing is defined by being X, Y, and Z, and maybe not.
No,
being
it's not
A,
strictly
B, and C.
justified. That's a one-sided, undialectical view because there's a lot of other things too.
Well, no, it's not undialectical or one-sided.
It is undialectical.
No, because I've actually just referenced the corresponding
Defining a
negation of
thing,
in the definition.
Reducing something to any kind of definition whatsoever, one
That's
definition
how
is
concepts work.
undialectical.
That's what a
That's
concept is.
undialectical. Frederick
No,
Engels.
I understand that. But
Okay,
concepts
Frederick
are-
Engels calls it undialectical explicitly, so that's what he thinks.
when I die, Marx will judge me. But when we're dealing with concepts,
Well, I mean by dialectics what Engels
when we're
means.
dealing with definitions, we are
Marx
quite
will
literally
judge me.
dealing with what a thing is and what a thing is not.
Okay, MAGA.
Even if we want to take a dialectical, because Haas, even if we want to take a dialectical approach,
my God.
we have to know what the dialectic is between. If we can't differentiate our concepts, then we can't do that.
No, dialectics means you don't just look at something in a one-sided sense. You look at the broader.
No, but you need sides, right? That still implies lines between things.
Okay, but you
There's still
just brought up
definitions.
one. You've just brought up one, and there's multiple.
On what?
It's outside the established form of politics, and for example, it has a specific relation to the American.
It doesn't have to be outside the established form of politics. For example, for example.
Yeah, I think it does.
It doesn't. For example.
To be partisan, it does. As far as
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay, explain.
The reason why you end up being able to characterize revolutionary political actors as being partisans in present day is because we have the total politicization of the entire population. But for example, you can have partisans that are deeply embedded in conventional politics in the case of an invading force occupying a territory, and nonetheless, despite the fact that in international law they would have the right to govern with a certain minimal degree of humanity the area that they are occupying.
It's so stupid.
They're nonetheless undercutting.
So Sunday, what conventional form of politics exists when a foreign country takes over your fucking? How does that?
For example, it may be the case that this place is occupied, but they still maintain the institutions and the police force, and let them run more or less autonomously.
Which no longer has any sovereignty.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have sovereignty.
Okay.
But that is neither here nor there, because we're not talking.
So it has no political power. Ergo, it is not.
No, because it's been subsumed under the sovereignty of an invading force. But
okay, but the sovereignty of the invading force is the.
But hang on. Just because of that,
Dude, this is so stupid. This is so.
No, it's not, because the entire point. Haas. The entire point of the partisan. The entire point. Haas. The entire point of the partisan is that it's irregular vis-a-vis conventional state-based military forces.
Let me nuke your argument. When an invading force comes and takes over your country. When the invading force comes and takes over your country, they become the new established form of politics. Any vestigial prior
you're confused.
Any vestigial prior convention of politics subsumed under their sovereignty, when weaponized against them, is indeed outside the established form of politics. Because the established form of politics is the invading.
The established form of politics is not defined by there being persistent sovereign.
Oh my God! Yes, it does, because
that's why. Haas. Haas, I thought you were a Marxist. Haas, the entire international system of liberal. Haas, stop
it. Wait. Okay. President Sunday.
The entire international system of liberal states is itself conventional, and if people are taking part in politics consistent with that, then vis-a-vis that, they are engaging in political conventions. This is why we have, for example, the idea of international law and the idea of the partisan, which specifically emerges from a case of an invading force having the occupancy of a region and then being undermined by what they would deem to be criminal actors on the tail as they pass through. This is like resistance movements and things like that. These are partisans.
And
so
Haas, yes.
So politics is based in power, and if this priorly established by convention form of sovereignty is recognized by some international system, then the international system is the real hegemony, in which case it's not really a partisan movement, at least from a global perspective. It's part of the international hegemony you're talking about, if you're talking about that.
See, look, like you say
politics
this like this is
about losing power.
No, but you say this like this is a statement with context. Politics is about power. You may as well just say politics is super duper with how much content you've put there.
But you know what's stupid?
Power is not defined by sovereignty.
Schmidt uses the example.
Politics is super duper.
The peasant rule agrarian partisan, which is very much rooted in forms of power or forms of politics at the village level and local level that are oftentimes subsumed
politics is
by a greater force, and it's still deployed in a revolutionary way that's outside the established form of politics. So just because there's a structure that's
the reason though is because in the event of an occupying force with internal to the occupied territory a state of stability with a police force and with government in place, nonetheless actors can independently or in some sense illicit groups can still engage in violent or insurrectionary action vis-a-vis the invading force. So, for example, you can have resistance movements that do not have the sanction of government, do not have the sanction of any like police force or any military, but nonetheless, by their own lights and direction, will bomb supply lines, will assassinate like enemy like officials or whatever, and like this is one of the reasons why as well. Schmidt points out that there may indeed need to be a situation which we have to consider the
What does that even have to do with
civilian population as itself requiring protection from the partisans. Sorry?
Okay, but the fact, what are you saying? The partisans establish a new...
I'm saying the MAGA movement is not partisan. What you're talking about
But that has none of what you just said. Because they're not bombing supply lines. What are you trying to say?
They're not doing anything that partisans do, and they vote conventionally like everybody else.
They're not doing any of the things Schmidt observed partisans to do in his time, but we're in an information warfare age where I have a new concept of the partisan. I just rejected the idea that Schmidt contradicts
being an edgelord on YouTube does not make you a partisan either.
No, it doesn't. But being part of a broader political movement that is built on collective distrust toward the reigning institutions of society, when you're situated in that context, you're part of a broader partisan.
No, Vosh, you're a liberal. Remember? Sorry, what?
So, yeah, Sunday, you haven't engaged with the point at all. You object to the view that MAGA is outside the established form of politics. I find that baffling.
But your argument is only that you find it baffling.
So let me get to the President Sunday's argument is that MAGA is not outside the established form of politics. It's not bombing supply lines. Okay. Good luck. That has no explanatory value.
Hey, look. If you can produce something else, bombing supply lines is not exhaustive of all the things you can do that would be irregular. And by the way, unconventional is not my term. That's your term. Irregular is not exhausted by the unconventional, and the unconventional is not sufficient to ground the regular or the irregular.
Shit. Now we're going to hinge on the difference between irregular and unconventional.
It's a theoretical discussion, Haas. We are talking about the concepts you're
they're
deploying,
the same.
and if you're deploying them in a way that doesn't track.
Say irregular and unconventional are the same fucking thing. Like
they're not.
I'm not. This is such a
no. Because the irregular can be contained within convention.
This is what happened when oh my gosh, I say that often, but this is what happens when illiterate people try to discuss things. Literally, like, is HAZ just stupid? I don't know. There you go. I'm asking you. Because, like,
and indeed they are. Like, for example, the Geneva Convention is partially concerned with dealing with irregular combatants.
Irregular and unconventional can refer and often do refer to the exact same thing. So we're going to stop with this semantic,
but not in this case. In fact, if you've actually read Schmidt's essay, this is directly
President
what he talks
semantics. About. Let's get to the
That's
objective.
not semantics. This is actually the
substance
of the theory.
Semantics. This is fucking obscure semantics.
No, it's really short. Anybody can watch it. It's like read it. It's like a 50-page essay.
There can be irregular activity that is situated within regular activity. That's how fucking stupid you sound.
No. The category of the irregular can be subsumed under conventions, right? We're doing so when we talk about it right now.
The category of irregular can be subsumed by regularities.
Well, actually, yeah, a little bit. If it's so different because it's not absolute. No, Haas, it's not absolute. Haas, we're talking about international law here. We're not talking about like absolute metaphysical irregularity. We're talking about irregularity with respect to conventional military forces, as those are understood by the canon of military and political thinking.
Okay, what is the point of raising this pedantic, legalistic?
Because what you're calling a
talking about theory. We're not talking about international law.
International law is going to be, it's law, Haas. What is law comprised of?
Because when someone refers to an unconventional,
it has to be interpreted. It's
when someone refers to an unconventional method of warfare an irregular method of warfare, they tend to be referring to the same things.
Well, no, not necessarily. Unconventional.
I didn't
can,
say
for example-
necessarily. I said they
No,
tend
no,
to.
because this is actually
you mean
where.
they don't tend to.
No, no, no.
Okay,
This
say
is where.
that.
Huz, in the context of talking about military issues, conventional can refer, for example, to the types of weaponry deployed, but not actually.
But what I
directly-
said was conventional warfare.
But that does not touch on whether the units involved are regular or irregular. Like, for
True.
example, state armies can engage in unconventional warfare, but it can be comprised entirely of regular troops.
True.
Okay, what's your point? I said in unconventional warfare. Irregular warfare and unconventional warfare.
Irregular warfare is referring to the types of actors involved, not the types of war involved.
True.
I'm referring to the type of war.
In which case,
Irregular
once again,
Irregular warfare.
in which
is
case, Huz, but Huz, if that is indeed where you're gonna fall on this, then the sword you're falling on is you have one violent event that that stands apart.
I'm always lost.
Yeah,
at
Politics
first.
as usual, essentially.
We're living.
Oh no, I'm not lost. I just don't wanna.
January 5th, 2021.
And that's it.
never did happen.
Yes.
I'm not lost. I just wanna, I wanna start certain quests when we, I don't wanna start quest dialogues when there's the debate over it.
What I just said. So what you've got then is you've got a bunch of meanie douchebags who happen to vote in a way that a lot of people don't like, and some people
I'm
speculate
sort of
that they were
just
paid off.
walking around and doing stuff that's their night. I've been actually, moving things forward.
by Russians at some point.
Okay.
But that's not
And
irregular.
those people just so happen to not carry the baggage.
Like
of
similarly,
No,
like a lot of them will refer to
Holy
will
shit.
also accuse.
Okay. And
Like
those
when you're
people-
invoking globalists, you're doing the same thing.
Okay, you're jibber jabbering. Those people happen to not carry the same baggage that, for example, the average political subject outside of the MAGA movement does. Therefore, it is much easier for actual partisan political ideologies, for example, to find fertile soil among the MAGA people. for
Unconventional
that reason.
warfare.
So you're saying, oh, it's a bunch of douchebags or whatever. Okay, well,
Huss.
those douchebags are more receptive. Like, who do you think, even if you want to refer to real warfare, where do you think the American militia movement will find more fertile soil? The MAGA movement or Starbucks baristas? It's
Okay.
like, it's so fucking stupid.
Hey, no, Huz. I'm not saying they can't be a partisan movement.
Who's calling for the abolition of the
Again, I refer you to the Nazi Party, to the brown shirts. Like, I'm not sure what HAZ is trying to imply here.
FBI? I don't know who's situating themselves against the entire state.
I mean,
machine.
I think,
I don't know,
think
it's not the baristas.
a lot of people advocate for the abolition of the FBI. Huz.
They're not. But nobody takes them seriously. They take the MAGA people seriously for a reason when they say that, because there's actual political sitting members.
Okay,
in
I
office
really, this conventionally irregular point is actually kind of important. Unconventional warfare includes drone warfare. Are drones partisans? Are drone pilots partisans?
Unconventional warfare can just refer to asymmetric warfare.
No, that's called asymmetric warfare.
No, but
Unconventional. No. You're actually wrong. Unconventional warfare refers to
there are multiple.
No,
I get there are
Huz.
multiple senses
No.
of the word unconventional.
Oh my
You're
god.
wrong here, though.
There are
Unconventional warfare.
multiple senses of
Huz.
the word
Just-
unconventional.
mask off,
Unconventional can
One
refer
second,
to
Huz. I've let you
things
speak at
that are
length. Just
novel
chill.
technological developments.
No.
They can also refer to what Carl Schmitt
Huz.
describes in
Huz.
asymmetric warfare.
Huz. Unconventional warfare is engaged in by an agent as a strategy. Asymmetrical warfare is a description of a situation in which you have one force that has some set of characteristics and another one that has different characteristics. So, for example, a state-based army
know what it means,
versus
Sunday. Get to the
criminal
point.
insurgency.
Okay, we know what it means, but you're saying I can't use the word unconventional to describe that form of warfare, even though it was
No.
unconventional for all intents and purposes.
No, that's not what I'm
When
saying.
Schmidt was describing, for
Huz,
example,
if you
Napoleon fighting the Spanish guerrillas in Spain, or for example, the forms of partisan warfare that emerged in World War II, which were unconventional, right? So
yes,
okay,
like
so
French
unconventional
resistance, etc.,
can
guerrillas.
yeah, unconventional can describe guerrilla warfare.
What? No, that's asymmetric warfare by irregular forces.
It's so stupid.
No.
There's no sense in which one can refer to guerrilla warfare.
Well, one directly is invoking conventions.
Dude,
Haz,
this is, you know what?
One is
Sunday,
Haz.
this is the
Haz.
jibber jabber palace of semantics. I don't want to
Of course.
dwell in this palace with you. Let's just get to the point of the actual debate. Besides semantics, please. I know you're stunned because you're President Semantics. You have nothing beyond semantics.
No. If we're getting to the point, then please, God, get to the point. I should have set an endpoint on this. That was a poor decision making on my part.
I figured you were a busy guy. You would just have like, oh, we're gonna do this for like an hour, not.
Yeah,
okay,
I know.
Welcome to hell, people.
No. We're all here together as compatriots.
My
Okay,
gosh.
the point, Haz. You mentioned a point. I missed those. What do you have to say, please?
Is that me or Sunday?
No, you were going to say, Haz, so go right ahead. Let's coalesce this. Let's bring this to a non-partisan point.
Okay, well, he was objecting to my use of the word partisan to describe the MAGA movement. All I meant to, but I mean something very specific by that. He doesn't want to level with me there. So, Sunday, do you even intend to meaningfully?
No, I really do. But the problem, though, is that you're using terms in a contradictory fashion because.
What's contradictory?
Can I explain? So, when I say that no, a partisan has to engage in irregular action, and your point of reference for irregular action is they are in some sense unconventional, and your point of reference for unconventional is they have particular attitudes towards particular things, and you will even disavow the one case that would actually work in your favor of like an actually violent action that has insurrectionary potential.
I think it's I think Trump's, within the frame of information warfare, Trump's kind of phenomenologization of the American state in his MAGA movement is both irregular and unconventional.
How about this? So if we're talking about information, let's try and find like a corresponding equivalent in information warfare. Okay, what I would look for there is I would look for a political movement that is engaged in somehow in a serious way actually subverting the function of the mediums through which that information is conveyed. So that can range from like somehow subverting like algorithmic tools. It could be maybe you do the V for Vendetta thing and you hijack a TV station. I don't know, but something like that.
You realize information warfare also includes a war of soft power and ideology, not just the
so it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. So
information.
it literally means nothing then to you. It's just whatever you need to.
No, because there is an ideological superstructure.
What is soft?
MAGA does obscure the ability for it to be disseminated.
Okay, but
that's what the whole fake news thing was about, that everyone was talking about.
Okay, but soft power isn't a form of politics. Soft power is the purposing of.
The government disagrees with you. The State Department disagrees with you. The governments of every country disagree with you.
No, the distinction between soft and no. The distinction between soft. The distinction between no.
Yes, it is.
Information war involves soft power because soft power includes information, but soft power and hard power are distinctions introduced by international relations theorist Joseph Nye to talk about the purposing of different types of forces.
There we go.
To compel political action.
What I mean, you have to give it etymological fucking.
That's not etymological though. I'm telling you.
I know it's not etymological, but you have to give some kind of like encyclopedic fucking description of the term.
No, the difference is.
Why are you so fixated on terms?
Because I know what they mean, and you're making it up as you go.
No, dude, we don't need an encyclopedia, a Wikipedia article for every word I use. We don't need to go through. In 1704, it was the first usage of this term by Joseph Semantics.
But you introduced these terms, and you haven't justified them.
Okay,
and that would be fine by itself if all you were doing was just naming things.
This is a perfect example.
No, hang on. Wait.
Example of your bad faith debate tactic. What do I mean by soft power? What do I mean by information warfare?
What do you mean by soft power?
Okay, what I mean by soft power is that MAGA is engaged in forms of information that contradict the soft power aims of U.S.
But you're not defining soft power. You're just involving soft power in another sentence about something else.
Okay, soft power are the forms by which the U.S. exercises its hegemony that are not directly.
Soft power by itself. What is it? When you say the U.S. uses soft power, what are they using?
I was literally trying to give a description of that, but
I don't believe you. Can you just do it, okay?
All right, then it's not, you're not. If you don't believe me, then how can I say it? You're just gonna keep interrupting me because you don't believe me a priori. Like, dude, let me talk. Okay?
Let me
Soft
talk.
power is cultural. Soft power is through the media. Soft power is through what ideas are being spread. Soft power is what kind of sentiments are being cultivated. Those are all forms of soft power, for example. Do you believe me now, Sunday?
So when you say because they engage in information warfare, the content of that is they engage in information warfare because you just recapitulated that.
Dude, because look, I could literally what does the word the mean?
It's an article specifying a particular.
So the just means the?
No, it's an article specifying a particular.
So the just means
I
the.
am referring to.
All you just said was the means the, dude. We're never gonna be able to communicate now because you're trying to like. Do I literally have to?
Hang
do
on.
I literally have to like have a lightning bolt and like?
I'm just a little confused.
Are you Discord
pause
video screen and like
pause.
Kind of enforce the
Haz, is your example of me being pedantic based on
like, dude, all words are metonymic, right? They're always going to refer to other words that in a tautological way just describe what that word means.
Wait.
I'm trying to give you examples.
No, that's not true.
Hold on.
That's not true.
President Sunday.
That 1000% it's true.
Hold on one moment. President Sunday.
Yes.
Make your point, and then I would like to say something. Go ahead, please.
No, you go ahead. I got nothing.
Okay. So this is we're arriving at, and when I say we're arriving at, what I mean is we've been at for nearly 4 hours, an insurmountable gap. Okay, this is a river that you cannot cross, and this is a difference in communication styles. It is, in the humble opinion of this moderator, the responsibility of people trying to communicate their ideas to understand the language of the people they're talking to. You two speak very different languages. This might literally be insurmountable. So the goal then is to understand the concepts that are being discussed, the basic ideas on a fundamental enough level that you can talk through it without needing to grasp the subtleties of the language that's being used. We've been arguing the definition of partisans for a long time now. I'm willing to bet that whichever of you came out on top, if ever there could be a winner in that discussion, it would be immaterial to the broader point, or at least very minorly so. Probably because this is one of what could be like an innumerable number of such discussions. So, leaving aside definitions, if we could avoid definitions entirely, we could just communicate as much as is possible in a vibes-based fashion. Let's move on to the next point.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously, working away from definitions means that it's difficult to mount a more systemic critique, President Sunday, because definitions are important. They're not unimportant. They're just leading us in a really circular conversation. So, if at all possible, I would like it if we could gesture at definitional problems rather than getting into the weeds, because we clearly can't get anything from that. Is that fine with both of you? Because I don't think there's an alternative.
Yeah. So I will try.
You said yeah, Haz. Or sorry, not Haz. You're Haz. President Sunday as well. Yeah. Or
I would like to make one final remark, if that's all right. It's a short one.
Okay, as long as it's a pair to Haz's yeah. You know, affirmation, disagreement. Go ahead.
I just want to note, as like a final observation on this, that he has simultaneously denied Russia's involvement in MAGA while also relying on Russia's involvement in MAGA in order to justify it being.
I didn't. All I need to rely upon is the accusation that Russia's involved, which implies that at the very least, the ruling hegemony doesn't think it comes.
Well, that's weaker than them actually being involved, so that's not great either. But whatever.
Yeah, so you were wrong on that point.
Well, I wasn't.
It doesn't mean Russia has to be behind it. It just means that there's a perception, even among the ruling class, it's not coming from them, it's coming from somewhere else. I think it comes from the American people.
Hello, too big dork. Wow.
And I think the American people are just as
painful
to the elites as Russia is.
It's a painful debate.
That's my whole point about why they're partisan.
You mean the American people who are like slashed down the middle by MAGA That's now
The
all
people who were left behind and forgotten about completely
the real people.
by
Got
the
it. All right.
establishment.
Oh wow.
The people
Sounds
who
like
lost all their jobs in the
sounds like
Midwest, and the United
Germany
States,
in
and
the
so on.
30s once
But anyway,
again.
Yeah, I don't, I
The
shouldn't
abandoned
have gotten that
people.
deep. I'll just simplify it really
Oh.
completely. I think that MAGA has disrupted American politics in an unprecedented way, and that anyone who's interested in alternative political ideas in general will probably have a better chance working within the MAGA movement than working within.
Hang on, this is the commercial.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to make a point for you to disagree with, but
No, we're not, because we're moving on to the next section, whatever that is. I'm not.
okay. Well, I was trying to move it on to something, but you. Can go ahead.
I agree that this semantically counts as a closer to the previous topic of discussion. Haas, continue what you were saying, and then President Sunday, your final thoughts, and then we will move on.
No, we can close that other one if that's because I thought that other one was just a black hole, and I'm gonna reset it so we can actually debate.
Do you have any final thoughts then, President Sunday, on that specific
Nope.
subject?
Not really, no.
Okay. So, since you're the one mounting the critiques then, President Sunday, was there another subject you wanted to bring up? Again, I know it's a long document, and I have no idea how far down
It's
you are.
it's a very long document, and the essence of what I was primarily interested to discuss was the conceptual stuff that leads to this conclusion, which is what we were just talking about before, which is why we got hung up on the partisan thing, because that's what all this hinges on. I'm not sure what else there is to talk about. I suppose
Oh,
it's a little bit,
is it finishing?
except for once again remarks on like the strangeness of some sentences. So, for example, one thing that just sticks in my mind is, quote, "A complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists." It's odd, but there's not a whole lot else to
All right.
go off of here.
Want to go deeper on it? What you find out about it, or
No, because we're just gonna loop. So I don't
Okay.
know. Is there anywhere you
I
want to
don't know
go?
why you brought it up, but I stand by that statement.
I know.
Yeah,
But you understand why it's funny, right?
Can you define funny for me? I think you're using that
not even as a joke. Just not even, not
Well-
not just why. Do you know why
So
he
do you have
finds
anything besides jokes, Sunday?
No, I want an answer. That I think that was a valid question, Haas. Do you understand why he might have an issue with that statement, just at the face of things?
My best guess is that he is confused about why there's tendencies in MAGA which might be exploited for a consensus for war, while there's also simultaneously tendencies that can be in the other direction. I think it's an intermediate strata generally, and that's the whole point of kind of Gramsci's idea of hegemony, and even Lenin's notion of the two tactics, where he
No,
wrote
but
about.
what I'm getting at here is that is that you fear a takeover of the Hitlerite kind, which is all but now inevitable, but then you place the responsibility for this fear on the nefarious actions of bankers and globalists.
The ruling class, yeah, who are definitely both bankers and globalists, oil bankers in particular, if you need to know. But yes, globalists as well.
The topic of this debate
you can
is
just say
HAZ's
beneficiaries of the unipolar American system if you don't like globalists, but it's pretty much the same
Well,
thing.
no, because
What
beneficiaries isn't definite. You're not referring to a particular group of person. Like
is any
who
group
doesn't benefit in some capacity from.
So
a
wait,
Okay,
wait,
sorry. They're
really
ruling
quick
that-
before this spirals out, really quick. You said it was funny, President Sunday. Why? Is it the ambiguity of the term globalist? Is it the idea that a beneficiary could?
It's maybe
Refer
the
to a broad group?
juxtaposition of bankers and globalists as a nebulous world manipulating cabal, as the hypothetical or theorized.
Not a cabal.
It's not a cabal. Okay, they're
Nope.
they're partisans. I
Globalists.
guess. I don't
Okay,
know.
to be honest, globalists probably refers to like more like think tank people. The ideas that are coming from the think tanks, and the bankers are referring to where the
Gotcha,
money
gotcha.
for those think tanks is coming from. That's just don't reduce it all to the think tanks, but that's an
No,
example.
but
How globalist the bankers work hand in hand.
goddamn well that you worded this in such an ambiguous way so that somebody who wants to read Jew there will read Jews.
You know what's funny?
That was funny.
You thought Jew. Globalism is referring to the post-war globalist. That's not. I don't think, at least, that's not a primarily Jewish thing. Jews in the traditional anti-Semitism are accused of being internationalists. Internationalism is not the same thing.
As opposed to globalists, internationalists. As opposed
Yeah,
to
because
globalists.
globalism is encompassing not just continental Europe and maybe the Americas, although anti-Semitism was never that popular in the Americas. But through continental Europe, there was the idea that, the Jews are internationalists, they're not loyal to any of us.
But
And they stabbed us in the back in World War I.
Oz, you're
But the global system, I don't even think in most people's head, if I tell a MAGA person, yeah, the globalists, they're going to be like, yeah, that's I don't think they're going to think Jews, right?
You're a Duganist who primarily.
On the other hand, if you say bankers, well, now you're starting to create a picture in someone's mind, right?
On people like Schmidt and Heidegger, and you're trying to appeal to the MAGA movement.
I could probably accept Schmidt and Heidegger are probably anti-Semitic in some sense, but Dugan is not.
In some sense.
If you say so.
But by the way,
where do you want to go next? I don't know.
I don't know. So
my analysis here is exhausted largely because it was intractable in literally every.
By the way,
I'd like to add something, if I may.
Yeah.
I stepped out of line a little while earlier by being a bit too inquisitory and doing more of a debate than a moderator thing. That's just me sliding into familiar habits.
True.
But I do want to ask this, HAZ.
See, I told you, Vosh was starting the debate.
Regardless of how you may feel about the term, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Nazis do use globalist as a dog whistle. Obviously, that doesn't mean the term.
I am, but I think that's more of a niche internet ideology kind of thing. Whereas on the ground, when I talk to people and they say globalist, who are not like terminally online, like boomers, for example, they do not mean Jews. They are talking about, people in Washington and they're not. They don't. I don't think anti-Semitism is that prevalent on the ground as it is online.
Is that so?
Younger people.
I agree that lots of people use the term outside of an anti-Semitic context. I mean, if you go back and you look at some of the stuff that...
Anti-Semitism is not prevalent on the ground, not online. Yeah, because huge public figures are not openly anti-Semitic at all, right?
Bernie Sanders has said, for example, if you were really uncharitable... Well, he's Jewish, but if you were really uncharitable, you could be like, what do you mean by that? So it's not so much like the innate definition of the term or anything like that, but... it is such an ambiguous term. Like, to you, I ask, you say globalism. That can mean a lot of stuff. Do you mean, like, food? Like, they say a kebab on every corner, right? Do you want every country to be a cultural...
Well, I think I'm referring to this kind of... the ideology of the unipolar American system built after World War II. But, I think it's inherent in the nature of anti-Semitism that... Of course, when you say the ruling class, when you say those who rule us and those in power, just because you're not qualifying some specific theoretical analysis, will some people read that and say, oh, you're talking about Jews? Of course they will. But I don't think you bear the responsibility for that unless you say it's Jews.
On the subject of Dugan, does he not distinguish between quiet, loyal, good Jews and bad Jews who are the rest?
Where does he do that?
This is referenced in a couple of places. I am not a massive Dugan reader, but this seems to be...
I am a Dugan reader, and I've never heard him say anything of that sort.
You might want to get up on that a little bit because it seems like this is a thing
I'm
that a
asking
lot
you
of
to
people are
cite your
talking about.
sources on Dugan's anti-Semitism.
Oh, I just searched Dugan and Jews because I was curious, and it seems to be a fairly ubiquitous point on that.
Okay, give me citations.
Well, actually, give me 1 second. Yoram Hazony apparently has an interesting quote. That would be an interesting one. Bear with me for 1 second.
Just read it out and tell me where it's from.
This is from Dugan by Yoram Hazony, who is a Jewish conservative in the United States, if you're familiar with him.
Okay, so is
Is he
the
in the States? He
Dugan
might
primary
be
source?
somewhere else. This from Dugan, quote, completing the Palestinian genocide is also part of the Zionist plans. Then there will come a period of Jewish rule on a global scale when the peoples of the earth recognize the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. This is what Israel lives on.
Where did Dugan say that?
This is quoted in the Asia Times, I believe. Let me pull this up.
Oh,
Yeah, please find the primary source, because
Give me a
it
second.
doesn't really sound like Dugan.
I'm getting there. It kind of does, though, honestly.
Okay.
Here we go. Dugan is a Russian. Okay, so in his May 6 essay for the Chinese website, which is called.
true.
Here we go. Dugan's website, which is defunct, which makes sense. So this is older. But the quote is, the traditional pre-modern European order was defeated and completely destroyed at the beginning of the 20th century. That's not the quote. Hang on. Here we go. Sorry, it's up here. I was reading a quote from somebody else. No. On the article, it breaks after a photo of Dugan to somebody else.
So where's the quote?
Hmm?
The quote, dude.
Right here. The Zionists did not recognize either the decision to create a Palestinian state.
Where's the primary source for that?
What? Well, it appears to be from Dugan's website, now defunct. We're not here to debate this. I was just pointing out that this seems to be a common thread.
Because I would be surprised if Dugan said that.
So well, the primary source is defunct. It was Dugan's website. It's no longer.
Oh, so it doesn't. Oh, so it's. I guess we just have to take whoever's word.
No. But I'm not leaning on Dugan being anti-Semitic. I just looked out of curiosity and I found a bunch of quotes that seem to refer to him.
I'm not familiar with any.
So this seems to be there's a lot of discourse about him being anti-Semitic, so it might be worth.
Yeah, he's accused of that. He's accused of that
with quotations. So if you want to prove those quotations are false, that would be interesting.
I just want you to cite them from things he's actually said or written.
Source or.
And by the way, the reason I know Dugan is not anti-Semitic is because he has
I like him.
routinely defended Judaism as a legitimate traditional religion of Russia.
Okay, sure, but that's like how Richard Spencer. No. But hang on, Richard Spencer insists that other races should also have their own state to maintain their own cultural.
But Dugan doesn't say that. Dugan says Jews who are Russians are our brothers, and their religion is a part of our civilization.
Yeah, but he defines being Russian by being quiet and submissive to the Russian state.
I don't know what you're talking about here, but Dugan also says that he admires many of the aspects of Jewish mysticism and the Kabbalah and so on. I don't ever see him say anything anti-Semitic, anything bad about Jews. I've never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a surprise to me,
Is
actually.
this bad faith in action?
But it's interesting how Jews just get brought up for no reason. I just think...
For no reason.
No. They got brought up in this context because you're referring to
who is mentioning
bankers and globalists in the context of fearing a Hitlerite takeover.
Yeah, we are ruled by bankers and globalists. That is indeed true. Rockefellers.
When you're specifically appealing.
Rockefellers are not even Jewish. Rockefellers are the oil bankers.
Sure. When you're specifically
are the Rockefellers,
when you're specifically appealing for merging communism with the MAGA movement in particular, which is who you're.
So do you want to know why bankers and globalists matter? Because that's the form of monopoly capital today. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's supposed to be united front against monopoly capital. That's the whole.
You're not a Marxist-Leninist, though, because you keep defaulting to fetishizing the universal state. That's not a Marxist-Leninist position. That's a Hegelian position, which is the root of fascist ideology.
Oops.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's literally what the doctrine of fascism directly corresponds to. Giovanni Gentili was.
Nope. It's,
Yes.
Hegel is
Yes.
not the legitimate basis of Giovanni Gentili, who departs and breaks.
He was a
from
Hegelian. What are you talking about?
Giovanni Gentili breaks from Hegel
Uh-oh.
in the most fundamental of ways. He's not a real Hegelian. He's
Not there. He doesn't.
Yes, the universal state is also employed by Kojev to describe the Soviet Union. I think Stalin would agree with it. Kojev wrote a letter to Stalin, completely. You can read it yourself. But no, it doesn't only. I mean, it originates with Hegel, yeah. But
Well, Stalin
I
says
argue
so.
that. So, if you want to know the Marxist-Leninist position, which is the socialism in one country thing, civilization states and universal states will indeed
Civilization
survive,
states.
possibly for hundreds of years
Civilization
before the final
states.
dissolution of the state as such. But the Soviet Union, in Marxist-Leninist doctrine at least, can be described as a universal state, and there's nothing about that that's incompatible with Marxism-Leninism.
No,
Because
no, it's
Marx-
actually direct. That's why Marx literally wrote the critique of the philosophy of right, which was directly criticizing Hegel for
Oh.
If a
criticizing the Prussian
universal
state as a
state,
universal
if a
form.
universal state is based in the proletarian dictatorship, then Marxist criticisms don't apply because it's based in class struggle.
But it's not a universal state if you still have class struggle schisming the whole thing, right? That's
Yes,
why
it
it's
is.
not a
That's
universal state.
precisely what makes it universal.
But it's not though.
Yeah, it
you
is because
still
the
have
proletariat
class
is the
divide.
universal class. So a state based on the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is suppressing the development of
It's
all.
not the universal class if they have to be dictators, right?
Yes, it is because class. You didn't listen to my opening statement. Class does not refer to discrete, strictly defined social formations fighting. It refers to
But it does, though.
oscillations. It refers to virtualities competing over intermediate strata. So there's no pure proletariat or pure bourgeoisie. It's a virtual orientation. It's not. It's not like classical physics of billiard balls hitting each other in the fucking in empty space. It's referring
No,
to
classes.
tendencies. It's
classes-
referring to orientations.
No, it's not just referring to orientations.
Yeah, it is.
Classes are defined by having real control over real resources or lacking thereof, or having real relationships based upon production or the sale of labor.
How does that control work? This is like Marxist critique.
What do you mean?
about
How does that
it.
control work?
Because you think somehow that this is like the aggregate of individuals.
How does who owns the material of production control work?
How do they own it? Do they own it as the sum total of individuals enter into a Lockean agreement with each other to own it on a basis of individual, discrete?
No,
atoms?
by social convention, the state reinforces their decision-making capacity with
social.
respect to
Yeah, you're right.
its product
socially
and
established.
its the space.
It's social, not individual. So yeah, class.
What?
Does
my gosh,
class
what?
refers to something
Oh,
social?
of course, there's social. There's social.
Told you he
classes
was
clause.
just done.
Yeah, that's my point, dude.
Dude.
So you can
Am I
have
having I feel like I'm having a stroke.
first of all, the proletariat is identified by Marx as the universal class of capitalist society. It is the class which epitomizes the universal interests of all of society and all of humanity. Point one, okay? In a proletarian dictatorship, when this class is elevated to the status of the supreme subject of politics in a dictatorship, that means you indeed do have a universal state whose interests coincide with the interests of the whole country.
Oh, apparently
Rather than a specific
somebody has a link to the Dugan clip. Send it to me on Twitter. Don't try to post it to YouTube. I can't see it there.
Back to the Dugan stuff.
No, it's interesting.
Okay. All right. Let's.
This is purely for your benefit. You've been educating me. I want to return the love.
Okay. I'd love to hear what this is. See what this is.
I think Vosh is completely checked out at this point. I
Nope,
don't blame
still
him.
here.
What are you playing?
I'm not playing anything. I've been staring blankly forward for the past 4 hours.
Oh.
I'm fully engaged, locked and committed. All of my neurons are right here with us,
Oh my
open
gosh.
and vulnerable to the shelling
Okay.
they've been taking.
True. It's true. The shelling part, I mean.
You got it yet, Sunday?
Hang on.
What a debate, Gigglers.
People are.
I don't think you're gonna get it, but I.
Not everyone is as technically savvy as I am.
I've got a question for some new static after this, but my god. It's my newest.
So how's everyone's
Number.
night going? Good?
Oh,
I
fantastic.
feel like death.
It's
I'm
already
glad the power hasn't gone.
it's almost 7 a.m.
Yeah, I got some coffee. It's really helped.
7 a.m.
I caught some kind of cold the other day, and just everything hurts. Like I'm fine. I'm just intensely uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. What about you, Haz? How's your superior... What archaic ethnic term do you
The
use?
debate is actually over, right?
Haz,
Yeah.
what... How are you doing?
What ethnic term?
Yeah, don't you have a term... What do you describe yourself as? There's like a YouTube video on this. It's like a thing.
He's a Mongolian Khan, isn't he?
Is it Mongolian? Yeah, how are your superior Mongolian genes holding up? How you doing?
Well, it is certainly a night and a debate.
Those are both true. Over in Russia,
here we
it's
go.
actually the day.
So are we waiting for Sunday's thing about
Web
Dugan?
archive. Okay. Yeah. Apparently, I found it. Give me 1 sec. Translate to English. Oh, there's a video, which is playing automatically. Can I stop this? I don't know if this is going to be TOS. I'll have to read quickly. Oh god, this is a massive brick of text. I don't know what this is, guys.
Well, after this conversation, you should be familiar with those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm this isn't helpful, guys. I don't know what you're looking at here exactly. But I don't think this is the thing that we're looking for. Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on, I see. So it was the...
Can't we just assume that Dugan is anti-Semitic because all Russians are evil? That's the logic I've been using for my streams for the past year and a half. Works out for me.
Oh, that's the quote. I can't remember what the quote was, though. It was too long.
Tough crowd.
Well, Haz, was there anything you wanted to talk about, or are we just going to sit here sulking while
I thought you were going to provide something for the Dugan thing,
Oh
but
my god. 7 a.m.
Well, I'm not invested in Dugan being an anti-Semite. I looked at it when you said he wasn't.
I mean, you just
out
brought
of
it up
curiosity.
again, so I thought it was going to be your saving.
No, because you were
Saving
insisting,
grace.
You were insisting that
Saved
you were
by
just
the bell.
completely innocent when you were once again appealing to the mega group in particular with bankers and globalists as the
Yeah, I think I am
big
innocent.
historical bugbears.
I think I am innocent.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Great. Cool.
Oh, here we go. Right, got it. Here it is. Bless
Alright.
you, web archive. So we pulled this up. I'll put it into.
Can you share it in the group chat?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Just let me confirm this quickly. So here we go. So, global scale. The completion. Yeah, here we go. You'll have to translate it, but here I'll send it to you in particular. The completion of the genocide of the Palestinians is also included in the Zionist plans.
I don't know.
There will come a period of
It's
Jewish rule.
it's
on a global
weird.
scale, the fifth monarchy, when the peoples of the earth, the Goyim, recognize the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. Who's he talking about? You're all having violated the Talmudic commandments. The Zionist leaders, in fact, yeah. So it's. Yeah. It's not like a Hitlerite approach to it, but it's
So isn't he just describing isn't he describing ultra nationalist currents of Zionism? Not what he
I mean, he
thinks,
might
but
be. I'm not a fan of Yoram Hazony. I'm not invested in defending the integrity of what he says. I'm just saying there's a lot of people talking about this. I am not. I don't have to hinge anything on whether or not Dugan is an explicit anti-Semite or not.
yeah, I think he's just describing what some crazy people believe, not what he thinks.
Oh, well, there you
Oh.
go.
So, how are we?
No
How
love
is
lost between you two, huh? No banter?
What's your favorite sword on the wall there, Haz?
Haas, you have to answer the question.
So I mean, just to be clear, Dugan's also making a lot of like opposite of anti-Semitic arguments here. He's saying that Zionism is against the Jewish religion and stuff from the Orthodox Jewish perspective. So it's interesting you use this
Well,
sword.
Vosh is losing it at this point.
Someone just sent this to me. I don't have this to hand.
All right.
Vosh is losing it.
I think Dugan's a shit political theorist. I am not invested in him also being like a Nazi.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I think things like that matter when we're talking
And
about.
he's not far off. He's an apologist and theorist for a murderous, aggressing fascist regime. But that's beside the point.
True.
So do you have no objections to raise anymore?
I have myriad objections. However, I am. We've canvassed, I think, the extent of what our generous host is able to.
Whoa, no,
survive.
I'm not the weakest link here. Don't you quit on my account. I got my coffee. I'm fine.
I'm not fine. Please finish the debate.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Oz?
Oh my
Can
god.
also stop if you want to. I'm not locking you both here.
I can't. I am unable to. It's a rule now.
How are you doing, Haas?
Well, you seem to have objections Sunday, and it just seems like you're unable to defend those objections without.
You know what? The stream is over. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I need to go to the toilet. I'm gonna grab a drink with caffeine, and I'll be right back. Okay? Don't go anywhere, because the fun is just starting. I don't know. Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. My goodness.
Getting into the weeds of semantics.
Well, no,
Weeds
when
of
you're giving
semantics.
definitions,
I've got Pepsi now.
Okay,
Completely failing to justify them.
instead of trying to accuse me of using words inappropriately, which is already tenuous,
not
can you like
inappropriately,
make
contradictorily and inconsistently.
True.
yeah, which you haven't been able to support, and that's why
Is that so?
we can't get into the weeds of that because it's a loop.
Well, no,
But can you
I would love to
can
be
you
able to
make
just like
an effective argument against my political theory or my position?
Yes.
For example, do you think it's in contradiction with Marxism? Do you think it's
Yes. Your description of the MAGA movement as a communist movement makes the Nazi Party a communist movement. Literally.
somehow?
do I think yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it is.
sure. Why is that?
Well, for a start, you're once again like moving heaven and earth in order to justify orienting this around a particular community that is originating on the basis of capitalist expansion and exploitation. So the telluric.
Hold on, to be clear, you're referring to the United States of America as a polity.
Yes. The
Okay.
Tellurianism of the
Wait,
MAGA movement.
wait. Then how do you?
Hang on, I'm not done yet. The Tellurianism of the MAGA movement is one that's going to be rooted on a community that established itself by exterminating and abusing the natives and enslaving Africans and other people.
Okay,
So,
but speaking of Marx and Marxism, are you aware of what Marx and Engels themselves thought about this community that you're saying is the worst thing ever? Because Engels actually advocated for the annexation of Canada. Marx defended. I don't even agree with him on this point, but he was so fanatically pro.
it's like the most agreeable thing I've ever
He
heard.
was so fanatically
Engels
pro
say.
19th century America. He defended the annexation of Mexico. He famously, in a racist quip, called the Mexicans lazy Mexicans, and he was glad the America expanded and took over Mexico. So not saying I even agree with Marx in that regard. I think it was mistaken. But Marx and Engels thought,
My gosh.
in his letter, especially to Abraham Lincoln, they thought that 1776
True,
was a
Jessica.
revolutionary
Literally.
development, and that the United States was a legitimate community and soil for socialism. As a matter of fact, Engels said that even European socialism, in some sense, originates in the Americas and the original settlements and the Shakers, which Engels uses as an example directly. Both Marx and Engels are almost ubiquitous. They're very clear that
Okay.
they think America is the future, land of the future.
Okay, but HAZ, okay. But Marx and Engels were also racist. Isn't like the stinging retort that you think it is.
But we're talking about Marxism.
My God.
You're saying I'm not.
We were talking about Marxism for a reason,
You're
right?
saying I'm not Marxist because I'm trying to.
I'm saying the fetishization of historical states is.
What do you mean
not,
fetishization?
What I mean, treating them as if they have, in your language, some deeper underlying reality.
Yeah. So the Communist Manifesto
They don't.
says the class struggle will be national in form. Ever since then, real Marxism has acknowledged that all class struggle is national in form.
But that doesn't mean the nation is the end. You have situated the nation.
No one's talking about the end, but we are talking about the definite context within which class struggle
you are though, if you are situating the nation or the land or something like that as in some sense a deeper reality.
True.
Beneath convention or beneath like historical change or whatever. You would even go so far as to say
no, the notion that a civilization, or we're not going to use that word, is deeper than the artificially contrived modern state is in no way opposed to Marxism.
But it's not deeper than the artificially contrived state because it's
But that's
generally
a
wise state
materialist.
action.
You realize that's a materialist insight, right? The idea that the real, for example,
Well, that's neither. That's
Lenin.
neither.
I'll give you an example of this. So I think Lenin was a Marxist. You might disagree. If you say Lenin's not a Marxist, then there's no common meaning we can have. But Lenin says, for example, as simply and as readily as he says, for example, we want to abolish the modern state. That's what Lenin said. So how will laws be enforced? Well, Lenin says, as simply and as readily as any crowd of civilized people, even in modern society, interferes to put a stop to a scuffle or prevent a woman from being assaulted. And secondly, we know the fundamental
My
social
gosh.
cause of excesses, which consist in the violation of the rules of social intercourse. So he recognized these rules of social intercourse that are somehow not reducible to modern states. I am situating those rules of social intercourse
Well,
into the deeper
I'm not. Well,
texture of
hang on, hang on, hang
civilization.
on. There's a difference between saying that all norms and conventions reduce to modern states and saying that there is a civilizational
They
net
exist deeper
in
than
which,
the modern state, yes.
but they don't exist deeper than the modern state. Just because they
But
exist
Lenin
apart
thinks
or
so.
independently does not mean
But
they're
Lenin
deeper.
thinks so. But Lenin thinks so. He thinks when the state is gone, they will still be there.
Well, no, because civilization has not been invoked there. Neither is nationality. What we're talking about in that case.
It is definitely.
No, we're just talking about other forms of
It
association
is
and culture than the
invoked. He
state.
says the word civilized people. Of course, it's invoked.
Well, civilized doesn't necessarily refer to a civilization as a discrete unit, right? Like
So
we talk
Lenin
about,
uses the word
we use
civilized.
but that this is where once again, like the distinction between civilization as a cultural unit that has an inside and an outside, and civilization as a process of essentially a kind of cultural education. That's where these two things are distinct.
No, you're
So
taking.
when he's
you're
talking about
taking
civilized,
things out of your
like we
ass.
will refer to civilized as like people who are well mannered sometimes. We're not therefore invoking like a specific type of political entity.
But what Lenin's saying, in my view, implies there is a deeper texture of social relations.
Than the state, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's civilization,
True.
right?
Well, I think it's civilization,
I see.
and I think Lenin would agree with me, and I think the Russian state, Soviet state, agreed with that insight. I think even Stalin agreed with that insight. He said, for example, in the aftermath of the invasion of Hitler, he said the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain. The German, basically, civilization remains. So there was a recognition within Marxism, Leninism, that civilizations are indeed deeper than modern
This
states.
is of course nonsense for so many reasons.
fact, I
Oh
mean,
my god,
Lenin-
I could go into why this is nonsensical. The whole journey. Oh yeah, the German civilization. That the civilization that just happens to neatly correspond to the freshly formed German nation. Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
When we get to Mao in China, it's like game over, dude. That's not even up for dispute. The idea that China is a deeper civilization than the various states contending in the
China is a massive and highly varied place.
Well, I'm just telling you what Chinese Marxists think, and they're Marxists. They have no problem referring to China as a civilization deeper than the modern state. And if they're not Marxists,
Yeah,
I guess
but
I'm not Marxist. in their eyes.
is that because they have a robust reason for doing so, or because the policy of the Chinese Communist Party recently has been to try and foment nationalism to patchwork?
But it's not
over
recent.
It's
not recent
myriad
at all.
social schisms.
It's not recent at
social
all.
problems.
Even before they
No,
came.
it's not that recent. It's going on for like 30 or so years.
No,
More longer
no.
than that,
Before
even.
Mao, when Mao was a guerrilla in the 1930s fighting Japanese, in the late 1930s, there were yearly tributes paid by the Chinese communists to Genghis Khan for being.
I mean, I am a
in
bit
their own words,
sleepy.
having fundamental contributions to
Like-
Chinese.
Oh, okay,
It's
that's cool.
7
You're
a.m.,
invoking just
7:14
once again, like
a.m..
Another propagandistic.
I've been up for
Okay, well,
I've been up for 15 hours or more. I've been streaming for 15 hours by now.
Mao was a Chinese Marxist, and Chinese Marxists
And a
clearly-
partisan, by the way. And a partisan.
Yeah,
That would be an example
but
of a
Chinese
partisan.
Marxists clearly understood unequivocally, there's no room for dispute, that civilization's deeper than just modern states, not just.
Well, I mean, and that's why they desecrate.
You're going to say, well, that just served
destroy.
their political purpose. I mean,
No. I was going to say, and that's why.
Oh yeah, the Maoist revolt. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, the Maoist Cultural Revolution was clearly a sign of the deeper civilizational bond, right?
They destroyed and desecrated all of the Confucian.
who are you to say that?
What do you mean, who am I to say? This is a matter of historical record.
They didn't destroy all of it, but if
They
there
destroyed
was
most of it.
They destroyed a lot of it. That was what the whole Cultural Revolution was about. Like, what do you think the whole simplified characters were created? It was also part of the Cultural Revolution, of course. I'll be going to my mom after this. But feel free to support me on Patreon to help me through this pain, okay? I'll just link my Patreon again to power through the pain.
In fact, they made a big show of bringing them back out.
Who are you to
recently and
say that's
restoring
not
them.
part of? Who are you to say that's not?
In fact,
part
it was a
of?
big thing in 2008 when
Do you think?
when I think was
Yeah,
Xi
keep
Jinping
talking
was
about it.
quoting Confucius.
It's not
at the
like we just
Olympics.
got your point and you're just talking about it. Okay, we got the point.
No, I hadn't finished speaking. You don't know what my point was.
We got your point. It happened during the cultural.
But you didn't though. No, I wasn't talking
Yeah,
about
we
the Cultural
did.
Revolution. I was talking about 2008.
Okay, talk about 2008 or 2023. It doesn't matter. There's nothing written that
see.
says civilizations can't undergo these iconoclasms where they radically try to overturn prior
I see.
traditions.
Okay,
That happened.
but
History
then it
clearly-
begs the question though. You say the German people remain, but Hitler's come and go. Okay, what are you referring to then? The people clearly don't.
We're
remain
referring
because they
to
die.
organic.
Their
historical
ethics don't
process.
remain
We're
because
referring to
they.
I was going to answer, but you wanted to keep talking. But I
But-
was referring.
But you were. I was answering you. Like.
But I'm referring to
But
an
you were already
organic.
interrupting me.
All right.
What's
So
happening?
If indeed the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain, well then how do you account for the radical restructuring of Germany? The obvious
yeah,
fact that
because
all Germans die,
civilizations change. They change.
but you're
You know
referring to it
that,
as a
right?
deeper reality. What
So
are you talking
the,
about
the
then?
so the changes underwent by civilization does not eliminate the continuity because it's still the same people's history and development. It's not like there's some idol and then if you burn the idol, the civilization disappears.
No, I've been up all this time. I've been moving like
It's not like there's
characters
a
in the game
statue
and
that
stuff.
But-
every
but
whole civilization
For something to change, right? It has to have some fixity as well. There has to be something that is enduring the change. It's not just dying and being replaced by something else. It's changing.
Yeah, the people's history. That's what history is. A people's history. That's what history of civilization is.
My God.
This is like the
But
Archimedes.
clearly not, because multiple peoples can comprise a civilization, and they never interact.
They have to interact in some way.
Well, not necessarily, because civilization doesn't involve them constantly interacting with each other.
You
Of course,
mean
there are family
individuals?
similarities.
Of course, not every individual interacts, but historically constituted peoples, like I'm sorry, I don't. You mean this individualistically or like different ethnic groups? Because within a civilization, all the groups do interact in some way, but not all the individuals, obviously.
Well, no, because the civilization is defined by common practice, ritual, and culture, and things like that, and like forms of
All right,
organization.
no, I don't want to get back into the semantic
either.
debate. But we're just talking about whether I'm a Marxist or not. You're saying I'm not a Marxist because I propose there's this deeper kind of even
I'm saying the MAGA thing
You're
is
saying-
dumb and isn't.
You're saying I'm not a
consistent
Marxist
with
because
Marxism.
I think that the historically constituted community of America. So you think the historically constituted community of America is illegitimate and antithetical to Marxism, but Marx and Engels and
Because
Lenin.
your basis of that isn't materialistic. It's based on this
True.
mystical woo-woo perception that there's some embedded cultural identity in the soil, despite the fact that it was literally appropriated by a
You
capitalist
can you
entity.
can give a bad faith interpretation of what I mean by the deeper embedded reality, but it was a reality acknowledged by all major Marxists in history,
What?
including Mao, and especially Mao with regard to China, where it's just ubiquitous. But Stalin understood that for
Well, we're
Russia.
talking about now we're talking about China. Like,
Because you're calling it okay. Then Mao is also mystical, woo-woo, deeper reality of China beyond.
maybe like
Okay, well,
I don't know what
I'm
currency
a
you think
Marxist.
Mao has with
I'm
me.
a Marxist, like Mao was. I'm a Maoist.
Yep.
If you think that's not a real Marxist, you can have your real Marxism and you're covered in your books, sitting down.
So mega communist is mega Maoism.
Yes, quite literally. Yes, it's something. You know, I think I make it
Oh
clear
my
in
God.
the tag. I am a Maoist, of course I am. Mao Zedong thought specifically.
Does that just refer, as far as you're concerned, to
Oh
the
my
invocation of
No, I
the
think
orientation
Mao
of the nation,
Zedong
or what are we
thought.
referring to here? Oh
I
shit,
think
my
Mao.
disc
I
is
side
dead.
with China and the Sino-Soviet
Oh
split.
damn it, my internet's dead. Hang on.
Mao Zedong
I can hear you.
thought.
You can?
Yes.
Yeah, we can all hear you. Mao Zedong thought
Oh,
is
Discord's
an
back now. That's weird.
advance in Marxism-Leninism because of his introduction of primary and secondary contradictions and his radical contribution.
I thought you were a Stalinist.
Yeah, I am a Stalinist and a Maoist.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that look that voice just gave. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. I love it so much. Oh no. Oh no. What happened here? That look he gave because actually the USSR and China were like super enemies. My gosh.
You were.
See, Stalinists will typically be divided between the Hoja and the Mao. I'm a Mao guy, so
I love it.
Okay.
I thought that was common knowledge. Apparently not.
That little glare he gave.
Here. Somebody wanted me to ask you this.
Oh my God.
So, in your essay, this is completely out of left field.
I'm a Stalist Maoist.
It thrusts to the fore the basic question: did America have to culminate in what it is today, or beginning from the very same premises, would an entirely different outcome have been possible? Make America great again really means roll the dice again, repeat, with all the Deleuzian connotations, the origin of America. Reset American history, return America to the mercy of its progenitor. Nothing could evince the sign of middle-class midwit consciousness and historical nihilism more than the slogan, quote, America was never great, unquote. America was great. It was great when it was other than what it only seems now, when it was latent with culminating into something else, a time that has been forgotten because it is impossible to remember. Time passed over, echoing forever into the annals of a lost past, lost but still felt like deja vu, like a trace memory from the future. Last sentence, I promise. MAGA is there in real America and not here in the empire of lies, whose most principal and founding lie consists in the notion that the highest necessity of spirit culminates in the now putrescent modernity. I'm a little bit perplexed. Can you explain this one to me?
Is that what your reader has asked you to explain?
Yeah, in particular, they want to know what the Deleuzian connotations are.
Oh, okay. So this is drawing from also an essay from Slavoj Žižek called Repeating Lenin. So the basic Deleuzian idea is that novelty emerges from repetition. Typically, one thinks that when you repeat something, it's just going to be the same thing. But for Deleuze to truly... So the Freudian kind of slogan or whatever...
Freud.
That which we repress, we are doomed to repeat. And Deleuze kind of inverts this with that which we repeat, we are doomed to repress. So the moment of real repetition is the revolutionary moment, where you return to the origins of one's being, truly return to them, and thereby enable the possibility of another alternative. And that's where
everything.
novelty comes from.
I'm given to understand that in Deleuze,
It's like that movie, right? Everything, everywhere, all at once.
difference is repeated, not a thing.
It doesn't matter. That's the point. Difference,
I think he has a very strong
difference is what's truly
ideological
repeated, yeah.
bias.
That's the point.
It doesn't matter if he studied anything or not. He has a bias he's decided on, and he's just gonna bend everything to fit his
but
real
you're not
bias.
referring to
That's
difference here, right? You're referring to
It's not even. It's
a
pretty
conception of
immaterial if
America,
he
a
studied
thing.
any of it or not.
like a thing in the past.
That's
a past thing.
No, you can say it's a particular difference, though, if you're going to go from the Deleuze thing. But then why don't you take your gripe up with Slavoj Žižek, who talks about repeating Lenin? Well, Lenin was a person, not just an abstract concept of difference. Because you don't know how these concepts are used, Sunday. You try to have a...
No, I don't. I'm a mouthpiece for Deleuzian right now to exist with you. This isn't... My reservoir was exhausted once we folded on the partisan thing.
You tend to get kind of caught up in trying to give like Wikipedia descriptions of words.
No, this isn't a Wikipedia description. I've got a
You don't actually know how to.
I've got a robust following of Deleuzians who are most distressed by this use of Deleuze, and I promised them I'd bring this up.
Well,
I'm out.
Okay, look, just because I invoke a concept from a thinker, by the way, doesn't mean I'm saying, oh, Deleuze agrees with everything I'm saying. Okay, Žižek doesn't agree with Deleuze fundamentally because their ontologies are totally different, even opposed, right? But he can still employ Deleuzian concepts to try and as something useful. So what's wrong with that? That's what I'm doing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to blame Žižek for this being used in a weird, un-Deleuzian way, fair enough.
No,
my business.
No. I think your understanding of concepts and thinkers is metaphysical. You assume
metaphysical
because instead of trying,
I literally just said this wasn't my understanding. I was just asking this on behalf of somebody else.
Okay.
Who says Žižek agrees with Deleuze? Deleuze has a Lacanian reading which doesn't critique.
Metaphysical.
No, Žižek's ontology was built in contradistinction to Deleuze. Just because, see, this is the point.
Okay, what do you mean by me being metaphysical? Can you explain that?
Yeah, you assume that if you don't agree with every single thing a thinker says, you cannot actually employ the spirit of the concepts they use to illustrate. Like, for example, Deleuze...
That's not true at all. No. Actually, it's entirely the opposite. My issue, for example, with your use of Carl Schmitt and the notion of the partisan is because you're actually betraying the spirit of what he's talking about in order to reinforce the conception of MAGA communism as being partisan on the basis of word association.
But the problem is that you haven't justified that. I think in the spirit of what Carl Schmitt's trying to say.
But I did, though. I did.
But you didn't. You got into the weeds.
But I did. Yeah, we got into the weeds. But your garden needs weeding, my friend.
Sunday, you're going off a strict literalism of the dead letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law. Okay? So that's the problem. And
well, it's not a law. It's actually the launching point of the theory that you're doing.
It's literally like you're doing it even with the phrase.
Hang on.
Phrase, the spirit of the law, the dead letter of the law. Oh, we're not actually literally talking about laws right now. Dude, it's like this is a
But we're not though, and here's why it matters.
It's so stupid.
No. Here's why it matters. Yeah, I know. You're tired too. Here's why it matters. If you're making a theoretical account of a thing and you are leveraging somebody else's theoretical work to justify it, if you misrepresent that or if you fail to follow the spirit of what
I'm not using Deleuze as an authority to.
No, we're talking about Schmitt right now. I'm talking about Schmitt right now.
Well, I'm not using Schmitt as an authority to benefit the credibility.
But you do, because that's the only thing you have to motivate the use of the term partisan in the first place. And you're leveraging the identity of the MAGA movement as partisan in order to justify it.
Dude, I don't use Schmitt to impress people who wear glasses like you. I use Schmitt because anyone who's familiar with Schmidt will see in good faith the continuity, and it's a useful.
What do you have against what do you have against glasses?
It is useful.
What do you have against glasses? I'm not allowed to have 20/20
Because
vision.
it's like you're this arrogant PhD guy, whatever. I took your PhD from this debate. I have 3 of them now. But
Why?
because it's clear that Schmidt's concepts are useful for the purposes of my political theory.
Elitism is when bad
And
eyes people.
so I am using Schmidt to make it easier to understand where I'm trying to get to. But you're reading it in the opposite way. Where it's like, oh, you don't have the right or you don't have the authority or the
Jesus.
credibility to use Schmidt because you're using him improperly.
That's not
through
what
the
he
perspective of
said.
What's allowed in my academic institution? Well, you're looking at the dead letter of the law, and you're being.
But I'm not though. You're invoking a theoretical construct in order to justify an argument.
President semantics. The only
That's
reason
not semantics. That's
You
a
focus on
structural
these-
component in
Oh
your,
my
in your
gosh.
theory.
No,
It would be semantics
You
if it was
focus on-
inconsequential to your conclusion.
No, it's
but it's the way you
all-
get to your
It is
conclusion.
100% inconsequential when you're using the jibber
Well,
jabber.
it's
regular versus
inconsequential. It's
unconventional.
inconsequential because the coherence of your theory is not to you a valuable component of it.
Yes, it is. It's just that you are constantly calling
Oh
into
my God.
question my use of terms, so as to kind of
True.
call into
No,
question.
in fact, no.
Hold on, shut up for a
I'm actually
You're
not
just
really.
objecting to the use of my terms and the way I reference thinkers because you're trying to somehow prove that I'm not credible enough or I don't hold a PhD, so I'm not allowed to reference them. And I'm
True.
not. I'm not-
I've never claimed
My
that.
goal is not.
I don't have a PhD.
My
by the
goal
way.
isn't to give some kind of neutral encyclopedic description of Deleuze or Schmidt, but to actively put into use the concepts they were employing to analyze our current reality.
Okay, but if the concepts, if the
more
if,
fundamental way.
if
So
the
you
word, if
are
the word,
not-
hang on though, but if the
You're a guy
word,
in the
Haas,
institution, and your
if the
goal
word you're using, Haas, if the word you're using is invoking the concepts they're deploying, but you misrepresent them, then that's a problem. Because
but you can't-
but you're still leveraging the work that they did. You're just misusing it. That's
I'm
why
not
the meaning of these
misusing
terms
anything.
matters.
You have not shown how anything has been improperly used. You're saying, oh, Carl Schmitt was talking
PhDs
about
are
war.
evil.
There's no way you could apply Schmidt's concept to something that is not literally referring to blowing up trains and supply lines. That's the extent.
I gave you an example with information. That would be applicable.
Sunday. That is the extent of your ability.
There's a way.
to
Hang on.
interrogate
Let's
the
say
credibility of my
no.
use of these thinkers.
Let's say if the MAGA movement did all the stuff that like Anonymous was doing, right? Something like
No,
that.
you want to go back to the stupid MAGA movement, Anonymous. Anonymous is not a political movement. Done.
Well, it's not a political movement, but what I'm saying though is if they started engaging in, for example, breaking
I
down,
like Pepsi.
like typical like security barriers in.
No, that would just be illegal acts. That would be a state of literal warfare. It's literally.
And January 6th was not an illegal act, as opposed to January 6th, which you just described before as an unconventional political action.
You're engaged
What?
in because it's the direct dead letter of the law. Okay, if the MAGA is not committing illegal attacks against infrastructure,
Well,
that means it's
hang on. So
What about January 6th?
partisan. I think the problem, Sunday, is especially when
but
we're
Haas,
referring-
what you're
referring to-
doing,
What I'm talking about is partisanship
You're putting-
versus hegemony
Oh my
in the
god.
putting a
ground.
tremendous-
I'm
you're
not
putting-
talking about partisanship
you're putting
versus
Haas,
necessarily the
you're putting an astonishing
official
amount of
formal
effort.
law.
Haas, you're putting an astonishing amount of effort into justifying you basically just making shit up as you go.
Okay, but
True.
again,
That's
you're just posturing. You're just posturing. You claim I'm making.
No,
it
I'm not. What I'm saying is that what you're calling your political theory is just you posturing.
No, I'm not posturing for anything. Everything I've said.
But you're
is
only
grounded.
posturing. You're only posturing.
You can say that, but you
Look,
haven't
this is.
demonstrated.
I'm going to take my glasses off. This is me
You can
posturing.
say it.
Okay?
You can
You're
say
only
it all you
posturing.
want. You can say it all you want, but your claim is tautological, and I don't know why anyone should be convinced to take
Oh
it
my
seriously.
God.
How's my claim tautological?
Even if I was making it
I
up,
didn't even make a claim.
hold on, you know how
It's tautological.
disingenuous such a. Even if I was making it all up as I was going, what does that have to do with the meaning that is attempted to be conveyed? It doesn't mean it's meaningless. clearly I'm trying to say something. In good faith, your role would be to try either to decipher what I mean to say
I
or to
tried.
but this whole game of like, oh, you're
Tried
improperly
really hard.
the sacred objects of academia. Dude, I shit
What?
on your academia. All your professors, I'll debate all of them. It doesn't matter. I don't care
Right?
about your academic institution, and I wipe my ass with it. Okay? You can
I
say
see.
that, oh, you don't know anything about Schmidt. Okay, let's pretend you're right. Let's pretend you're right, which you're
But
not.
I don't think you don't
What
agree
does that
with
have?
that.
This is
No,
this
I
is
actually
so
gave you
fundamental.
credit. I
This
actually
is-
gave you
this is
credit.
so-
I
no,
gave
this
you
is
credit.
so
Hang on.
fundamental because
Hang on.
it has to do with
Oh
how
my
these
gosh.
thinkers are being read by
Pause.
people like you. You read these thinkers in this like you're putting them in a box, and it's just like these. It's the dead text, this dead letter of law. I'm reading these thinkers, and I'm trying to relate what they were writing to the things that at least I find
No,
important.
but Haz, if
Today,
there,
right?
but Haz,
You're just
there are
reading them
examples.
in different ways.
Haz, there are examples of what Schmidt is talking about in the theory of the partisan that exists today. The MAGA movement is
Yeah,
not
I
among
know,
them.
but I think
So what you're actually doing is using the dead letter of the law, as you put it, in order to bury those other
Uh-oh.
things to the advantage of something that's
Dude,
a part
I
of a
don't know.
sales pitch.
Dude,
I'm the most
Sunday, the
diplomatic
problem with you
Hitler.
is you can't comprehend the possibility that a concept can be applied in a novel way.
Of course it
Applying-
can.
No,
Oh.
You're not applying it in a novel way.
Hold
You're
on.
using,
Shut up for a
no,
second.
you're just
Let me be more
you're-
precise with words
you're
since
just
you're
replacing a
semantic
different
Andy.
thing.
Let me be
My
more
gosh.
precise with words then, since you're semantic Andy. I'm extending the concept of the partisan to domains and spheres that Schmidt was not directly.
But you're not though, because he covered those as
What?
well. No.
He
no.
didn't cover the internet. He didn't cover the American
gosh.
two-party system. He didn't.
In
cover
which case, look. In which case, you could find an analog
Schmidt
to it,
didn't
and that would
cover
be
the
a useful.
information age.
No,
He
if
didn't-
you found,
Dude, what? Okay, let me ask you a question. What would Schmidt have written about the nature of partisanship in the information age? You probably don't know that. No one knows
no.
that.
Well,
He's fucking dead. I'm trying to do
but
that. You're
but I
saying
actually
can't
have an answer to that.
because history has actually.
Pause. I actually have an answer to that.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
I actually have an answer to that. So, for example, if some group was engaging in, once again, like breaking down the ability of countries to like exchange over the internet, which has been done as a form of sanction recently, things like that, that would be an example. That would be a very interesting example.
So,
WikiLeaks
what about
arguably
what
engages in
about
something a
breaking the
little bit
ability-
similar to that.
okay, what about breaking the ability for the hegemony to exercise ideological hegemony over a population?
That's a goal. That is not descriptive of a mode of engagement or the
Yes,
irregularity
it is.
of
Yes,
that mode.
that is literally.
No, it's not,
even
because
Noam
you could do that with a
Chomsky-
bomb, or you could do that with a nuke. You could do that with an army. That's
read
not
Noam
that's
Chomsky's
not
book.
True.
uniquely
Noam
irregular.
Chomsky's book. It's called Manufacturing Consent. That is how the system fucking
What?
engages. Yes, that's how the media works. They do actually functionally. Yes,
Oh
it's
my
not just
god!
a goal.
you're
It's something they
blurting
actually
that
do.
shit. Okay.
It's not just a
So
fucking
who's
goal.
the-
It's
we
actually.
got a Chomskyite Maoist.
It's actually. I'm not a
style.
Chomskyite. It's just like
Oh.
to bring up someone who I think shouldn't be too contentious because he's a typical left lib. Even people like Chomsky acknowledge that. How can you say it's just a goal? Of course, it's not.
I'm not. But what you're describing once again is not the activities of the partisan. Vosh, I am deeply
not
offended that
the
you've been gaming
activities
this
of
whole
the-
time and you
not-
haven't
not
even
the
invited us to
activities
play
of the
Quake. Like,
partisan.
unbelievable.
Not the activities of the partisan as strictly and exclusively defined by Carl Schmitt in his work. But whether or not the concept of the partisan can be extended in ways that Schmitt did not directly foresee,
I've
can't
been
say
gaming this whole
that-
time.
You can't
as well.
make a definitive judgment and say,
I've been
no, that's
gaming
not possible.
the
That's
system.
an arbitrary stance. You're,
I've gamed the system.
that's completely unjustifiable.
You didn't answer
can't
my
say-
question. Which is
What's your
favorite?
question?
Which is your favorite sword up there? Can I see it?
Hey, I accept your surrender, dude. Simple as that.
Like,
Simple
You have
as.
to answer the question.
if I surrender though, can I see it?
How's you have to?
No.
Why not?
Don't surrender then. Fuck you. I'll show you my sword.
I don't want to
Too.
see it.
Mine are
I
cooler
don't
than
care
yours.
about it. I don't care.
Mine are cooler, and they aren't just glittery showpieces. They're actually like cold steel, windlass, like battle-ready stuff.
Well, I pray you don't go to war with words because you'll be ended up getting cut up. I don't care how big your sword is. Those words will do a number.
That is
on
like that is such a clip. Somebody please save that in chat. That was beautiful. Well done, HAZ. You are truly the warrior poet of the modern age.
Wait, I'm
True.
sorry. You're using the word poet incorrectly.
Oh,
Clearly, that's not what the concept of a poet refers to.
true.
And there's nothing you said was meaningful just now. You're
True.
improperly using and abusing words.
True.
No, there's no communication that's possible. It's just
You're
an
under
improper use of
arrest.
language because I said it is. And I've defined the
Oh.
matrices and boundaries of what meaning is arbitrarily because I'm a guy who wears glasses and has a PhD that was coincidentally just taken from me.
I have
lost.
I have a bachelor's degree, so I'm sorry to inform you you've taken something of significantly lower value than a PhD.
Okay. All right. Hold on. That's enough. All right.
That is enough.
All right.
I'm sure we can all agree that this has been an extremely productive conversation. We all
True.
gave it
Amazing.
our best, and that's
I hate
what
you
matters.
so much.
Nope, and that's what
For
matters.
letting this go on for this long, dear God.
Now,
This is punishment for
if
the
you-
Professor Flowers shit.
if you don't want to be disqualified, both of you have to say something nice about the other one, and it can't be ironic or a thinly veiled insult. All right.
There you
President
go.
Sunday, you're
Let's
first.
go.
Your beard is magnificent.
Okay, that was straightforward. HAZ,
True.
you're up next.
This is a nice cardigan. Come on.
I don't know what a cardigan is, but I am
like a
saying
sweater,
this in
but
good
better.
faith. I'm saying this in good faith. I can't think of a single thing, and I'm trying hard.
Okay, then by default, President Sunday wins this debate. On that and HAZ's inability to answer the favorite sword in the wall question. Congratulations, President
All
Sunday.
right, well, if you want,
I like the middle one.
If you want to say so, I'm confident in the neutral audience ability to judge it themselves. But
True.
I thought for a second I tried to find something, but I just find Sunday to be such an insufferable and pedantic, pretentious
Oh,
person.
pedantic.
And I don't think it's. I mean, I think it's just he's extremely arrogant, posturing, and just
Maybe.
doesn't want to have
Still
a
have to
good faith
ask
human
something.
debate.
Historians will not forget your inability to say which sword was your favorite.
True.
This has been unmitigated suffering. I should have never agreed to this. I hope you both have a wonderful day. I'm going
True.
to go eat a day's worth of food, which for me is quite a lot. Thank you for the opportunity
Oh,
to
thank you.
remind myself. What
Thank you so much.
Are there any final words?
Please become Patreons.
Not so much for
That's
me.
what I
Thank
have
you,
to
Vosh,
say.
for your excellent moderation. Also, fuck you for letting this go on for this long. Thank you
for the
Oz,
log.
agreeing to whatever on earth you
Yeah,
thought this
my
was.
final words is Sunday. You should probably just read the Substack again. You clearly failed at the first time, so just don't give up. Don't give up. That's my
Don't
word.
give up.
I'd rather eat myself.
You'll learn. You'll understand one day. So anyway, that's it. Bye bye.
Well,
Hope you're doing well, man.
thank you, Vosh. You have a good night.
Have a good night.
Appreciate it. He's never gonna moderate for me again.
I had fun in a very specific way that I will not define. Hello, handsome. Well, I feel like I have kind of an ethical obligation to cap that off with
Okay, that's it. We don't have to listen to the post thing. All right. Let's go. Let's go, gigglers. So, I'm gonna DM Somniostatic. I'm gonna finish the stream for now. Thank you very much. You are loved. Please consider becoming Patreons because this is it is what it is. See you. I press end stream. Let's go. Almost let's go. Okay, now let's go.